This is Audible.
Quest presents an unabridged recording of The Bear of Byzantium by J.A.Turney, narrated by Malk Williams. The Norns did both good and evil. Great toil they created for me. Christian-era runestone of Thorir from Borgund, Norway. Prologue. Ostrovo, Bulgaria, spring 1041. 6 months ago.
"One more push and they could break!"
Volgartha bellowed over the din of battle, elbowing a man aside to swing his giant axe. The 6-foot haft swung like a deadly pendulum, his hands sliding easily along it to increase the momentum, and the finely etched iron blade slammed down into one of the Bulgar warriors, cleaving through flesh, muscle, and bone as if they were butter. As the man fell away, and Volgartha hauled the great weapon back, the commander by his side grunted.
"They'll fight hard before they break, old man,"
Hardrada breathed.
"The lake and the royal guard both block their rear, and their king has filled the flanks with solid men too. There is nowhere for this lot to go but through us."
With that, his own axe, a shorter, bearded one, swung out, slamming against a shield and knocking it aside long enough for the sword in his other hand to slam into the soft leather covering the man's torso, punching through the toughened fabric and into the vital matter inside.
"Then we're fucked,"
Volgartha said in a matter-of-fact tone.
"We are Varangi," Hardrada replied with a snarl. "The Emperor is on the field, and while he stands, so do we. If you die now, old man, I will hunt you down in the afterlife and kick 7 shades of shit out of you."
His second-in-command laughed raucously and pushed another man aside to make room for his great axe. Above, the grey clouds of morning that had threatened rain finally cleared, and weak sun shone through like a lighthouse in the mist. The Bulgars seethed forward, this rabble at the centre their poorest fare, levies from farms and hard-recruited alley refuse armed with whatever could be spared. The heavy troops fought on their flanks, where the generals of the Byzantine army pushed their formidable troops to finish the job and quell this revolt once and for all. But Hardrada had his eyes set on one figure. Beyond the rabble in front of them stood the Carls, who formed the guard of the Bulgar usurper king. And there, visible to all in his grisly glory, sat their master on a war-horse, gesturing with a sword as though he could see what was happening around him. He could not, of course. Delian the upstart had been mutilated a few months past, his nose hacked from his face and his eyes put out with a sharp knife. Yet Hardrada had to give the man his due. There he sat, leading his men in the last battle, his face a contorted mask around a malformed, bloodied hole, hollow black sockets on show as he turned this way and that, yelling orders. Even Hardrada, brave as he was, suspected he might not show such courage in those circumstances. Still, it wouldn't help the royal Draugr in the long run, for his death would end this, and so he must fall.
"We're being pushed back!"
one of his men yelled, before disappearing among the brawl with a cry of pain, a Bulgarian sword rising and falling above him in a spray of blood.
"The enemy has our back,"
Volgartha replied as he swung once again, accidentally catching one of his own men a glancing blow with the butt end of his great axe, and raising a curse with it.
"The Emperor is not the one directing the reserves," noted Hardrada, glancing over his shoulder.
There, a good safe distance back from the fighting, a block of steel and leather stood waiting, shoulder to shoulder, the reserves under the command of Romanos Skleros. The Byzantine nobleman led fully half the Varangians, as well as a sizable military force. Hardrada's contingent were running deeper into trouble by the heartbeat, and the reserves had yet to move, despite the flanks being under very little pressure.
"The reserves will help us. Ari is with them,"
Volgartha replied.
"Harry is a pompous shit," Hardrada snorted. "He's a pompous shit, but he's our pompous shit." Hardrada made a non-committal noise. If the reserves were going to be committed, they should have been by now. Someone must have given the order to hold back. "We have to end this ourselves," he snarled. "No help is coming." "But Ari, fuck Ari! On me!" Hardrada shouted, waving the sword above his head. A roar went up from the rest of his men, and he grinned, blood framing his teeth from where he'd bitten his tongue earlier in the excitement. There was no better unit to lead than these men. Varangians, the Byzantine Emperor's personal guard. He'd been only vaguely aware of their existence 6 years ago when he'd come south and signed on among their number, kneeling like a penitent before the aging empress. He'd been made a koluthos immediately, as was appropriate given his status and royal lineage, and within the year had taken command of the Varangians, which was when he had truly come to know their mettle. 6,000 strong, the unit was comprised wholly of men either from the northern Baltic, Norway, Sweden and Denmark, or of Rus origin from Kiev. Just as a man might expect, they retained the fierce pride of the Northmen, yet they were more than the sum of their parts. Their impressive warrior skills hardened and focused by the Byzantines. For in the Empire they had learned to fight not just for personal gain or for reputation, but as part of an organized force, an army. The Guard fought here on this field for the Emperor and for their commander, and while any other Byzantine unit might have broken and fled under such pressure, that was not the way of the Varangians. Until the Emperor said turn, every man here would face down the enemy until he was either victorious or dead. As the men of the Guard surged forward behind him, Harald Hardrada, son and grandson of kings, commander of the Imperial Guard, shouted something that would have made the Empress blush, and pushed forward. His men followed with a roar, allowing their famous commander to form the sharp point of the wedge, a fresh push. That was the thing about battle. After a while, you fell into a rhythm, and it became almost second nature. Hardrada had once heard a man trying to remember a poem while fighting for his life, just because his mind had detached itself from the carnage, leaving his body to work on instinct. And so, while the Varangians had been fighting with skill and power, still they were not putting every ounce of their concentration into it. Now, with his command, every mind had focused on the job at hand, and with that came a fresh strength and determination. Bellowing war cries, some to Christ and some to older, less popular gods, the Emperor's Guard pushed forward into a suddenly startled mass of Bulgarian levies. The sheer strength and power of the Northmen's push broke their will in an instant. There was nowhere for the poor bastards to run, though. And as they tried to flee from this fresh onslaught, they simply met their doom elsewhere, either turning to be cut down by the royal force behind them, or moving to the flanks, where they became embroiled instead in another part of the battle. Still, they melted away to either side from the Varangian push. Hardrada lashed out with his sword, stabbing and hacking, the axe in his other hand chopping and biting, and never did he hold back for fear of striking his own. He was in the point of the wedge, the very front of the attack, and any flesh his blades bit into would be that of the enemy. "The bastards!" someone shouted from behind. "The reserves are leaving!" Harold risked a brief glance over his shoulder. He was a tall and imposing figure, and over the heads of his men he could just see the reserves, the remaining half of the Varangians in the field, along with the excubitor cavalry, moving to support one of the untroubled flanks. Someone was going to pay for that, Hardrada swore, for leaving them deliberately in the lurch. For now, he had to make sure they won the fight. Suddenly, he felt the resistance to their push change. The enemy were less of a panicked rabble and more of a wall of steel and leather.
The Varangians had forged a path through the levies and come up against the hardened warriors of the king. Briefly, Hardrada caught sight of the nightmare form of Delyan himself, and then the man was lost to view as the Varangian commander was pulled into another fight, harder than ever. The enemy struck and lunged, slashed and chopped, their swords carving bloody chunks from Hardrada's force. The advance of the wedge faltered. They were too few, with no support, facing the core of Delyan's army. Knowing that the moment they stopped advancing, the enemy would gain the upper hand and the battle's flow would change, Hardrada bellowed the cry of his forefathers and pushed on. He felt a sword slash his side, and, despite his lamellar armour, he felt a warm, wet response from his flesh, blood leaking out amid the torn linen and scattered bronze scales. He ignored it. His axe slammed into the neck of a man before him, and he pulled, the beard of his axe digging into the man like a fishhook and yanking him forward, where he fell, screaming beneath Hardrada's trampling feet. The commander's sword slashed low, slicing a deadly line across a Bulgar's upper thigh near the groin, where the blood flowed fastest. As the next Bulgar yelled and readied himself, surprised as the warrior in front of him fell, Hardrada struck once more. His head slammed forward, the iron bar of his nose protector smashing into the man's face, splintering bone and ruining him for good. A second strike almost did for him, as a sword came seemingly from nowhere and nearly hit him in the throat. At the last moment, the arm bearing the sword was knocked away, and Volgartha was there, his immense axe cleaving the wielder almost in half. Another Northman was there to his right in another heartbeat, snarling. Hardrada pushed on. Another Bulgar fell. The Varangian's axe dug deep, drinking blood, his sword drawing lines of red death across figure after figure as he pushed on. There was King Delyan once more, closer, so unbearably close. He felt another wound, this time on his shoulder, and now when he lifted his axe, the arm felt a little weaker. They had to finish this soon. He knew his force was diminishing rapidly, and if they turned with no support, they would be cut down to a man. A steely determination rose in him once more. He may be a son of the true church and a servant of the empire, but Harald Sigurdsson, known as the Hardrada, the Iron Ruler, was still a child of the north, a descendant of kings, and his ancestors had been Vikings of the hard black mountain coast. He was damned if he was going to end his days here, uncrowned and slain on a Greek field. His knee connected with the groin of a man who had prepared himself to parry a sword, and, bellowing rage, Hardrada heaved him aside with the hook of his axe and drove his sword into the unprepared warrior behind. Another blow bounced off his already injured shoulder, and he saw the watery sunlight flashing from fragments of bronze scales as they were torn away. Then the man responsible was gone, for Volgartha's great axe was there again, cleaving a path through the enemy. Another man fell, and Hardrada's sword came up spraying blood that spattered across his eyes and made him blink repeatedly. As his vision cleared, he thanked both Christ and the Holy Mother, for in the fallen warrior's place he could see Delyan, false king of Bulgaria, sitting astride his horse, his unseeing, hideous face turning this way and that as he tried in his way to keep track of the battle. The usurper somehow sensed the danger, perhaps hearing Hardrada's constant stream of curses, for those hollow sockets turned with ponderous slowness to face him. Delyan sensed his enemy, and his sword came round. Hardrada gave him no time. His axe slashed out, hacking into the king's leg just above the knee, deep enough to cut into bone. The king screamed as his leg broke and tore, muscle and flesh separating as he fell from the far side of his horse, leaving half the appendage in place. A strange, shocked silence fell among the Bulgars across the field at the sight of their king vanishing from his horse. But Hardrada knew it couldn't finish there. For the battle to end, the usurper had to die. Volgarther, appearing from nowhere, suddenly had the horse's reins, half a leg still flapping around in the stirrup, pulling the animal aside to reveal the fallen, grisly, maimed king, struggling in the mud, blind and ruined. Delian knew his doom stood over him. His hands came up imploringly. His voice, little more than a croak, began to offer everything. Gold, lands, titles, even the throne. Hardradi's sword slammed down into that ruined face, pinning him to the churned, bloody turf. Delian the usurper died within heartbeats, and the moan of dismay spread out through the Bulgarian army like the ripples from a stone cast into a still pond. The Bulgar army broke. The battle was over. "Don't do anything stupid," Volgarther urged, gripping Hardradi's shoulder as he stomped past, his face white with anger. The commander said nothing in reply, simply tore his arm free and marched on, tucking his blood-coated axe in the back of his belt, sword still out and dripping. Ari Karsten, Primikirios in the guard, stood with his hands on his hips, watching the aftermath with an air of disconnected satisfaction. Varangians stood in clusters behind him, while the strategos, Romanos Skleros, sat astride his horse nearby, dictating to a secretary. The emperor himself sat not far off, looking surprisingly martial and regal for a man so ill he almost hadn't made it across Bulgaria. Ari turned at the sound of Hardradi's approach, and his expression slid from satisfaction to distaste in a moment. The commander, even in the grip of rage, noted that and filed it away in his memory for the future. The Primikirios made no move to get out of the way, a brave decision given how Hardradi must look, furious and blood-soaked. The commander stormed up to Ari, and his free hand came up, grabbing the edge of the chain hood that sat across the man's shoulders and upper chest. Hardradi's fingers knitting in the steel armour. He jerked Ari towards him. "Explain yourself!" "Explain what precisely?" Ari replied with a curling lip. "You address me by my rank or sir, and show some fucking deference or I will add you to the line over there," Hardradi snapped, using his sword to point to the hill overlooking the stinking battlefield. Ari followed the gesture, his distaste growing. All along the hill, like some grisly hedge, scores of Bulgarian officers and nobles, those who had led the army and the revolt it was part of, had been lashed to stakes. Then kindling and brush had been packed around each base, and the burnings had begun. The screams of those tortured by the flames were only slightly louder than the screams of panic from those strapped tight and awaiting their fate. "Explain what precisely, sir," Ari said, tearing his gaze from the horror that Hardradi had visited upon the captured Bulgarians. "Explain why, when my force was outnumbered, outflanked, and fighting for their lives, the reserves, including fully half my Varangians, went to help the flank where there was no danger whatsoever. You go too far this time, Ari." The Primikirios pulled himself free of his commander's grip and stepped back, teeth bared. He growled, "Commander you may be, but I was serving here while you were still stuck to your mother's tit, sir. The next time you grab me like that, I will break both your wrists." The two men glared at one another for a time, a battle of wills from which neither was about to back down. Finally, Ari looked away, towards the Byzantine officers nearby. "Your quarrel is with Skleros. In your absence, he was the senior commander present, and his was the order to commit the reserves elsewhere." Hardradi maintained his piercing gaze for a few moments before shifting it to the general on his horse. He did not like Skleros, and never had. The man was a courtier, not a soldier. He had as much grasp of military tactics as a three-legged goat, yet his eminence had bought him a position in the army's command, for the emperor favoured him, or so it was said. Hardradi knew otherwise. The emperor trusted Skleros no further than he could safely throw a horse. Skleros was oily enough in his own right, but his family had made a play for power not too long ago, and any emperor wishing to stay safely seated on his throne kept his enemies close. Expediency was the only reason Skleros was here. With one last glare cast like a throwing knife at the insolent Varangian, Hardrada turned and marched on the general. The man should have managed to look superior, given that he wore ornate armour that harkened back to the days of old Rome, that he sat above Hardrada on horseback, and that a snap of his fingers could see most men peeled and left for dead. In fact, he looked nervous as the commander of the Imperial Guard stomped towards him, quivering with rage, sword in hand. Skleros recovered himself in time to plaster an imperious and aloof expression over his fear. "What is it, Commander?" Hardrada threw out his hand angrily, the tip of his sword almost jabbing into the general's side. "We were hard-pressed, and the battle hinged on our success. Why did you commit the reserves elsewhere?" Skleros's lip wrinkled. "You were in no danger. Ari confirmed that you had sufficient force to overcome the centre, and there was a danger on the flank, for the Emperor was close to the fray. It is my place to protect the imperial interests rather than thieves and Nordic vagabond mercenaries." Hardrada's eyes narrowed. "I've killed men for less than those words. I do not doubt it. Yet it is true. All of Byzantium knows of your thievery, Araltes Hardrada. The treasury has been losing funds steadily since the day you took office, which happens to be the same time the Emperor came to power along with his criminal brothers and certain other snakes of the court." Skleros snorted. "You deflect the blame onto those who accuse you. I wonder, if we were to count the ships that leave the city every month, full of gold and bound for Kiev, would we find the sum missing from the treasury? The gold I ship north is my own, gained from imperial donatives and battlefield loot, nothing more. Unlike pampered Byzantines, I do not spend every coin I earn on whores, wine, and womanish silk garments." To emphasize his words, his wavering sword point took in the ornate armour and the silk and velvet clothes poking around the edges of it. "When my command ends, I shall be a king in the north. Thrones are easier to win with gold than with steel." Barbarian! A man might also point out that it was the greed and lust for gold of the Emperor's brother Constantine that triggered this entire revolt and led to the wars we now fight. And I would be willing to wager that your fingers were dancing in the same pot as Constantine's. "You are a mercenary. Gold is the entire reason you came south and the reason you took your commission." Hardrada ground his teeth. "My loyalty is to the Emperor himself. I find it a shame that he seems incapable of identifying the thieves and criminals within his own court and family, who weaken his position day by day. Constantine has become a very rich man off the confiscation of other men's estates, after all." "Your loyalty is not to the Emperor," Skleros spat. "All know that it was the Empress to whom you knelt, and she to whom you owe your position. Slide off that fucking horse, and I will wipe that smug smirk from your face, Skleros." The clearing of a throat attracted their attention, and both faces turned to the new arrival. They had been so caught up in their argument that they had not noticed the Emperor and his entourage plodding calmly in their direction. As the master of the civilized world halted his mount, an unreadable expression on his face, Hardrada swiftly ran through everything he'd just said, realizing now that he'd said it all within earshot of the Emperor. He winced inwardly as he remembered some of his words. And damn the man! Skleros had been careful to keep his accusations and comments clear of imperial blame. "It is not seemly that two of my most senior commanders bicker and quarrel like fishwives in front of the army," the Emperor said. Hardrada looked up at him and shivered. Michael the Paphlagonian, Emperor of Byzantium, was dying, and everyone could see it. He was pale as porcelain, and his flesh had sunk into his bones, giving him the appearance of the walking dead. Still, His voice was imperious and confident, and here, near the end, Hardrada could see a hint of why the Empress had chosen him for a husband. As both Skleros and Hardrada bowed their heads in the imperial presence, the Emperor's eyebrow arched. "There is work yet to do, both here and at home." He shared a look with Skleros that Hardrada really did not like, and straightened in his saddle. "Araltes, whom they call Hardrada, you have ever been a faithful and strong commander of my guard, but your tongue is often barbed and unchecked, and you lack sufficient finesse for court life. I think that perhaps it might be a good idea if you were absent from court for a time. We are entreated by Prince Demetrios of Georgia. He is engaged in a dangerous civil war with his half-brother Bagrat, who threatens imperial interests in that important land. Your talent for winning wars might be better served destroying Bagrat and his faction than causing friction within the imperial court. Who knows? Perhaps the treasury might even heal itself in your absence." Hardrada felt the anger wash over him afresh, but he had been in Constantinople long enough to know when to hold his temper. Fighting down the rage that threatened to erupt, he simply bowed his head, noting as he did the smug satisfaction on Skleros's face. "The guard will be in safe hands with Volgartha," he replied carefully, "and I shall win your war and return within the year." "I think it would be better to take that great axe-wielding maniac with you," Skleros said, earning a nod of approval from the Emperor. "Your third-in-command, Ari Karsten, will be perfectly adequate to command in your absence. He is more familiar with court etiquette with his long service, after all." Before Hardrada could erupt once more, he felt a hand on his shoulder, and looked around to see Volgartha, a warning on his face. With a bow to the Emperor, he turned and walked away, the old Varangian with his enormous axe stumping alongside. "Who gives a shit about some civil war in a provincial backwater?" Hardrada snarled. "This is shuffling us out of the way so that they can continue their theft and corruption and further work to blacken my name." Volgartha nodded. "Then we should work to win this war as quickly as possible and get back to the city. Who knows? We might make allies among the Georgians through this, and that could work to your advantage in the long run." Hardrada just nodded, his gaze rising to the scores of burning Bulgarians on the hill, then back to Ari, who had been summoned to the imperial presence. "One day he and I will come to blows," Hardrada hissed, "and then he will wish his fate had been as simple as theirs." Part 1. The Golden City. Chapter 1. Black Sea, Autumn 1041. "Slow now, lads," Ulfr called, "and bring us to port a touch. Mind those rocks." Gunhild watched the town slide towards them with a mix of intrigue and ennui. All these Byzantine ports seemed to be the same, a cluster of brick structures around a heart of white marble, poor folk gathered around a rich elite. A port filled with trade ships and fishermen overseen by stuffy, overdressed officials with endless papers. Occasional fights, gleaming imperial soldiers watching, too important to involve themselves in petty brawling. In some ways they were like ports all over the world, she mused, though, like everything Byzantine, over the centuries an administration had evolved to control and record every breath the city took. It was cloying, to say the least. "A bear," she muttered, looking down at the bones, which had clearly formed an ursine shape on the deck. As Halfdan plodded towards her across the boards, she quickly swept the scattered items up and dropped them back into her pouch. Secrets were only secrets if you kept them, and the power was not to be explained to others. Besides, the visions had been varied and confused lately. "What have you seen?" Halfdan asked quietly. She looked up, then rose from her crouch, gathering up her staff as she did so. Halfdan was smiling. She liked him. Not in that way, of course. She was not made for hearth and bed, but for spear and song. But still, she liked him more than most, and he was a good man, which made what was to come all the more troubling. Our road continues on beyond Amastris, but some threads of the weaving change here. They fold into another tale, I think. A bear. Will we lose men? He said, with a touch of anxiety. Will we find new ones? We have 38 aboard now. We cannot easily crew the Sea-Wolf with fewer. Why did he always expect detail and such certainty? That was not how it worked. It is complicated, she said. The weaving changes, but I do not think we need fear this place. I do not see danger here. Bears are not dangerous. She pushed down the voice in her heart. Halfdan nodded. We must restrain Bjorn this time. That last place cost us dearly in reparations. Gunhild looked across the ship to where the big albino was busy rowing with one hand so that he could drink with the other, and gave a weary smile. You might as well try to hold back the tide, Halfdan. He laughed. He had an easy laugh. Gods, but he was a glowing coal in her cold heart some days. Gunhild felt uneasy, and only part of that was the uncertainty they faced every day. Given they had been fighting on opposite sides at Sasireti so recently, it had been decided that it would be better not to bump into the Varangians until they reached Miklógarðr itself. Consequently, the crew had been following Hardrada and his Varangians carefully back from Georgia, using the same ports, and often just one day behind the famous commander. Part of it, too, was her castings. All the way around the south coast, she had been trying to divine what was to come. It was more difficult without a specific answer to seek. When she had been following the weaving of Yngvar the past few years, a goal had been part of her questions. Now she simply looked into an open future and tried to see what she could. She had been disconcerted by what she had found, though. The strand of her weaving would separate from those of Halfdan and the others. Her threads came adrift, and she could not see far enough to tell whether they could be brought back into the pattern. That made her shiver. To be so far from all that was familiar, and to be separated from the others. Another part of it, for certain, was the fear of losing the Seidr. She had been taught the ways by the old Völva, but not fully so. She had some sight and some skills, but she had been torn from the old woman's side before she could learn all, and the compound that helped bring the sight remained a mystery, its ingredients and composition unknown to her still. Her fingers went to the precious pouch containing the meagre remaining supply. When that was done, so too was her sight. She couldn't tell Halfdan of that worry, though, for the compound was as much part of the secret as the skill of bones or the cadence of the world song. It was the goddess's gift to give, not Gunhild's. Many worries, much uneasiness. She continued to fret at these things like a child at frayed tunic hem, while Halfdan, satisfied, turned his attention to the port of Amastris that slid towards them. The town's citadel occupied a headland, more of an island, really, connected to the mainland by a wide spit upon which most of the urban mass sat, a harbour at each side. As with every stop on their journey, they had learned of Amastris at the previous port the night before, and so they had a tavern already in mind for the night. Most of the crew would stay aboard, of course, for there was treasure on the ship to be guarded these days, but 6 of them would head into the city and learn what they could in preparation for the next day's sail. 4 more sunsets would see them in the great city, where Gunhild's threads would come loose. She was still picking at the scab of her fate when the ship bumped against the dock and men ran out ropes and secured the Sea-Wolf to shore. She chewed her lip as Halfdan, Leif, and Ketil negotiated with the port officials, filling in the endless forms, paying the fees, and slipping the ubiquitous backhander to the pompous fat man. She huffed as the crew settled, and her friends stepped down to the dock, and only returned to the present world when Halfdan called for her. "Are you coming?" With a nod, she hopped from the ship and joined them on the jetty, striding along as they made their way up to the city. As they navigated the winding streets, she occasionally felt odd sensations, as she had done in all these towns. The places were Byzantine, and so to a man their populations followed the nailed god, but just a few centuries ago they had had their own old gods, and the temples of those powers were still here, either shattered and ignored, repurposed into Christian churches, or sometimes surviving as fragments of colonnades in the sides of houses. And while the Byzantines treated them as little more than shells or quarries, Gunhild could feel the savour still wreathing those ancient stones. She tore her gaze from one such ruin as they rounded a corner to see the inn that was their destination. Like most of its kind, it was warm and welcoming in a stuffy, overly organised way, and its nature was broadcast by the sign above the door, which usually showed grapes in some form or other. She felt a shiver of savour as her gaze fell upon this sign. A painted bear gripped the bunch of grapes above some Greek name she did not recognise. Her eyes shot to Halfdan, striding along unconcerned, but she could say nothing. She had nothing yet to say. Halfdan was the first to enter. It had become the unwritten rule. He was their Jarl, and it was his place to lead. Bjorn would come last, for he could hold off any pursuit, but the second was always Gunhild, out of respect, not for her sex, of course, but for her power. That was why she was the second to see what awaited them, and to understand at least part of her visions. A dozen Northmen in impressive bronze and steel armour, with colourful tunics and well-groomed hair and beards, stood around the bar, one greybeard leaning with crossed arms on an axe almost as tall as he was. In the centre of the room sat a table, and at that table sat a man. He was tall, and dressed much the same as those around him, yet he exuded an aura of power that hit Gunhild like a wall. His fair golden hair and beard were braided, his eyes ice blue, and he sat with an easy confidence as though he had been here since the world was made, and the inn had been built around him for his convenience. He was a bear. He was the bear, she was sure. And she was equally sure that this was Hardrada, whom they had been following all the way from Georgia. The sea-wolf's hands went immediately to the weapons at their belts, but stopped there, as the big man with the axe shook his head meaningfully, and the creak of bowstrings drew their attention to Northmen in the corners, arrow tips trained on the newcomers. These men might look at ease, but one wrong move, and arrows would fly. The big blonde Varangian pushed out his foot, sliding a chair back opposite him, clearly an invitation. He was not smiling, though, and the invitation was not one expected to be declined. Halfdan looked around the others, shrugged, strode over, and dropped into the seat opposite. The rest of them followed, protectively, keeping close by, their eyes on those straining archers. Bjorn took up a place facing the old man with the giant axe, his face grave. Leif close by. Ketil and Ulfr moved to the far side of the table and stood, arms folded, like sentinels. Gunhild, as was expected, moved to Halfdan's shoulder. Hardrada's gaze slipped from Halfdan to her, and she saw a curiosity in it, and something else, something a little unsettling. The Varangian suddenly smiled and gestured to another seat. She shook her head and stayed where she was, raising a shrug from the golden Varangian. His smile vanished again as his gaze returned to Halfdan. There was an odd silence, broken suddenly by Hardrada. "You have been following us." The statement was made in the Norse tongue, and it had been so long since they had heard a stranger speak their own language that it took moments for them all to adjust their thinking out of the now common Greek. Halfdan said nothing. Silence returned until the Varangian continued. "I was prepared to believe that you were sailing in our wake for simple safety, given that no pirate of this Black Sea would be foolish enough to attack a squadron of Imperial dromon bearing the flag of the Guard. But now we are closing on Constantinople, and so I am forced to conclude that there is something more to this. You seem confident and competent, but you are in my world now, Gotlander, and you are out of your depth. Speak, for my archer's arms are tiring." After a short pause, Halfdan reached across and took one of the half-dozen glasses from the table, taking the jar of wine in front of Hardrada and pouring himself a drink. It was a statement, an assertion of strength and defiance, and Gunhild could not have hoped for better. He was becoming a fine jarl. Hardrada's eyebrow rose at the bold move, and Halfdan took a swig of the heady, rich wine, and then placed the glass back down in front of him. "I'm growing to like this drink as time goes on," he answered, in fluent Greek, with something of an Eastern accent. Hardrada's arched brow rose a little higher. "I am not quite as out of my depth as you might imagine," Halfdan added with a smile. The Varangian's eyebrow peaked again. "You are audacious, young Gotlander. My God, but you are! You are so outspoken, foolhardy, and insolent, you remind me of me." His eyes, momentarily sparkling, hardened again. "You have not answered my question, and I grow tired of repeating myself, young hero. Why are you following us?" "We are bound for Miklagard. Given that we have been a day behind you throughout, I'm intrigued how you became aware of us." "You are in the Empire now, boy. Nothing remains secret here. Your presence has been broadcast by the signal stations along the coast for a week. Had you been a fleet, I would have confronted you sooner. But one ship. I became interested." The sound of someone in discomfort drew their attention to the archers, who were throwing meaningful looks at their commander. Hardrada nodded to them, and the arrows were lowered, the strings relaxed. Though Gunhild could still sense the danger in the room, these men could turn deadly very fast. "And what do you seek in the capital?" Halfdan looked about him. "We are of a mind to join your guard." Hardrada gave a snort. "Joining the Emperor's finest regiment is not a thing a man simply drifts into because he feels it is a good choice," the man said. But Gunhild's attention shifted to the old man with an axe, whose gaze had fallen sharply on Hardrada. The expression of ironic mirth on the old man's face suggested that the commander himself had done much the same thing in his time. Hardrada leaned forward and steepled his fingers on the table. "A man pays a dividend in gold for entry into the Guard. Acceptance is a thing of honor that must be paid for. And even then, a man must be right for the role and acceptable to the commander. Some candidates come from the north with heavy purses and still wait years for their chance, only to be told they are not right. Your audacity is impressive, but audacity is not what we seek." Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Halfdan twitch. Even from behind, she knew he was narrowing his eyes and that he was restraining some acidic comment. Time to save him from himself. "You lost men at Sasireti," she said, taking a step forward and addressing Hardrada herself. "Good men, clearly. I have no idea how many Varangians fell in those woods, but I would be willing to wager that our 37 good men would fit easily into the hole they left in your ranks." "Sasireti," Hardrada mused, with no sign of surprise. "It was a bloody affair," she said, "and a confused mess. but I am sure that even then you recognize the mettle of your cousins who fought for Bagrat. These men." Hardrada unfolded his hands, took a sip of wine, and then leaned back, looking now at Gunhild. "I had assumed your crew was part of that army, of course. Our kind are not so common down here that we bump into one another on a daily basis. I saw what you did to the Alani. Brave, stupid perhaps, but still brave. In fact, if you hadn't turned on your own king, it is possible that the battle could have gone very differently. It is even possible it was your actions that won us Sassuretti, and from that I have to admit my gratitude." "Yet with the battle won you departed immediately," Halfdan put in. "We all know that a battle is only part of a war, and the king survived. Did you not wish to follow through the aftermath and be sure of your victory?" Hardrada shrugged. "Demetrios begged for imperial intervention. We won him his important battle. If he and his pet noblemen cannot secure their victory with Bagrat and his army broken and scattered, then he does not deserve the throne, and God will decide Georgia's future. I was sent to do a job, and that job is done. Now Constantinople awaits, and I have unfinished business there." Gunhild placed her palms on the table. "You will take these men into your guard, Harald Sigurdsson. I can see your thoughts. You have already made your decision, so stop playing with words and speak plainly." Hardrada's eyebrows shot up again as he shifted his attention back to her. "God, but you are an impressive woman. Are you his?" Gunhild frowned. She could feel a flush rising, and that irritated her immensely. Forcing ice cold into her expression, she straightened and folded her arms. "I am no man's. I am a daughter of Freyja, and Halfdan Lokiborn is my Jarl. Direct your lust elsewhere, Hardrada." The Varangian laughed. "Pagans, too. I should have realized from the wolves on your Jarl's shield. You do well to hide your pendants and idols here. Paganism is not well liked. If you wish to join the ranks of the Guard, you will need to be careful. You will be expected to kiss the cross and to take your place at all appropriate ceremonies and services. Oh, I don't give two shits what you do in private, and I know damn well there are a few in our ranks who wear the hammer pendants beneath their tunics, but adherence is expected. The Emperor likes to believe his Guard are watched over by the Lord just as much as he is. When he is." Gunhild could feel Bjorn's distaste, even from where she was standing, as Halfdan adjusted his sleeve to make sure his Loki markings were covered. The big man did not like the nailed god for sure. If there was going to be trouble with this, it would come from him. Leif was a follower anyway. Ketil habitually changed his outward faith for expediency, and both Ulfr and Halfdan were bright and flexible enough to appreciate the need. Bjorn, less so. As the big man turned, his mouth opening, Gunhild shot him a look that silenced him. The albino took on an injured expression and turned back to the greybeard in front of him. "Your faith is only part of it," Hardrada added. "With service, you will take an oath of loyalty, and unlike these fickle and Ophidian Byzantines, we are men of the North, and we take our oaths seriously. If you join us, I will expect your unflinching loyalty to the Emperor, and also to me." Halfdan nodded. "An oath to two men is an oath destined to be tested. I do not give my oath lightly, but when I do, I stand by it. My oath has brought me all the way from Uppsala to this place after all. And as for the price you require," Hardrada shook his head, "in your cases I waive the fee. Currently, for a number of reasons, I am more concerned with loyalty than gold. I will take you and your men, each one into the Guard, to serve in the first Allegion under Volgarther over there." With this, he indicated the old man with the great axe. "Volgarther is my second, and I trust no one more. Instead of gold, you buy your commissions with a promise of loyalty." Gunhild frowned now.
Loyalty should be expected. What are you not telling us, Hardrada? What presses upon you that you seek such assurance?" Once again, the Varangian shifted his gaze from Halfdan to Gunhild. "Byzantium is a seething lake of trouble," Hardrada says, "with 1,000 currents pulling a man in many directions. Loyalties are bought and sold each day, and a man's friend at sunrise can be his enemy by sunset. It is a fascinating place, but the dangers are 1,000-fold, and even within the guard there are those who would turn upon their own, were it not for the inviolable oath. I have unfinished business, and I need men upon whom I can rely." "Count us among them," Halfdan said confidently, earning a subtle glance of warning from Gunhild. "Good. You will travel the rest of the way with us. The rest of my fleet lies at anchor a mile up the coast. Volgarther will join you on your ship, along with a few of our men, and he will go through everything in detail, from the barracks to the pay. For now, I am tired from a day's hard sailing, and I wish only the comforts of a cup or 5 of good wine, a soft bed, and a softer woman." His eyes slid back to Gunhild once more, and she returned the gaze with a look that confirmed flatly she would not be that woman. Hardrada laughed, and the room began to move. Varangians relaxing and finding seats, the crew of the Sea-Wolf gathering together, and as they did so, Leif came to a halt in front of Gunhild. "You have not said what you will do," the small Russ noted quietly. Halfdan, overhearing, blinked, understanding filling his face. "Yes, I doubt the guard take women. Foolish. I should have thought of this before. I'm so used to you as part of the crew that it simply did not occur to me." Gunhild gave them an easy smile, easier than she felt, at least. "My path is not the same as yours, Halfdan, as any of yours, in fact. My thread comes loose from the weave in the great city, and I have my own fate to follow." A look of worry filled the young Jarl now. "No, there will be a way. I can persuade Hardrada, even if it needs gold. Even if we must play man and wife to make it work. I saw the way he looked at you. He will accommodate no." She had seen it. Her thread departed, and nothing she could do would prevent that. "No. Freya has her own path for me, and I must tread it. When we reach Miklogartha, we will separate." "And how long until your thread returns?" He must have seen the doubt she felt, for he frowned. "Your thread does return." "I cannot say. I cannot see that far. I should not even have seen that much, but I caught it while I scried for you. For now I must go my own way, and you must go yours. I am in no immediate danger, though. My thread might diverge from yours, but it goes on." Hardrada called to Halfdan then, and the young Jarl cast one last worried look at Gunhild before turning back to the Varangian commander. The room was dim and cold, the shutters closed with only weak moonlight between the cracks illuminating the gloom. The noise of the 2 groups of Northmen down in the inn below was little more than a rumble and hum of life through the thick floor. Gunhild sang under her breath, quietly, the old song lifting her, rising out of this place. The pouch with her precious compound back on her belt, safe, just a light dusting on her tongue, all she had needed. The song carried her higher and higher, through the clouds, as though she were one of Odin's ravens. She looked down on the wide earth below, her fingers nimbly undoing the string of the other pouch. Out came a handful of bones and coins, silver and beads. She cast them down upon the world, feeling the will of Freya all across the prickled skin of her hands, like gossamer gloves, guiding the casting, helping her. She looked at the fallen collection, and then closed her eyes, remembering their shape, letting it fit into new patterns behind her eyelids. She was in a pond. Fish swam around her, tiny, dull things, bouncing off her, nibbling at her,
oblivious as larger fish came closer and began to eat the smaller ones. Gunhild felt the casting changing. Larger fish now, eating those carnivores, then larger still, until finally only one powerful fish remained, looking to her, as though for guidance. Byzantium is a seething lake of trouble. Hardrada. The Golden Bear. She awoke with a start, eyes snapping open, a cold shudder racing through her as she plummeted back through the clouds into the world below, and was suddenly in the dark room, bones and beads scattered around her. Her head began to thump painfully. It always did after she used the compound, after she sang the song and saw the world of Seidr. The great city would be the pond, its people the fish. Gunhild would somehow be at its centre. It grieved her that she had seen nothing of Halfdan there, and yet it was somehow a relief that she had also seen nothing more of the bear that was Harald Hardrada, for the way he'd looked at her made her distinctly uncomfortable, and the way his analogy of the lake had leaked into her vision was altogether too strange. Of one thing she was sure: the great city of Miklógarða, which men called Constantinople, awaited her as much as it did Halfdan. Chapter 2. Constantinople, Autumn 1041. "What do you see?" Halfdan said, eyes flicking back and forth between the collection of scattered items on the deck and the great city sliding towards them. A year of watching Gunhild and her strange Seidr ways had done nothing to clarify what was actually happening when she walked with her goddess. "I see a young jarl crowding me and getting in the way. It is hard to concentrate when you stand over me," Gunhild replied irritably. Halfdan sighed. She had been getting steadily more irritable and secretive all the way along the coast, and seemed increasingly reticent when it came to consulting the Seidr. It was as though her imminent separation had already begun, in spirit at least. Of all things new, that was the one Halfdan truly dreaded. Enemies, hardships, the unknown, all could be taken in his stride, but these 5 people had been with him since they had left the cold north lands. They were his armour, his shield, his axe and his wisdom, his strength and his perception. On a silent night alone, he sometimes contemplated whether he was anything without them by his side. He would miss Gunhild's guidance and her confidence as much as he would have missed Bjorn's power or Ulfr's skill, Ketil's speed or Leif's intellect. He had prayed nightly to the Allfather that what was to come was but temporary, and that the Spear Maiden would come back to them soon. "The city is a snake pit," Gunhild said, giving him nothing he didn't already know. "More?" She darted an irritated look at him. "In this place you and yours can become rich and either famous or infamous, but with one wrong move you could just as easily be dead, poor and forgotten. You must be as a fallen leaf in a mountain stream. You must allow yourself to float free if you wish to survive the white waters. Do not tie yourself to anyone." She rose, turning and jabbing a finger at him. "Remember this above all else, Halfdan Lokiborn. Do not bind yourself to man or woman in this place, for everyone here is dangerous, even Hardrada." She threw a glance at the Varangian second-in-command, who stood nearby talking to his men. "Especially Hardrada," she corrected. "You will hide your Mjolnir pendants here to conceal your true beliefs, but even as you do, you must also hide your thoughts, your motives, and your intentions. You must dance their dance." Halfdan frowned. Snake pits, white streams, and now dances. Gunhild was mixing metaphors at a dizzying pace, something she did when she was nervous, and so not very often. "I will be careful," he said calmly. Use your Loki cunning. Rely upon the others. With the will of Freya, I will return to you all, and you will have survived until then. Just remember what I said. Give oaths if you must, but be prepared to break them. If you tie yourself to anyone here, you may never leave the city."
"I've got it, Gunhild. Really." She gave him one last calculating look, as though she still expected him to march straight into trouble, then nodded and gathered up her bones and debris. Halfdan looked ahead, sizing up their destination. Truly, nothing he had ever seen could match this. Constantinople. He concentrated to get his tongue around the Greek name. Was the queen of all cities, greater by far than Uppsala or Kiev or Kutaisi. A vast metropolis of copper domes shining in the sunlight, golden crosses rising above red roofs, palaces, gardens, terraces, great curved arcades, columns and city walls that could surely hold off gods and giants if needed, and which ran around the coast directly above the water. The inlet for which they sailed seemed to be guarded from both sides by twin fortresses, the city walls to the south, and some second smaller city across the water to the north, and between them, a marvel that Halfdan could never have predicted. Almost half a mile of water separated the two shores, each set with a massive, powerful tower, and across that expanse was stretched a single, titanic, chain-linked boom. Even from a distance, Halfdan could see how thick the chain was, each link 2 feet of hard iron, every 7 links hooked into a huge tree bole that kept the whole thing afloat at the water's surface. A massive affair. It must surely stop most ships, or at least entangle them while they could be destroyed from the walls. He stared as the small fleet closed on the chain. At some unheard command, a small boat set sail from the city side towards the centre of the chain. Whatever they did there, the chain was suddenly halved, and the side nearest the city began to move, hauled in by some massive machine in one of the towers, the iron links and great logs slowly moving towards the walls and opening the inlet to shipping. The crew boggled at this amazing thing as they sailed past and made for a massive harbour filled with ships of many sizes. "Civilization at last," Leif said with a grin as they slid towards one of the many jetties. "Civilization means they make wine," Bjorn sagely advised the others, earning a roll of the eyes from the small Russ. "They'd better make a lot of it if you intend to stay for a time," Ketil said dryly. Halfdan smiled for a moment, then his expression became serious again as he took in the faces around him. Gunhild had picked up her kit bag, preparing to leave them. Beyond her, Volgartha was consulting with his men, and beyond him, across the water in the next ship, the golden figure of Hardrada stood with one foot on the rail, ready to leap ashore. The man truly was larger than life, a hero torn from the ancient tales. Gunhild had warned him more than once that Hardrada might not be all he seemed, and yet there was a magnetism to the man even Halfdan felt himself drawn to. He looked back to Gunhild, and then across to her accustomed place on the deck. Every crew member of the Sea-Wolf had an oar place, except Ulfr. Even Halfdan rowed his share, and so had Gunhild, no matter how often Bjorn had told her that women were not made for such work. There was a tiny spark of hope to be found at her empty seat. As with all dragon ships, there were no permanent benches for the rowers, for each man sat on his own wooden chest, which contained his personal effects and, most importantly, his share of treasures. Gunhild's remained there, in place on the ship as she prepared to depart. She had told him to keep it safe, for it had not been emptied. Halfdan could not imagine that, if she were leaving for good, she would have left her treasures here. She would have to return for them, surely.
His wandering thoughts were drawn back in as the ship bumped against the timber jetty, and Ulfr began the work of securing the vessel to its cleats, directing men with ropes. Ahead, Hardrada and his Varangians were jumping ashore as ship after ship began to dock. Some stuffy official came scurrying forward to bother the commander with endless forms and bureaucracy, the golden-haired Varangian simply brushing the man aside and leaving him for another to deal with. As soon as the sea-wolf was settled, Gunhild was the first to drop to the slippery timbers. She hefted her bag over her shoulder and turned, casting one brief look back at them. Halfdan felt the uncertainty wash over him once more, yet he read much in that look. One tiny glance, and yet it said, "Be strong, lead, trust no one, be cunning." He thought he saw, "We will meet again there too." Hoped he did. Then she was gone, elbowing her way through the disembarking Varangians and off into the port. Briefly, he saw her once more, approaching a heavy gate in the city wall, where a fat man in a mustard-coloured tunic intercepted her with an armful of documents, 2 guards at his shoulder. Whatever Gunhild said to the man, it made Halfdan smile, for the man bowed deeply and backed away in a hurry, leaving her to enter the city freely and without any kind of bureaucracy. He straightened and took a deep breath. He would see her again soon. This city was huge, but no city would be large enough to hide Gunhild for long. "She is magnificent," a voice said, and his head turned to find Hardrada standing next to him. The Norseman sighed. "Ah, if only she were a princess. But a king must have an appropriate consort." "I think you would find it troublesome anyway," Halfdan said, quite earnestly. Hardrada laughed then. "No doubt, but nothing worthwhile comes without a challenge, as you will learn in this place. Come, and bring your men. I will direct you to your barracks before I present myself to the Emperor and Empress." Leaving one of his men to deal with the paperwork, Hardrada gestured towards the gate. Halfdan frowned and pointed back to his ship. "We have all our wealth aboard. We cannot abandon the sea-wolf. A guard must be set." The Varangian chuckled. "You have much to learn about how things work in Byzantium. Your goods will be perfectly safe. We have signed your vessel in with the register of Varangian ships. No man will go aboard without your permission. In the Empire, a well-written document is more binding and inviolable than any rope or shield wall." "Thieves exist everywhere," Halfdan countered. "Even here. Every man in Constantinople is a thief, young Jarl. But in this place, even thieves are guided by the rules. The more important the thief, the stricter the rules. And this harbour is watched and controlled by the city garrison. I remember a few years ago, a man got curious and took something from one of our ships. The sight of him hanging from hooks on the sea wall will have put off an entire generation of would-be thieves. Your goods are safe, and if you are still unsure, then once you have settled in, you can come back and bring everything to your barracks. For now, come." With that, the commander marched off. The crowds of the harbour seemed to melt out of his way, and Volgarthur moved to the man's side, his immense axe over his shoulder like a spear. The rest of the contingent began to disembark now and to gather, ready to move off. Halfdan chewed his lip, looking at the man ahead and then back at his ship, where the rest of the crew were vacillating, uncertain of what to do next. He remembered Gunhild's words, though. He would keep a tight rein on his trust here, no matter what Hardrada said. "Ulfr, stay aboard with the men until we've seen what awaits us. Then we'll be back to get the rest and bring our goods ashore." The stocky sphere nodded his understanding and began to order the others around as Ketil, Bjorn and Leif dropped to the jetty and joined their Jarl. "What now?" the big albino muttered. "We catch up with Hardrada before we get lost among this lot. Come on." They hurried through the gathering crowd, bearing down on the golden figure. As they fell into step with Hardrada and his small gathering of favoured carls, the man turned with a sly smile and a raised eyebrow. "You left your men anyway?" "For now. You show me, I'll show them." Hardrada gave a low chuckle and marched off into the gateway. Where soldiers had been darting out to interrogate or check the various folk moving into the city, they uniformly stepped out of the way of the commander, and within moments they were through the tower and into the city proper. Halfdan continued to marvel as they entered a vertiginous street. The city was the most highly decorated thing he'd ever seen. Even the brick walls were constructed with an eye for art, patterns built into them, and containing carved-shaped blocks bearing crosses in circles, eagles, and many other designs. A few buildings seemed to be partially or fully sheathed in white marble, and copper and gold gleamed all around. The street rose like a mountainside towards a collection of even grander buildings at the summit. "This must be what Asgard looks like," he breathed. "For the sake of my afterlife, I hope this isn't what Asgard smells like," Ketil grumbled, wrinkling his nose. "Heady, isn't it?" Leif said with a smile. "I would say the city's general aroma is a mix of dung, fish, spices, and perfumes. Every breath gives you a new and unique experience." "Smells like a whore's arse," Bjorn said, and Halfdan laughed to note from his big friend's beaming face that this did not appear to be a negative thing. At the crest of the hill, the brick buildings seemed to be fewer, and the marble edifices more numerous and much grander. Buildings the size of entire villages rose high and gleaming into the blue sky, the roads paved with neat, uniform blocks surprisingly devoid of shit. The city was a mass of crowds in colourful dress, though all stayed carefully out of the way of the armoured soldiers as they stomped towards another gate in a great marble structure with a domed chapel atop. A man in the garb of a Christian monk stood at the side of the street, bellowing out prophecy and tales of damnation as citizens walked past, largely ignoring him. Every empty space seemed to be filled with street vendors of some sort, selling things that sizzled and smelled enticing. More enticing than the lower streets, anyway. Varangians stood on guard at the gate and bowed their heads as Hardrada led his men inside. Halfdan paused once again as he emerged into the complex on the far side. Palace was a word that hardly did this place justice. He had seen the palace of the Grand Prince in Kiev, and that of the Queen in Kutaisi. But this was no mere building. The great palace's walls encircled an area 1/4 of a mile wide, stretching right down to the sea walls and more than 1/2 a mile long, the whole filling much of the headland. Within were terraces and gardens, orchards, and entire fields where horsemen raced around whooping. Churches rose here and there in white and bronze glory, and huge palaces and bathhouses abounded, linked by corridors and colonnades. Halfdan was rather relieved when Hardrada directed them to a large building just to the right of the gate, confirming that this was the quarters of the guard. He mused how easily he'd have got lost in this place had the barracks been placed somewhere less accessible. 2 men stood guard, even at the entrance to the barracks, and their reactions immediately struck Halfdan as odd. Where elsewhere in the city, each man they'd come across had immediately deferred to Hardrada, these 2 hesitated and shared a look, almost as if surprised, even dismayed, to see their commander, and only bowed their heads at the last moment. Something was definitely a little off here. Inside, the building was spacious and well lit, and they stopped near the entrance. Hardrada turned to face them. "These are the barracks of the excubitores, which house both our unit's palace contingent and that of a lesser bodyguard within the city's main garrison. Torsten here," he gestured to a man seated at a desk covered in documents, occupying an alcove near the door.
We'll direct you to rooms where you can stow your gear for now. It will take some time for all the documentation to be produced to admit you to the guard, but everything should be ready by this evening, and then you will take the oath before myself and Volgartha. We have, however, several hours between now and then, and I must find my room, make myself presentable, and visit the imperial court to report to the emperor on our success. You may have until sunset to yourselves to gather your crew and your goods and bring them to the barracks, and to perhaps spend some time familiarizing yourself with at least some of the city. Knowing your surroundings will be of great importance in your time here." Halfdan nodded, and Hardrada gave him a smile. "Welcome to the greatest city in the world." With that, he turned and marched off along one of the corridors, several of his men still at his shoulder. Volgartha watched him go, then turned to them. "The commander has much on his mind at the moment, and so forgets about small things. You will not have eaten since dawn, and I suspect you will need to do so soon. Until you have been given insignia and documentation, the mess halls here will be closed to you. Also, until then, I strongly recommend not wandering the palace grounds. There are places guards are expected to keep clear of, and places only for women. Until you are given a full tour, limit your movements here to the gate and barracks. You will retain much of your own gear, but there are certain adjustments you will need to make. You will be issued with a brightly coloured tunic and a coat of leather. You will receive a tall axe like mine, though many choose not to wield them. And you will be given a holy cross on a chain for your neck. I suggest, Halfdan Jarl, that you make better efforts at tucking away your Thor hammer and wear the cross in its place. It will open doors that your pagan symbols would close. All of this, of course, comes once the paperwork is completed and your oath taken." He tapped his chin, then nodded. "Ah, yes, that's where I was. Food. I will speak to the men on duty, and you will be permitted to enter and leave the grounds through the main gate for now without your insignia. If you have coin, there are many places to eat in the city. I suggest you locate a good quality tavern and miss out on the street vendors. Some are very good, but some are little more than diarrhea factories, and until you know what you're looking for, you would be better off avoiding them all. Taverns have to be better quality because they are still there the next day to be accused of giving a man the shits." Bjorn shrugged. "I have an iron gut. I could eat the 3-week corpse of a scabby mule and not get the shits." "On the contrary," Leif said airily, "I sit beside you at the oars, and from the smell I would say suffering from the shits is your daily fare." The little Russ, grinning, ducked out of the way of the big albino's hand, and Ketil stepped between them. "Our rooms here will have locks?" Volgartha nodded. "Your personal goods will be quite safe for the next few hours. You will find that timekeeping is simple here. There are many churches in the city, and their bells ring at specific intervals. The greatest of the churches is the Hagia Sophia, just behind the palace. If you limit your exploration to the part of the city where you can still see its dome, or at least see the great curved top of the circus, then you will still be close to the palace and the harbour. It is very easy to get lost in Constantinople, and from here you can walk more than 2 miles without leaving the urban centre. Stay within sight of this area, and watch the sky and listen for the bells. When the sky begins to darken and the churches ring the evening in, return to these barracks. I will have the gate guards notified so that your entire crew will be given admittance." He smiled. "Make the most of this afternoon. Tomorrow you learn the Varangian routine, a seemingly endless round of patrolling, attending services and ceremonies, and being glared at by supercilious nobles." "Thank you," Halfdan said, and the old Varangian nodded and turned, leaving the building. Thorsten, a young man with deep red hair and a neatly clipped beard, looked up. "Just the 4 of you for now. How many more are coming?" 33. The man sucked his teeth. "I will attempt to move a few rooms around once I have a tally of how many men are missing from the army that we sent to Georgia, and try to put you all together for convenience. Each room in the barracks accommodates 4 men and their gear. We have a few spare rooms here for visitors, so for now I will give over the nearest to the four of you while I organize more permanent quarters." With that, he rose and crossed to one of the doors nearby, pulling it open. He then removed the key from the lock and handed it to Halfdan. "For now you can stow gear here and use it for a rest or for changing if you wish. I will take the key back when you are moved later. Enjoy the city." With that, the young man returned to his desk and his work, and the four of them looked into the room. Assuming this was what each chamber in the place looked like, it would be perfectly serviceable. 4 bunks, 4 chests, a tall cupboard, and a small table with 4 chairs. Bjorn flopped into one of the beds. "I could get used to this. I'll try not to keep you all awake as I work through the city's women." "You really think they'll let you bring whores through the gates of the palace?" Leif snorted. "If not, then I'll have to find some very accommodating wenches in the palace, won't I? And one of you will have to move a chest so I can fit a wine barrel in too." Halfdan laughed quietly. "Dump your things. Volgartha was right. I'm hungry, and this city is a maze. Let's go and find the best taverns to be found and eat and drink our fill." Dropping their bags, they emerged into the corridor once more, where Halfdan locked their room and dropped the key into his pouch. Blinking in the warm afternoon light, they left the building and stepped out onto the gravel path, only to find themselves face to face with another, unfamiliar group of Varangians. One of the men, in ornate armour, narrowed his eyes as he turned to share unspoken thoughts with one of his companions, revealing 2 bearded axes crossed in the back of his belt. "These ones I do not know," the man muttered to his friend. "You said Hardrada brought strays and waifs back with him?" The man beside him, a giant with a milky eye and a hare lip, nodded. "Some mercenary bunch he picked up in Georgia, or so I hear." The leader nodded, looking Halfdan and his companions up and down. "Vermin. I shall put an official complaint into the Emperor." Halfdan gave the man a smile that he knew contained not an ounce of mirth or warmth, the sort of smile a fox might give a lame chicken. "I realize," he said, "that there is etiquette and a system of ranks within the Guard. Deference would be due an officer of your clear status. Fortunately, I'm not yet in the Guard, so fuck off." Maintaining his empty smile, he walked around the group, making for the gate through which they'd entered. Ketil followed him, then Leif, each of them casting their own nasty smile at the man. Bjorn stepped rather closer than the rest as he passed, treading heavily on the foot of the big, white-eyed Varangian. The brute let out a furious roar and turned, his fist swinging. Bjorn was ready for him, having initiated the whole thing, and his great hand caught the swinging fist and closed on it, holding it back. The 2 men strained, White-Eye pushing for a punch, Bjorn heaving to hold it back, veins standing out on their faces. "Enough!" snapped the officer. "Stand down, the pair of you!" White-Eye held the grip for a moment, and finally stepped away, pulling back his fist. Bjorn grinned. "Look for me," he said, wagging a finger at his opponent. "Look for me, and I'll show you how a real man fights." "Bjorn!" called Halfdan, and led his men towards the gate. Once they were away from the other group, and the Varangians had marched on into the barracks, Halfdan spoke in low tones. "Hardrada said he had unfinished business in the city, and we may just have met some of it. Bjorn, I feel the same as you, but hold off on things like that until we know what we're dealing with. We can't afford to punch out the wrong person here. Let's get a brief meal and then work our way down to the harbour. I want the rest of the crew up here for safety in numbers." Once again, as they passed beneath the arch and out into the city, Halfdan wished Gunhild was still here, with her wise words. He would miss her counsel in the coming days. Chapter 3. "Meat pie, miss?" Gunhild shook her head and walked on through the streets of the great city. Every thoroughfare was crowded with life, from citizens out about their business to sellers with their trays or carts,
occasional soldiers moving among them like pike in a stream of minnows, from beggars calling out for alms to arrogant nobles with escorts of hard-looking men and miserable servants, and all the sectors of life in such a place. And yet, somehow, Gunhild's path was never hindered by such human currents and eddies. She walked with the power and authority of Freyja, and the world moved around her. In truth, she hardly saw any of it anyway. In her head, she was still picking over her last few castings. Halfdan had pressured her this afternoon, perhaps because it would be the last time he knew he would have the chance, and she had tried to divine something useful for him. But in the end, what she had told him, warning him of the dangers of tying himself to anyone here, had come from her own wisdom, and not from the Seidr. She had told him nothing of what she had seen, for what she saw disconcerted her. Constantinople had been laid before her through the cadence of the song and the dust and the power of the goddess, and the city had been as a tovelboard. At the centre had stood the king, as in all games, but this king was golden, and his carls moved about the board trying to help him escape, while the Greeks blocked every exit. She had known then that the king had been Hardrada and not Halfdan, and that if the young Jarl had been on that board at all, he had been one of the man's desperate pieces, that in seeking truths for Halfdan, she could not help but find Hardrada instead worried her, though that was not the most worrying thing. She remembered, too, her previous castings, that night at Amastris. She had broken the cardinal rule. She had looked with intent upon her own destiny, something only the most confident or desperate vulva would do. It was one thing to find yourself shown in someone else's future, and it had surprised and worried her to discover that her thread departed from the others when trying to seek help for Halfdan. But it was another to see your own destiny laid out. There was a tale of a vulva who had seen her own grisly end, and had gone to any length possible to avoid it, only to bring that very end about by her actions. Destiny was inescapable. Gunhild had been relieved to be shown only something constructive, in the form of the pond of Constantinople, with its ever bigger fish eating one another. And, emboldened by the success, she had peeked once more into her own weaving during the night before the final leg of her journey, looking further forward. It had been a relief in a way that her future was clouded and unreadable, but what she had seen before that had settled her. Her own thread, distinct from the others, had begun a new weaving, alongside a thread of gold. Hardrada. She was bound to him in some way, more than Halfdan would be. Would that she could heed her own advice and avoid tying herself to others here, but it seemed the Norns in their wisdom had woven the two of them together. There had been altogether too many different divinings now. The bear, the pond, the tovelboard, and others too, and yet they were all connected somehow. She felt sure they would in time come clear and perhaps explain each other. Another street slipped past. "Repent!" bellowed a mendicant standing on a mounting block in front of one of the innumerable Christian churches. "Repent and save your soul!" She frowned, suspicious. He seemed to be peering directly at her, then looked away hurriedly as she locked her gaze upon him. Her eyes then strayed back to her surroundings. She did not know precisely what she was looking for, and was wandering with her instinct as her sole guide, but she felt she would know when she found it. She was in a lesser street now, and something made her skin prickle. Seidr was at work somewhere. She could feel the cold glow of it nearby, and turned into an alley, her boots clacking on the flagstones, her staff tapping as she walked, bearing neither jewel nor spearhead now. "Oh, you're pretty," a voice said from somewhere behind her, and she could sense the leer on the face of the speaker without even seeing him. Another figure coalesced from the shadows of the alley ahead and folded his arms. "Now, Isaac, don't let your loins lead you. This is not about flesh." He gave Gunhild an unpleasant smile.
This is not a safe neighborhood for a lone woman, especially one newly arrived and innocent. For a small fee we could ensure your safety." A snigger from behind. Gunhild sighed inwardly. 10 bronze follies apiece would be fair, I'd say, Smiler added, to be sure that no unhappy accident befalls you today. Gunhild gave a little flick of her staff, and a corroded, filthy coin lying in the dust at her feet leapt through the air towards the thief. "Take it and be grateful," she said quietly. "Is that any way to speak to your saviours?" The man smiled as the near-worthless coin bounced off his leg. "Begone," she said, and began to walk forward once more. The man reached down to his side and patted a stout ash club hanging from his belt. "Perhaps you'd like to rethink." Gunhild closed her eyes. She could hear the footsteps of the man behind her. He had closed, trying to pad quietly up to her while she was kept distracted by the speaker. He was directly behind her now, perhaps 2 paces back. In the darkness behind her eyelids, she heard him step forward once more. Short strides, a small man. As her staff lifted from the flagged street, she gripped it with both hands and swung low, jabbing the length of seasoned wood back and up. She heard it connect, heard a crunch, a squeak of pain bitten down upon, heard the thief fold up and collapse to the ground, clutching his manhood. The man before her had the grace to look momentarily taken aback, but recovered quickly, the club sliding free of his belt. "You shouldn't have done that." "Walk away," she said quietly. His grip changed on the club, and his foot inched forward just a fraction as he shifted his balance, ready to leap. She continued to walk confidently, her own grip on the staff changing. The man was fast, but he was also hopelessly predictable. As he jumped, swinging his club, she stepped neatly to the side and brought her staff around in a wide sweep. She heard his arm break and saw the club fall away as the man barreled on, forward and down, ending in a heap not far from his squirming friend. "Learn from your mistakes," she said quietly, and, turning her back on the pair, walked on. She could feel the savour now, somewhere nearby. She turned 2 more corners, half expecting would-be thieves around each, and found herself in a new street, a steep one. At the northern end, down at the bottom of the hill, she could see the inlet where they had landed, filled with fishing boats. The urban mass bounded down there by a large city wall of white stone and brick, heavy towers at regular intervals. At the top, in the other direction, she could see some grand building with a huge dome. This was a street of locals only, though. 2 taverns, a few shops and a number of houses. No hopeful hawkers here trying to attract custom. No soldiers or priests or traders. Just the ordinary folk of the city. There. A building much like the others. These places were common and humble. No decorative or noble marble facades, but timber houses with the odd plain brick frontage here and there among them. One house in particular was drawing her, though. It looked much like the others in most respects, but the plain door sat in a frame made of old columns beneath a lintel carved with a floral design. Reused stones of an ancient place still in situ. Once those columns had been numerous and had supported something grander, Gunhild believed. Stepping across to the building, she knocked on the door. There was a spat of muffled cursing and a lot of shuffling, and finally the door crept open, a suspicious face appearing in the gap. An old man with more hair on his chin by far than on his scalp. "What?" His eyes widened a little. Whatever he'd been expecting, it was not Gunhild. "I need to see in your house." The man's face folded into surprise and irritation in equal quantities. "Piss off, girl." "No. Show me." Her free hand dipped into her cloak and came out with a gold coin, some Byzantine currency called a solidus she had acquired in Amastris. The man's eyes widened further.
She'd be willing to bet he'd only held gold once or twice in his life. She flicked the coin in the air with her thumb, and the man, despite his age, darted forth and caught it with speed and ease, peering into its glorious design. "It's yours for a look in your house." Still staring at the coin, the man withdrew, and the door was opened wider. She stepped inside, and the prickling of her skin grew to an almost unbearable level. She could feel the savour wreathing the walls of this place like the home of her old vulva in Hedeby. This was it. This would do. This was where the fish would come to gather. Her place in the pond. "What is this?" The old man, still examining the coin with amazement, shrugged. "My house." She looked around. It needed a clean and a tidy for sure. The room was maybe 30 feet long and 15 wide, all one open space, with a cooking area off to the rear and the living space near the front. No back door, but a set of rickety-looking stairs led up to a second floor. The sleeping space, she presumed. It was not grand for all its size, but it was not the form of the man's house for which she looked. It was the form into which the house had been built that interested her. There were 3.5 more columns visible along one wall, and she felt sure there were others hidden among the timbers. It had been a place of power once. What was this place before it was a house? The man frowned. He looked about to argue, but a stray beam of sunlight through a window caught the coin in his hand and threw a beam of gold into his eyes, which swiftly overcame any further reluctance. "It was a temple once. Tyche, I think. Come." He shuffled through to the back of the room and then pointed down. Gunhild's gaze dropped behind the table in the corner of the room. A badly damaged statue, discoloured and chipped, lay on its side, a strange crown on her head, a broken arm still holding a fragment of something. The goddess, whoever she was, had once been a power before the nailed god's priests had torn down her temple. No wonder the savour still infused this place. She turned to the man. "I need your house." The man's frown returned. "Now listen." "I am listening, and I am hearing. I need this place, at least for a time. No other will do." "This is my home." Without taking her eyes from that statue, Gunhild rested her staff against the table and reached down. She had 7 pouches at her belt, some on show, some hidden in the folds of her cloak, but one hung lower than the others, dragged down by a heavy weight. With some effort she untied it from the belt and lifted it, holding it out while she peered at the broken form on the floor. The man, still suspicious, reached out and grasped the pouch. As she let go, he almost dropped it, surprised by the weight. Fumbling, he recovered himself and, frowning, undid the string, struggling to hold it in one hand. His eyes bulged as he looked inside. With short, jagged breaths, he tipped the contents onto the table. A single piece of gold of impressive dimensions, Gunhild's share of Yngvar's gold cross from the far edge of the world. It still showed the jagged marks where Bjorn had managed to cut the thing up with the help of a blacksmith. Gunhild had no idea of values in this strange world, but she was willing to bet that the single piece of gold on the man's table would buy half this street, let alone this one hovel. The man boggled in astonishment. "Where did you... How... This is... It is yours. It was mine. A prize for a task completed. Now it is yours. I need your house, and in return you are a rich man. Is this not fair?" The man stared at the gold, looked around his house, then found his eyes drawn inevitably back to the chunk of gleaming metal. "I will need time to gather my things. I can use my brother's house for a time while I, His voice trailed off in the gleaming light of the gold. Gunhild nodded. "You will find help. I do not need your things. If you could leave me a bowl, a spoon, and your cooking pot, that will be sufficient." The man stared at her, and at the gold, his gaze darting back and forth. Gunhild nodded her satisfaction. This would do. She watched the man depart with his brother, dragging the small handcart containing his meagre possessions. He had obligingly offered to stay and help her tidy the place and remove anything else she didn't want, but she had shaken her head. She would do what needed to be done. As the old man and his brother disappeared up the street, she stood for a time in the doorway. Locals had begun to gather around in a small cluster as their neighbour emptied his house of all his worldly goods and handed a key to Gunhild. Over time, the crowd had grown until it resembled a skald's audience, waiting for the tale of gods and heroes to begin. There was an air of curiosity and of anticipation. No one had seen the gold, of course. The old man had made sure that was hidden, and had said nothing of why he was moving. Even his brother had not seen that precious bundle. Pondering her next moves, she checked her belt purse. She still had a few gold coins from Amastris, as well as sundry bronzes, enough to tide her over and buy what she needed for now. Hardrada would somehow come back into her life, she was sure, but until then she needed to live. She looked out at the gathered faces. "Does anyone know a good, cheap carpenter?" "There's one 2 streets over, next to the old stables," someone replied helpfully. "And a trader in herbs? I will need many such things, some of them quite rare." "There's a market," another of the crowd said, "up near the Church of the Holy Apostles, top of the hill." "Thank you." She looked around, nodding to herself. "Who are you?" someone asked. "What are you?" "My name is Gunhild, and I am Völva," she replied, which was not precisely true, though she was at least partially trained, and these people would hardly know the difference. "Völva?" another queried, trying to twist his tongue around the unfamiliar word. "I advise. I explain. Sometimes I predict, depending on the will of the goddess." "Goddess?" another asked, suspicion in his tone. "Do you mean the Theotokos?" a woman asked hopefully. "Maria, the Mother of God?" A murmur passed across the crowd, and Gunhild had to force herself not to smile, as many of them made a cross shape over their torso with their hand. "If that name pleases you," Gunhild replied calmly. Here was a school of little fish. Somewhere there would be a bigger fish waiting. "She's a witch," someone said. "Listen to her. I'll not have a witch in my street." "She's not a witch," another called. "She is guided by the Theotokos. She does God's work." "Bollocks! Don't talk to me like that, Heraclius." The crowd broke out into a noisy squabble as arguments ensued, and Gunhild stood patiently in a doorway. One woman in the crowd had stopped arguing and was looking at her with narrowed eyes. "You are either a witch or a charlatan," she said, her voice almost lost in the din. "The Theotokos does not work through Varangian trollops." Gunhild remained still and calm. "I care not what you think, woman. My path is laid out before me, while yours ends. Before I leave this house, you will be but dust in the wind." The woman, on the cusp of an outburst, suddenly stopped, her face in a deep frown, her mouth still open. "What do you mean?" she said finally. Gunhild took a step towards her, and the noise of the crowd died away as all eyes turned to the two of them. As she stepped close to the woman, Gunhild produced from her pouch something small and gleaming. In a flash she stabbed out with it. The woman recoiled a little, but her arms remained folded. She looked uncertain now, worried even. "You felt nothing, did you?" Gunhild said quietly. "What?" The woman looked down. A bead of blood had risen on her forearm where Gunhild had stabbed her with the pin. She flashed a look at those around her, guilt suddenly flooding her face. "You know, don't you?" Gunhild said quietly, a hint of sympathy in her voice. "What have you done?" another woman demanded. "Is this the devil's work?" "The woman has the misshaping disease. She has suspected it for some time. She cannot feel pain. And then to the sick woman once more, "The disease is taking you, and you have hidden it from everyone. You have lesions." The woman nodded, her expression frightened, cold. "Leprosy," a man said in realization, his voice little more than a panicked whisper. The crowd pulled away from the woman, a wide space opening up around her. The woman's eyes took on a flicker of hope. You work miracles? You are a tool of the Theotokos?" "There is nothing I can do for you," Gunhild said flatly. "You are too far gone. The disease can be held away in the earliest days, but not after it has ravaged a body this long. It is impressive that you have managed to hide it so, but you will be dead before winter ends." The woman let out a hopeless groan. "You have family, though," Gunhild said. "Yes," the woman replied miserably. "Bring them to see me." Two young boys edged forward where they had been sitting on the edge of a fountain at the periphery of the action. They approached slowly, nervously. Reaching out, Gunhild motioned to them. The boys recoiled, but their mother urged them forward, and they continued timidly. Taking one of their arms in a light grip, Gunhild turned it over, lifted it, looked into the armpit, examined the neck, looked into his eyes, closed her own for a long moment, and then stepped back. "They are yet untouched by your illness. They can be saved." With that, she reached into her pouch and produced a small jar. It sloshed with blue-black liquid, and she opened it and dipped the needle she still held into the liquid. "This will hurt, but stay still," she commanded. The boy looked terrified now, and the moment the inky needle jabbed into his arm, he pulled it away with a shriek. "Hold him," Gunhild said. "This is sorcery," someone breathed. "It's just a tattoo," a man countered dismissively. "This is saving the boy's life," Gunhild said, and a big man, a blacksmith from his shape, was there now, holding the boy still, his arm out. As the boy wailed and cried, she worked, the arm held firm in a powerful grip, tattooing a small pentacle in the flesh. It had to be a tattoo, for this needed more than a charcoal drawing. If he were to be protected when the Olfar brought fresh disease to the household, he must bear the mark undamaged. Once the boy was done and sat on the floor whimpering, Gunhild started on his brother. The sick mother watched with tears in her eyes, and when the boys, all done, ran to embrace her, she recoiled, shooing them away. "No, I cannot. You must not touch me." Gunhild straightened, putting away her ink and wiping the needle before replacing it in the pouch. "They will be protected, but this place is not for them. You have no husband." "No, he died in the Bulgar Wars. But you have other relatives, ones outside the city." She nodded. "I've cousins out in the theme of Thessaloniki, by the sea." "Your boys should go there. I assure you they will live, and in such a place they will thrive." A hush of awe settled across the crowd. The two boys, still crying, huddled together, their mother pale and wan. The woman shuffled her feet. "I do not know how to thank you." "You need not. This I did for your children." "She's a worker of miracles," someone said in awed tones. "God works through her." "She's a witch," someone snapped irritably at the back, followed by the sounds of a scuffle. A clamour arose again, and the crowd flooded forward, circumventing the leprous woman, to gather in front of Gunhild, all speaking at once. "My husband has a fancy woman. I have to take a journey, but I've been told the winter seas— Do you protect from stomach illnesses? If I can find the coin, do you—" The voices rose and fell like waves, falling in on themselves, weaving into an aural tapestry. Gunhild let them call and beg, enquire and demand, closing her eyes. She would have to make a list. The old Völva in Hedeby had not survived on the casting of bones and the singing of old songs. Christians had little need of such things. But a vulva knew more than the casting, and it was in the nature of ordinary people everywhere to seek knowledge and advice, to look for concoctions and compounds to dull pain, to ease aches, to make the bearing of children more likely, and, in darker moments, to seek poisons. She would have plenty of work if this crowd was anything to go by, and as she tended to the minnows in this pond, sooner or later the larger fish would take note. "I have yet even to unpack my bag," she said loudly, cutting through the clamour. "I need to shop, unpack, stock my shelves, and put this house into some form of order. Give me this night, and when the sun rises tomorrow, bring me your questions and your problems, and I will do for you what I can." Tyche, she mused, turning back and entering the house, closing the door to the din of the crowd. An ancient place of worship. She would have to find out who this Tyche was. Chapter 4. "I fail to see how we're going to become rich like this," Kettle grumbled, shifting the weight of his axe to his other shoulder and gazing out across the water that danced and glittered like a sea of silver. "Stinking rich," he corrected himself, sniffing, "unless someone knows a merchant who buys shit for a good price." "I like it," Bjorn said in a genuine tone. "Horseshit always smells good to me. Given the smells that follow you round, it does have the edge." Bjorn just sighed. "I know what you mean, though. Where's the armfuls of silver? Where's the riches of this great city? I hate to think I've given my oath for the opportunity to walk the walls next to piles of dung forevermore." "Patience," Halfdan said, leaning on the parapet of the sea walls, watching the ships drift past, using the current of the channel to pull them from one sea to another. "It's only been a week and a half. We can't expect to roll in coins so soon. We struggled for months for our last haul." A chorus of nods greeted this wisdom, and once again Halfdan felt keenly the absence of Gunhild and her words of support. As they fell into an aggrieved silence, filled only with the cries of gulls, the crash of waves, and the low humming of Leif chanting a Christ ditty from his Russ homeland, Halfdan racked his brains, trying to think of a solution. They had seen precious little of the Varangian commander since their arrival in the city. Hardrada had arranged everything well enough, but had then gone to report to the Emperor and Empress, and had promptly more or less vanished from sight. No one had spoken of what had happened at that meeting, but when the commander had returned, he'd borne a face like thunder, and had taken Volgartha and marched off to some place on the far side of the city. That first evening he'd been there, if distracted. The papers had seemed endless, each crewman with his own small tower of documents, each filled in with precision in small, neat Greek letters, each signed, stamped, sealed, and countersigned, stamped, and sealed. Every man had been required to read them, or at least to nod sagely while they were read to them, and then to make their own mark, most of which were simple X's. They had received their uniform, such as it was, an eye-watering tunic of bright red and blue patterns woven with gold thread. Bjorn had noisily mused on whether it was possible to pull gold out of the clothes, but numerous attempts as they had worked on their paperwork had just left him with a slightly shabby tunic. Their armour and weapons they would retain, and they would be free to wear what they wished on ordinary duties, but for any service or ceremony, or when attending the imperial court or any public event, they were to have everything buffed up to gleaming and to wear the colourful tunics. They had then taken the oath, repeating the words after some rodential priest with a nasal voice, as they had offered their loyalty, their faith, and even their lives to the protection of the Emperor, the living embodiment of the will of God. Hardrada had seemed only half there, conversing in low tones over their own words with his second, earning repeated glares from the priest, all of which he obligingly ignored. Halfdan had felt the importance of what he was offering, as he knew did every last man from the Sea-Wolf. "Give oaths if you must, but be prepared to break them," Gunhild had advised him before she departed, but she should have known better. A Northman took his word seriously. An oath was binding, and a man had to live by it. Otherwise, what value was the oath in the first place? And now he and his men had given oaths not only of loyalty to the Emperor, but also of obedience to their superiors in the Guard. Even as they repeated the words, Halfdan found himself wondering what that meant for men who already held an oath of obedience and loyalty to him, their Jarl. Fortunately, that did not seem to be an issue. Once the ceremony was over, the paperwork complete, and Hardrada had gone, Volgarther had appointed Halfdan to the position of Pentacontarch, a low rank that put him in command of the Seawolf crew directly. The evening had ended then in wine and ribald laughter, and at one point a chastened promise from Bjorn that he would never again show his bare buttocks to a lady of the palace through the barrack windows. Volgarther had remained with them for the evening, after the commander had gone. Hardrada had shown up from time to time since then, but always busy and at speed. Only his second-in-command had taken a moment to pass on such tidings as he could. The Emperor was extremely ill, apparently, and the Empress concerned, and with their distraction, the Emperor's brothers had all but taken over the day-to-day administration of the city. Hardrada was seemingly not popular with them, and so had been ordered to the least accessible posting in the city, where he languished angrily, the acidic Ari Karsten commanding the guard in the heart of the city in his stead. Until the Empress took a stronger hand and the grasping relations of the ailing Emperor could be winkled out of their positions, Hardrada was more or less impotent. Whatever it was that had set this Ari against Halfdan and his men seemed to be rooted in a long-standing feud with Hardrada. For the moment the commander was out of the way, Karsten had begun to reassign the guard, shifting anyone with a real allegiance to their commander into peripheral positions and assigning his own favoured men to the more important duties. "He's trying to have our contracts nullified," Leif had told them at one point, "but guard numbers are low enough that he was refused permission lest the Emperor be left unprotected." And that was how the five of them had drawn the duty of guarding the wall at the waterline, beside the middens fed from the polo fields and the imperial stables. The duty was innocuous enough, but the aroma that clung to the area made it one of the least desirable postings in the city, and it was far enough from anyone of any importance that there was little chance of excitement or gain. For a moment, Halfdan wondered where the rest of the Seawolf's crew were now. So much for the authority of a Pentacontarch, eh? With the commander absent and Ari Karsten in charge, the man had carefully split the crew into handfuls and scattered them around the city so that they could not count on one another. Halfdan had been white with rage when the orders arrived for his men's reposting. With Bjorn at his shoulder, he had marched into Ari's office and smashed the door open without knocking. "How dare you assign my men?" Karsten had given him a cold glare. "The guard is thin. I have shifted duties to cover everything. Begone. I am their Pentacontarch. They are my men to command. And you are mine to command," Ari snarled, rising behind his desk. "And my command is that your men be spread across the city, keeping their pagan rot to themselves. Yes, I have seen your ungodly signs, no matter how hard you hide them. Lord, but I can even now see the mark on your arm." "I demand," Halfdan had begun angrily, but Ari waved a hand at him. "Nothing. You demand nothing. Have you forgotten your oath already? Or are you some petulant animal who holds no value in an oath?" Halfdan found himself speechless, while vibrating with the need to argue. He couldn't. The man was right. He had taken the oath. They all had. And unless he wanted to go against everything he believed in and be branded an oath-breaker, he had to accept Karsten's orders. He had left the office then, still furious but impotent, with Bjorn murmuring in his ear all the way, a score of ways Ari might meet with an accident and their true commander be returned. So they had settled into the dung duty as the Sea-Wolf crew was dispersed around the city, every man throwing him a look of helpless anger, each of which drove into his heart like a nail. Hardrada should challenge him for command, Halfdan had said, the second day of their stinking exile. That's not how it works here, Leif had replied. This isn't a dragon ship, but the Imperial military. The moment the law is behind him, Hardrada can deal with Ari. But if he makes a move without the say of the Emperor, his own life could be forfeit. These laws are stupid, and yet the Empire has ruled these seas for 2 millennia, so it works. Halfdan had fallen silent then, partially because he didn't want to admit he had no idea what a millennia was, and so they had slouched on with their tedious duty. For a tempting moment, he actually began to consider Bjorn's offer of a mysterious accident before brushing it aside as unworthy. At least their accommodation was comfortable and private, and as long as they remained in the guard, their monthly pay would be healthy. If they managed a month, given that some of them were already talking about backing out and leaving despite their oaths. Bells began to clang and clatter across the city, and with the regularity and precision that seemed to be endemic to imperial life, their replacements appeared from the nearby tower doorway and began to stroll along the wall. Halfdan and the others pattered down the steps of the next tower along and made their way through the great gardens and between the grand structures of the palace, heading for the barracks. There they paused only long enough to deposit the heavier armour, shrugging out of plated or chain coats and leaving shields against walls, and then, locking the door, strode out through the palace gate and into the city. 2 streets from the gate, they felt the weight of the day's ennui lifted as they approached the tavern that had become their regular haunt. It had taken a few days to find a place where armed Northmen were welcome, but which was not full of guards they did not know, for such men could well now be in Ari's purse. This tavern was far from the best, a little dingy and peeling, its drinks cheaper and of lower quality than many. All in all, Bjorn's type of place. The surprise as they pushed their way into the dim interior to find themselves face to face with Hardrada was palpable. The man had a tired and hunted look, and the fact that he had 4 very capable-looking, fully armed Varangians at his back suggested that the look was no affectation. "Back in Amastris, I asked for your loyalty," he said, with no preamble. "And you have it still," Halfdan replied, the other 4 nodding their agreement. Whatever worries they might have had about tying themselves to the man, with Ari Karsten as the alternative, Hardrada could count on them all. "I thought so. If you had sold out to criminal purses, you'd not be guarding the shit wall every day. That is heartwarming for me. I have something I need doing, but unfriendly eyes are everywhere in the city these days, and I am under constant observation." Halfdan's eyes narrowed. "If you are being watched and you have come here, then we are now being watched too." "There were 2 pairs of eyes on me. Imperial spies work in pairs to decrease the likelihood of treachery. I sent Volgarther off halfway here, so they will have split up. When we leave, the spy will follow me, and you will be free." "This city is like a great game of Tovel," Ulfr grunted. "You have no idea, friend." "Luckily," Ketil said, with a meaningful look at Halfdan, "our young Jarl here is a master at the game." "What is it you need?" "Hopefully not an army, for my crew have been split up and sent across the city," Halfdan said bitterly. Hardrada shook his head. "Ari continues to work to undermine me with Imperial support, and you are new and unknown to him. For now your men are probably safer not being near you or me." He retrieved a leather scroll case from his side and held it out. As Halfdan took it, he threw a questioning look at the commander. "Port authorization. There is a ship in the Neorion harbour by the name of the Grey Raven, which is bound for Kiev. This is clearance for the port authorities to allow the vessel to depart, as well as orders for the sea chain to be withdrawn, allowing it out into the open waters." Halfdan's brow creased.
Why would such a thing need to be done in secret?
Hardrada gave a sly smile. When your enemies are as insidious as mine, it is often best to keep everything from them, be it something small or something critical. That way they can never be sure what's important. Keeps them guessing. Grey Raven is shipping a few things back to allies in Kiev. All you need to do is give this to the ship's captain, a man named Orse. Can't miss him. He's probably the only one-armed Northman in the harbour. Halfdan let out a low chuckle, but Leif scratched his head. Are you starting to move out? Shipping things back to Kiev as the Emperor looks like he's replacing you? Clever, Hardrada said with a nod, but not quite. I've been shipping everything I can spare to Kiev for some time, all my battle loot and imperial pay. I have a throne to retake from a powerful enemy, and silver talks better than honor in some circles. My time here is coming to an end, but I will not leave the city in the hands of Ari Karsten, and I owe him a gutting before I depart. For now, though, with the Emperor as he is, I must bide my time. Do this for me, and be certain that when the next donative comes and Ari falls, you will not be forgotten. Halfdan nodded, and Hardrada and his men turned with a last appraising look and left the building. Bjorn cleared his throat. What's a donative? It sounds like some sort of cake. Leif explained to the big man as Ketil shuffled closer to Halfdan. Be careful, the Icelander advised. It seems natural to trust Hardrada, and for certain Ari is a troublesome piece of shit, but we seem to be in the middle of a war that's been going on for some time. The more we become involved, the more there will be to lose. Agreed. But we are here for silver and for glory, Ketil, and Hardrada is our path to both. Be careful where we tread on that path, then. I fear there will be pit traps and landslides awaiting us. Then let's go see how it starts. With Leif still explaining the imperial tradition of paying military bonuses to a frustrated Bjorn, the five of them waited just long enough to be comfortable, peeked out to make sure there was no sign of Hardrada and his men, and then slipped from the tavern. The Neorion harbour lay close, at the bottom of the hill, and as they clumped down the street, Halfdan kept his gaze on the ship-filled port ahead, while his companions continually turned this way and that, always watching for unfriendly eyes in every shadow. Even suspicious Ketil was confident they had not been followed, as they reached the Neorion gate, and, with their identification, slipped through without question. The port was thriving as always, with a ship at almost every jetty. Out across the water, they could see the chain closing the Horn Bay inlet. The defence was deployed in times of danger, and in general throughout the winter, when shipping was less common, and the majority of traffic came into the harbours on the far side of the city. Only during the true sailing season was the chain habitually left open. One of the port officials stood on the corner nearby, directing a group of brightly dressed serks. It had not taken Halfdan and his friends long in the city to learn that absolutely everything in Constantinople required an official with a title, and that if you wanted to know anything, you had to ask the person whose responsibility that information was. The five of them crossed to the man, and waited for the serks to depart before approaching him. "Hello. We're looking for a ship called Grey Raven." The man sucked his teeth for a moment, then turned and pointed along the dock. "Varangian vessel, Jetty 17. Thanking the man, Halfdan and his friends hurried along to the appropriate position. There were a small number of good northern dragon boats in the harbour, either Rus traders or those belonging to the Varangians, and they could see the Sea-Wolf, quiet and unmanned, wallowing at the very edge of the harbour not far away. Grey Raven was being loaded by sweating, swearing men, while a one-armed giant stood in the prow and harangued his crew. The five visitors came to a halt nearby and waited patiently as four men growled and groaned, lifting a heavy-looking chest from the dockside. Half a dozen armed Varangians stood protectively around them, and Halfdan's suspicions were confirmed when one of the lifters lost his grip for a moment. The chest lurched and tipped. The lid clacked open and closed, and a score of gold coins scattered to the dock with a tinkle. The armed men tensed, ready for trouble, as the chest was righted, but the activity was no more of an attention draw than anything else in the harbour, and the tinkle of gold was lost in the din of mercantile action. Ketil reached down and gathered up 2 of the 3 coins that had rolled close. Halfdan swept up another. "Our Hardrada is a rich man, it would seem," Leif mused. "Spoils of war," Ketil said quietly, holding out the gold for all to see. Bagrat said, "Plunder from Georgia." "Not all of it," Halfdan added in a near whisper, showing them a Byzantine coin. The one-armed man, the load back under control, was looking at them now, eyes narrowed. "A sensible man would hand them back," he said. "Our thoughts precisely," Halfdan said, face straight and expressionless, as he took the 2 coins from Ketil and approached the captain. "You would be Åse," he said, as he proffered the coins. One arm took them, brow still folded into a frown. "This is from Hardrada," Halfdan said, withdrawing the documents and handing them over. The frown disappeared, and the big captain gave them a nod. "Good. Tell the commander that we'll be across the Svarthof by sunset tomorrow. His cargo is safe. Here." The big man handed him a leather wallet with a seal large enough only for a small document. Halfdan took it with a shrug, and the captain gave him a salute and then dropped into his ship to direct matters. Halfdan stood watching for a while, but when it became clear that nothing further was expected of them, the 5 men turned and walked back along the quayside towards the gate. "Did you see how many chests they were carrying?" Ketil said quietly, as they emerged once more into the city streets. "No. I lost count, but if they were all full of coins, our friend has enough in that one ship to buy a small army." "Thrones cost money," Bjorn said airily. "What would you know, you big oaf? You're all young. You won't remember Erik Segersal and his rise to the throne." Ketil stopped in the street and turned to the big albino. "Nor do you, you big fool. Your father would still have been sucking his mother's tit when Segersal was on the throne." Bjorn took on an injured expression. "I may have the face of a handsome young dove, but I'm older than you think. You've got a face like a ruptured piglet that's been run over by a cart. Twice. Now listen." As the 2 men squared up to one another, Halfdan's attention was suddenly elsewhere. They had been walking up one of the narrower, lesser streets, parallel to the main one from the harbour, but, like all streets in the imperial capital, it had been busy in its own way. Ordinary people going about their ordinary business. Halfdan had been paying enough attention to the big albino's boasting that he'd not immediately noticed the civic life ebbing around them, until suddenly he looked around and discovered that they were alone. "Lads, the nearest you got to a throne before you met us was when you were crouched down squeezing one out," Ketil snorted, batting away a big pair of hands that were reaching for his neck. "We might have trouble," Halfdan said loudly, trying to cut through the argument. Now Leif and Ulfur were looking about them, frowning. "I'll show you, Royal, when I crown you myself with a fucking hammer," snapped Bjorn, trying to get a hand on Ketil's throat. "Odin!" bellowed Halfdan, starting to lose his temper, and the sudden cry, so out of place in this civilized Christian city, cut through the argument with enough shock to stop the 2 men mid-brawl. Bjorn's fingers loosened on his comrade's windpipe, and Ketil dropped his hand from where he'd been about to squeeze the huge albino's groin. Both men looked about now, and realized that something had changed. Men appeared from 2 alleyways, both ahead and behind. 6 big, well-armoured Varangians, though none had a weapon out. Volgartha had warned them about that on their first day. It was one of the things drilled into the guard. Only bring out your blade if you intend to use it. Too many Varangians had met a short, sharp fate at the hands of imperial justice for getting angry and dealing with a personal problem the way they would have done back in the north. That sort of peremptory justice wasn't acceptable in Byzantium. Probably it didn't involve enough paperwork for the Byzantines. Even holmgang was illegal, according to Volgartha, which seemed madness. So it came as no surprise that everyone's weapons remained sheathed. But it was equally no comfort, for sheathed weapons did not necessarily mean peaceful intent. Indeed, Halfdan could see men cracking their knuckles and loosening up, spoiling for a fight. "Stand down," said a thin one with greying hair and beard. "Piss off," replied Bjorn, finally letting go of Ketil's neck entirely and making a gesture that would bring tears to a nun's eyes. Halfdan noted the increasing number of their opponents. They were currently facing 2 men apiece. Not impossible odds, but these were not low draftees in a foreign army, but hard-bred men of the north in imperial service. It would be nasty, and it could get worse yet. Still, Bjorn had spoken for them all now, and the expressions of all around had hardened. Yet perhaps they could still be talked down. They might just be troublemakers with no real agenda. "We don't want trouble," he said, waving his hands in a calming gesture. "And believe me, neither do you." Greybeard pointed. "Hand that over, and you can go about your business. For now." It took Halfdan a moment to notice that he still had the captain's leather wallet in his hand as he gestured, and that it was this to which the old Varangian was pointing. "That's not going to happen," he replied, keeping his voice level. "But we're still willing to walk away." "You can hand it over, or you can have it taken off you," the old man growled. Halfdan glanced at Bjorn and Ketil, still standing uncomfortably close together. They both gave him the slightest of nods. With an exaggerated sigh, he held out the leather wallet. Greybeard stepped forward off a curb, reaching out for it, and at the last moment, when Halfdan judged the man was near enough, he too took a step forth and swung the leather wallet, giving the man a stinging slap on the cheek with it. The man roared in anger as Halfdan stepped swiftly back, tucking the wallet away. But before the other Varangians could move, Ketil and Bjorn had leapt. The big albino had 1 man in each hand within a moment, and the muscles in his shoulders and upper arms moved like mountains colliding as he brought the 2 attackers together, their heads meeting with a crack. Ketil was on a third in a heartbeat, his arms locking around the man's neck and pulling him down to waist height, choking him. Leif leapt. His fingers went to the weapon at his belt, but ever-steady Ulfr was there, his hand preventing the axe being pulled free. They needed to stay on the right side of the law, even here and now. As those 2 leapt into action and the enemy Varangians moved to retaliate, Halfdan stood facing Greybeard. "Call your men off and walk away. Ari Karsten outranks me, but you do not. I owe you nothing." "You stinking mercenary piece of shit," the old man snapped. "Watch how you speak to your betters. Pagans here come and go, but more often than not in a wooden box." The threat was not lost on Halfdan. "Last chance." The man simply growled, and so the young Jarl, plans formulating, took an aggressive step forward, the old Varangian stepping nimbly back as he sized up his opponent. Without changing his expression, Halfdan took another strong pace forward, and, still undecided how to react, the old man stepped back again. This time, however, his heel struck the curb from which he had first stepped, and he fell, sprawling backwards and collapsing to the dirty stone flags. Another 2 quick paces forward, and Halfdan's boot was resting on the old warrior's ribs. "Call your men off. I press down, you die." "You press down," another voice said, "and this place becomes an execution ground." Halfdan looked around sharply. Bjorn and Ketil continued to fight, unaware of any change. Leif and Ulfr were backing away towards their Jarl. Ari Karsten stood a little further up the street, and another half-dozen Varangians loomed close by. Each of them held a bow of the sort Halfdan had seen in the hands of Pechenegs and other tribes in the Caucasus, small and curvy. Each had an arrow nocked, and all had a target in sight. "Stand your men down and pass me that wallet," the officer said in tones that brooked no argument. "It's not mine to give." Ari's lip twitched just a little. "You know me, Gotlander. You might think you're a gift to the Empire, but you're just another wide-eyed farm boy fallen under Hardrada's spell. I am one of the most powerful men in the Guard, and with your friend having fallen from the Emperor's grace and his old ally alongside him, neither can stand against me. I have the Emperor's ear, and near complete control of the Varangi. You disobey a direct order from me, your superior, and I can have you hung on the hooks from the sea walls by sunset. I would rather not. I need a full guard, and perhaps you might yet be saved. But first, I need that document." Halfdan looked at his friends, but found in their faces only defeat. Even Bjorn and Ketil had now stepped away from their opponents. Halfdan would have to explain later, and take the brunt of what would come himself. With a deep breath, he stepped away from the fallen man and handed the wallet to Ari, who took it without a word, his archers still aiming. The officer, eyes always on Halfdan, grasped the wallet and broke the seal, pulling the thongs and opening it, sliding out the paper within. As the document fell into his hand, he simply dropped the wallet on the ground and lifted the paper, unfolding it. Halfdan tensed. He watched the man's expression and was surprised when a look of fury replaced the one of quiet triumph on Ari's face. With a roar, Ari screwed up the piece of paper into a ball and threw it to the ground alongside the wallet. With a single gesture, he turned and stomped away up the street. His archers lowered their bows and followed, then the men who jumped them, and finally the old man from the pavement, wiping the dust from himself as he rose and stalked away, one last glare at Halfdan, making it clear that some new feud had been born. No one moved until they had all gone, and then, finally, the others gathered around Halfdan. "What was the note?" Ulfr asked. "I don't know," Bjorn answered, "but he looked like someone had shat in his mouth." Halfdan, frowning, crouched and picked up the paper, unfolding it and peering at it. He sighed and held it out to Leif. "I can speak their tongue well enough these days, but their written letters still all look strange to me." The small Russ took the note and read the contents. As he did so, a smile glowed across his cheeks. He laughed out loud. "What does it say?" Ketil urged. "It says, 'Better luck next time, Carsten.'" The five of them looked at one another for a moment, and then simultaneously burst out laughing. Ari might think he had the edge, but Hardrada was still the clever one. Chapter 5. "I've got wet feet," grumbled Anna for the 20th time that morning. "It is not a thrall's place to complain," Gunhild snapped irritably. "If I remember, Gunilla, a thrall is a slave," Anna replied in an infuriatingly superior tone. Moreover, though nobody in the city seemed able to grasp her name's pronunciation, when Anna mispronounced it, it seemed more annoying on her tongue than any other. "I am not a slave," Anna continued, "but a free servant. Slavery is not really practiced in the Empire anymore." "Save me the lecture. I'm already regretting buying you." "Hiring me," the young woman corrected her, earning a glare of daggers. Gunhild's stoic composure had been almost legendary among the crew of the Seawolf. If Halfdan could see her now, he would laugh his head off. "Be careful with that basket. There is a week's takings worth of goods inside. If you slip on the slush and drop it, you will be hunchbacked and grey before I pay you again." She could feel the disapproving look even as she stalked ahead. Autumn had slid into winter with little warning. One evening she had closed up her business to a street of laughing citizens and a chilly, if bright and dry, autumn day. The next morning she had opened her door to a light dusting of snow. Anna, her new servant, had proclaimed the world frozen and dead. Gunhild, who had grown up on the streets of Hedeby and knew what a real winter felt like, had disagreed, which had set off yet another argument. Since then, the snow had come and gone a few times, but the weather had stayed cold, and the streets had never truly cleared of slush. The complaints of the young woman behind her rattled on in a quiet tone. Gunhild, Gunilla as she seemed to be to the Byzantines, would have got rid of the irritating Anna some time ago, but the problem was the girl was so good that her habits had to be overlooked. She seemed to know every shopkeeper and market stall in the city, knew who could get things at short notice, who to avoid, and even knew the Greek names for components Gunhild had only ever seen on the Baltic coast. Simply, she was too useful to let go, and so her complaints had to be borne with stoicism, a stoicism that was becoming more forced by the day. The two women sloshed and stomped up the street. In the old days, Hedeby could be knee-deep in snow, but then Hedeby was flat and coastal. How a foot of slush could settle on a slope as steep as the ones in Constantinople was beyond all reason. As they plodded their way through the city, the bells of the myriad churches began to toll unexpectedly. Gunhild frowned. It had not been long enough since the last clanging for a new prayer call, and her eyes rose to the nearest church, then slid back down to the street. The atmosphere in the streets had changed in a heartbeat, as though, rather than the pealing of bells, the citizens had heard the words of doom ringing out. Folk had stopped what they were doing in the middle of the street, and were standing with mouths hanging open and faces paling. Others had emerged from their houses with expressions of shock. Gunhild's frown deepened, and as she turned, she saw Anna's face had followed suit. "What is it?" "That peal. That is not part of a service." "I had assumed. So what is it?" "The Emperor. The Emperor has died." "Is that all?" Anna stared at her, as though she had slipped into gibberish. "The Emperor has died." Gunhild shrugged. "Kings die. New kings rule. It is the way of such things. There will be another emperor." Anna seemed to be trying to get her mind around such a calm acceptance, and so Gunhild simply walked on, leaving the servant to slosh on up the street in her wake. The same scene played out in each thoroughfare as they made their way back home. Despite this strange obsession with the Emperor's passing, as they rounded the last corner, a crowd had still gathered outside Gunhild's door. Her sudden celebrity was becoming a problem. After a shaky start, she had set up, opening her door to anyone with enough coin, administering poultices, unguents, and tonics for everything from the shit to infertility. She had read what she could in people's faces and advised and predicted, though her diminishing supply of compound had made her unwilling to attempt true-seeing for anyone. Still, her ordinary innate abilities had earned her no small fame among the people of this region of the city, and never a day passed without a queue in the street. The statue of Tyche, still chipped and damaged, but cleaned and repaired as far as possible, now stood outside the house by the side of the door. Anna had directed her to a scholar whose knowledge of old gods was good, despite the cross he wore, and the more Gunhild learned of this faded spirit, the more she liked her. Tyche was a goddess of fortune, tied to the destiny of this great city, and the concept rang very familiar to Gunhild. Despite the goddess's strange dress and armfuls of junk, she was clearly a Harminja, a spirit of protective fortune, such as followed all souls in the north. As such, and as a symbol of luck for both herself and the city she now inhabited, Gunhild had brought the statue into public view. She had wondered whether the pagan symbol would turn away her more devoutly Christian customers, but with Tyche's close connection with the city, people seemed to be readily able to look past her pagan origins and accept her as their own, a little as they had done with Gunhild herself. In fact, she was becoming uncomfortably popular, and had gone so far as to buy a ram's skull and set up an old-fashioned post outside her door, opposite the statue, in the hope of driving away the more difficult customers. Still, she was too busy for her own good. The clamour began as she approached the door, and Gunhild took the basket from Anna and pointed at them. "Sort this," she said, and then unlocked her door and disappeared inside. The old house temple had changed in the weeks she had been here. It looked a lot more like a Völva's house now, or at least one loosely crossed with an apothecary. Indeed, the set of shelves she'd had built by a local carpenter held such a quantity and array of spices, herbs, animal parts, plant extracts, poisons, and more, that the whole thing probably represented a treasure in its own right. Crossing to her table, she swept last night's experiment aside and threw away the failed compound, for she had begun nightly attempts to replicate the essential mixture in her treasured pouch. Thus far she had failed, which came as no surprise. Only Völvur knew how to make it, and the secret was guarded carefully. She was certain that henbane and 2 different fungi were among the ingredients, but had no more clue than that. Sighing, she tied it around, restocking with their haul from the market, and she quickly wolfed down a little cheese and flatbread before crossing to the door and peering through the crack. She stepped back sharply to avoid a broken nose as Anna suddenly swung the door in. "What? Another emperor died? A noblewoman is coming." "Here? How do you know?" "Because she is being carried in a litter and has an entourage. And where else would she be going in this street? To buy a copper pot or get drunk in a tavern?" Gunhild simply nodded. There was logic to that. A woman of import would not even deign to walk this common street without good reason. She looked past Anna to where the crowd outside had all turned away, looking up the hill. "Make things ready here," she said, and stepped outside, adjusting her pelt cloak. The gathering had stopped jostling and were now watching the approach of the noblewoman. Men in coats of bronze plates with spears led the way, then a haughty-looking man with a staff and a long robe. Half a dozen servants plodded alongside a rich-looking litter with damask drapes, carried by men with powerful shoulders. More mercenaries followed up, protecting the entourage. As the litter came to a halt nearby, the curtain was drawn back by one of the servants, and a woman appeared in the opening. Her dress was rich and ostentatious, even for this city, her hair ornamentally piled in curls and wreaths, and all held down with a gilded cap, her makeup applied carefully, if rather heavily. She was on the plump side, and yet more than a little handsome. Gunhild knew men who would fall over themselves for such a woman. There was, however, something in her expression that Gunhild already didn't entirely trust. "Who was first?" she asked the crowd. "That would be me," purred the woman in the litter. "You are the last. I asked for the first." The crowd remained silent, and Gunhild gave them a look of disapproval. Fear of such a woman was entirely appropriate in this place, and yet it still annoyed Gunhild that none of these people would stand up for the fact that they had precedence. "I do not consult in order of social rank," she said, flashing a look at the woman in the vehicle. "All women are equal in my eyes." The noblewoman regarded her carefully, her eyes boring deep. She seemed to decide that arguing was going to get her nowhere, which at least made her wise in some way. With a single nod, she turned to the man with the staff. "Pay this rabble to leave." Gunhild began to marshal her arguments, but they melted away as she realized that the gathered crowd's attitude seemed to have changed. Fear and respect had become basic greed, and Gunhild would have to accept this, since everyone else seemed to. The lackey found a purse of coins from somewhere and passed a handful to each of several other servants, who began to give 2 coins to each of those queuing, accompanied with the words, "Come back tomorrow." Today was clearly going to be a day to test the patience. Gunhild waited until the crowd began to melt away. "My livelihood relies upon such minnows," she said to the woman meaningfully. "The shark who drives them off had better make an equal payment." A big fish. The first of the big fish. The woman in the litter gave her a negligent wave. "Payment is a paltry thing." Her litter-bearers carefully lowered the vehicle, while a servant produced a step from somewhere. The woman emerged from her silken chamber slowly, with the sort of grace that only comes with decades of practice. Her red leather slippers were as yet unmarked by the snow, and her silver-threaded blue dress was edged with gilt embroidery at hem and cuffs. Her belt seemingly formed of solid gold, studded with gems. Indeed, gold and gems seemed to drip from the woman. No wonder she needed so many armed guards in a city street. With her haughty look still in place, the noble woman stepped carefully through the slushy street towards Gunhild's door. The guards moved in a choreographed manner to keep her from danger, but as she neared the door, she waved them away, and only 2 maids and the man with the staff moved to follow her. Gunhild looked through her door. Anna was in a deep bow, ready for the visitor. Eyes narrowing, Gunhild stepped back to allow the woman entry, but gestured at the others. "You enter alone." The noble woman shook her head. "Unacceptable, unseemly." "Unvisited," Gunhild replied, and stepped across to block the door. "I am not a performer of plays. My work is not for an audience." The noble woman seemed to size her up again for a long moment, and finally nodded. "It is not customary, but I shall indulge you." She turned and waved the servants away. The man with the staff looked extremely unhappy, but backed off regardless. Once more, Gunhild stepped aside and allowed the woman in. Following her, she shut the door, leaving the entourage in the street. The noble woman sniffed and looked around. "I had expected more. There is a smell of... I cannot put my finger on it, but it is not pleasant." "I have many pungent ingredients," Gunhild said flatly. "I am not in the business of perfumes." "Oh, I know your business," the woman said, crossing to a seat, examining it with distaste, and then sinking into it carefully. "My name is Varina Maniakes. You have heard of me? Or of my husband, perhaps?" Gunhild shook her head. "I am recently arrived." She seated herself opposite the woman. "Good. Perhaps it would be better then if I had not given you my name at all. Still, I may rely upon your discretion. I hear only good things about you through the network of my informers. I am not in the habit of gossiping about my work. And your servant? She talks far too much, but not about our business." The woman seemed to relax slightly. "Gunilla, if I might call you by name." Gunhild gritted her teeth, but nodded. "Gunilla, I am the wife of Georgios Maniakes, the preeminent general in the empire. Our family moves in the highest of court circles. Your problem must be of some concern to bring you here," Gunhild said quietly. "You must have trusted physicians and magicians at court." Maniakes simply looked at her, then steepled her fingers. "I believe I am with child." "Congratulations." "Hardly. My husband has fallen foul of the endless conspiring and accusations of the imperial court, and has languished in imperial care in the Normera prison for many months." "More months than your pregnancy," Gunhild presumed. "Hence my problem and my unwillingness to seek imperial physicians. I seek confirmation of my suspicions, and if they are correct, some way to halt the unwanted." Gunhild sat back and folded her arms. "I can only help if you have not left it too long. If the child has formed, you will need to seek a surgeon." Varina Maniakes shook her head. "As soon as I suspected, I sought out a solution. My inquiries led me to you." Taking a breath, Gunhild rose. "I do not know how the Empire views such things, but I will need to probe your midriff." The noblewoman gave an odd smile and lifted her arms. Gunhild worked her way around the voluminous dress, feeling for the woman's belly and sides. This was not something she had done often, and certainly not since leaving the side of the old vulva in Hedeby, but she knew the principles, and certainly what could be done. After a few moments, she sat back once more. "Your pregnancy is still new enough, but is surely there. I can arrange an abortive of savin and rue. The mixture can be graced with flavors to make it more palatable, but the more the bitter taste is nullified, the less effective it can be. Undiluted, with daily ingestion, your problem should be flushed within a week." Maniakes nodded, her lip wrinkling in distaste. "I will endure any bitterness other than the one caused by my poor judgment. Mix your herbs, Gunilla, and I will pay you well for them. More than enough to pay for your missed day of customers." Gunhild crossed to her shelves of herbs and began to locate the various ones she would need, while Anna fetched her mortar and pestle and lit the fire, putting a pot of water on to boil. "I would recommend," she said, "taking the drink twice daily, each time more than an hour before you eat, so that it has sufficient time to sink into your body before you soak it up with bread. If there is any unforeseen problem, you will need to visit me, and I will examine you. I would recommend, in fact, that even when your problem has passed, you come to me again, so that I can be sure that all continues to be well." "And so that your purse remains well stocked," Maniakes added, but then slid into a smile. "Coin is no issue. Indeed, perhaps it would be best if I put you on some sort of wage, and you signed your talents over to me for the duration," she mused. Gunhild shook her head. "I have other people to see, but I shall make you a priority on any return visit. For now I should get to work." For the following half hour, Verena Maniakes prattled about life in courtly circles and the value of having trustworthy persons upon whom to rely in private circumstances, while Gunhild mixed and chopped, pounded and ground, and then she and Anna boiled up the result into a potion of dull green-brown, which they then decanted into a bottle. "This," she said, as she passed it to the noblewoman, "contains sufficient doses for 1 week, twice daily. I leave you to measure out dosage appropriately." As the woman took the medicine and rose to her feet, she fished out a pouch from the wide golden belt. "How much, dear Gunilla?" "6 of your imperial gold coins." She half expected the nobleman to argue, for that was a vastly inflated price compared to what she would have charged any woman from the street, and easily covered what she would make in a day and more. But Maniakes simply smiled and produced 12, dropping them to the table. "A little extra for your ongoing discretion." Gunhild gave her a professional bow of the head as Anna rushed over and pulled the door open. Outside, the entourage had gathered close, ready to escort Maniakes home. The noblewoman climbed into her litter and gave Gunhild an indulgent wave. "Thank you for your time, Gunilla." As the bearers turned carefully, ready to carry the litter back up the street, there was a surprised shout from the hill above. Gunhild turned to look, and raised an eyebrow at the sight of another litter which had rounded a corner with its own sizable escort, and was making its way down. She leaned back in the door. "Clear things away fast, Anna, and boil another kettle. The small fish are done swarming, and the sharks smell blood." Anna, bafflement at this creasing her face, hurried about the business as Gunhild stood in the street and watched the second litter approach. As it neared, a green curtain was pulled aside, and a thin, elegant noblewoman wreathed in green silk and gold leaned from the window. "I am surprised the Maniakes whore can lift her nethers from her bed long enough to travel the city," she snorted in a derisive tone. Verena Maniakes' face folded into a grimace of hatred. "These words are ironic from the mouth of such an infamous trollop," she snapped, then turned and waved to Gunhild. "Watch this woman. If you have any sense, you will close your door and let her wallow in the street." "It is you who spends your time in the street," the newcomer shouted meaningfully. As Maniakes began to move, the guards of both entourages met and began to shove one another. Gunhild was beginning to worry that this might break out into open fighting, but fortunately it appeared that each noblewoman had a fount of wisdom among their retinues, and within moments, under the guidance of those men, the two parties separated, Maniakes disappearing off up the hill even as the new woman's litter came to a halt outside, the pair still slinging insults even as they departed. Gunhild said little as the thin woman alighted from her vehicle and was escorted to the door. A brief exchange, and the woman agreed to leave her people outside, as the previous noblewoman had done. "You should have nothing to do with the Maniakes whore," the newcomer advised as she sank into the seat so recently vacated. "She's little more than a loose woman married to a traitor. Her husband will languish in prison until he dies, while she works her way through the baser men of court." "And you are?" "This," Anna said, "is the Sklerina, Maria Sklerina." "Oh," Gunhild replied, clearly indicating this meant nothing to her. Sklerina's eyebrow arched. "Sorcerers are rare in this city, especially female ones." "I am no sorcerer." "That is not my understanding. You have the talent to see what will be?" Gunhild shrugged. "If the goddess is willing, and the weaving is clear, I can sometimes tell of the fate of a man, or a woman." "You will know by now that the Emperor has passed, of course?" "All the bells, yes. Though if you came in response to them, your men must have run." "It has only just become public knowledge, but the court knew in the early hours some time ago. My business is with the succession. The Emperor's nephew has already been adopted as his heir, but the Empress retains much power, and she will not spend long alone before she seeks a new husband. The Church will allow her a third marriage. A new Emperor will thus be crowned soon, but the Empress's new husband will be terribly close to the throne. I seek to discover what you can see of this." Gunhild frowned. "This will cost greatly. I will pay any sum within the bounds of reason. Then sit, and do not interrupt." She turned and nodded at Anna, who fetched her prize accoutrement from the chest at the room's rear. Passing them over with a frown of disapproval, the servant padded off up the stairs to keep herself busy. Anna was comfortable with the apothecary side of their work, but when savour became involved, her Christian values tended to drive her away, which suited Gunhild just fine. Slowly, she began to sing the ancient song as she took a seat among the pelts and cushions. At one point, as she dipped into a low chant, her eyes opened to see Sklerina watching her with fascination, and then she found her pouch, with eyes closed once more, and dusted some of the precious compound upon her lips. With a slight sway, she sang the song ever stronger, the ancient ways of Freya carrying her higher and higher as her lips tingled and the taste of the bitter mixture infused her. She felt it all change, felt the mundane world fall away and the heady mists of Volkvanger enfold her, felt the goddess pulsing in her veins, saw that an old woman stood alone, tall and powerful, a statue in gold robes. Two other women coalesced from the shadows beside her. They were barely formed and indistinct, and yet somehow she knew them from Maniakes and Sklerina. As she watched, one of the two shadow women seemed to age, crumble and fade before her eyes, while the other shattered into many pieces, as though torn apart by forces unseen, leaving the old woman alone once more. Gunhild tried to open her eyes, for this seemed enough, but something kept them tightly sealed. She railed against her own body's inability to obey her will, and then suddenly 3 new shapes were there, padding out of the mist to stand beside the old woman. A bear, a wolf, a boar. Her eyes snapped open. Gunhild realized she was shaking. Sklerina was watching her carefully, her expression a mix of concern and delight. She smiled in a strangely predatory way as Gunhild gradually steadied herself and shook her head to clear it. "Magic is more fascinating than I could ever have imagined," Sklerina said. "What was that you tasted?" "It is a compound that brings me closer to Freya. The bear shirts, the berserkir, use the same mix to bring them close to Odin in battle." She pulled herself up short. She would never normally have said such a thing, though she was a little shaken and groggy, and it had slipped out. The names of gods did not sit well in the world of Christians. Indeed, the berserkir were a thing of the past, for who in this world of the nailed god would place their life in the hands of Odin on a battlefield? Still, Sklerina seemed unfazed, simply nodding her understanding. "My lover covets the crown," she said suddenly, "almost as much as he covets me. It is my belief that he will be emperor." Gunhild paused and looked at the woman carefully. 2 shadowy ladies with the old woman, one of whom crumbled, the other shattered. She could lie, tell Sklerina what she wanted to hear, and even the truth was relatively vague, as she did not know which of the shadow women had been which. Yet somehow she felt the truth needed to be spoken here. "The Empress is old." Sklerina, bow creasing, nodded. Gunhild sighed. "I cannot say whether your man will be emperor. The goddess does not always answer that which I seek, but often she shows me instead what I need to know. What I can tell you is that being close to the Empress will do you no good in the end, neither you nor Verena Maniakes. If you cleave to such a destiny, only destruction will await you." The noblewoman frowned, and her hands, clasped throughout, now rubbed together almost nervously. "My brother said you would be a charlatan, that you would tell me what I wanted to hear and take my money. He does not believe in magic, unless it be an aspect of the devil's temptation. But you are not a charlatan, are you? What my sources were saying is true. You really can see things." "I am sorry I have nothing better to tell you. But sometimes the tapestry of fate can be rewoven. Sometimes the warp and weft can be changed. Your lover and your brother might both seek power, for it is the way with most men. But I urge you to do what you can to turn them from such a path. That way lies only pain for all of you." Could the tapestry be changed? Where had that notion come from? Certainly the old vulva in Hedeby had told her no such thing. Sklerina nodded slowly. "I thank you for your candour." She found a small purse and opened it, picked around the coins within, and then, with a careless smile, dropped the whole purse on the table. "Your renown is well-founded, Mistress Gunilla. I shall ponder upon your words, and I shall visit you again, if I may." Gunhild, still shaken, nodded silently, and stayed in her seat as the noblewoman rose and turned, making for the door. She tried to rise then, but her legs felt too shaky. Without looking back, Maria Sklerina opened her door, closing it behind her and returning to her entourage. Gunhild sat there for some time, watching the closed door, composing herself, listening to the muffled sounds of Anna cleaning upstairs. The old Empress and the 2 women of the dream did not worry her. In fact, though it had never happened before, even her inability to pull herself out of the dream did not panic her, though it was something she had no wish to encounter again. What had worried her was the 3 animals walking with the old Empress. The wolf could only be Halfdan, and she had long since come to terms with the bear being Hardrada, both of those animals being associated with Odin. But the boar was different. The the boar was important. The boar Hildisvini was the animal of Freyja, and there was only one child of Freyja in this strange southern land. She had wondered if she would return to the crew of the Sea-Wolf eventually, though she had known already that her thread would weave for a time with that of Hardrada. Now, though, it seemed that a new tapestry was being made, woven of 4 threads. The bells for the Emperor's passing were still tolling outside, the clanging dulled by distance and walls. One thing seemed certain. The coming days were going to be interesting. Part 2. Imperial Lions. Chapter 6. "I don't understand the oath," grumbled Bjorn, as he shrugged into his chain shirt, which had been adjusted by the Imperial Armory to account for a little extra bulk he had put on since arriving in the city. "It's straightforward," Leif said. "No, it isn't, little one. We take an oath to defend the Emperor, but the Emperor's died. We didn't take an oath to the Empress at all, but Hardrada seems to want more loyalty to her than to this new pretty boy. If you remember the words of your oath, you vowed allegiance to the Emperor and to the throne of Byzantium. That covers a multitude of sins. When there is no Emperor, it covers whatever incumbent temporarily occupies the throne. And when there is a question of precedence, as there sometimes is with an Empress, it automatically encompasses her within our remit." "I understood about a quarter of those words," grumbled Bjorn. "You swear allegiance to the throne, no matter whose arse occupies it," translated Kettle. "Oh, why couldn't you say that in the first place?" the big man grunted at Leif, who rolled his eyes in response. "I heard," Halfdan put in, "that the Empress is of an old royal family. The people treat her like an emperor herself, while the last emperor, and this next one too, are really nobodies. Some even say that when Hardrada came to the city, it was the Empress Zoe he bent the knee to, not the Emperor. Certainly he seemed happier with the idea of her in charge." At this they all nodded sagely. With the death of the old Emperor, Hardrada had been summoned to the palace, and within an hour was back in his prime position. And yet, despite that, the commander had been sour-faced when they'd met him. Not only had the ailing emperor adopted as his successor a nephew that Hardrada despised, but though the empress had managed to return him to his position of command, the new emperor-to-be had refused to allow Hardrada to take any issue up with Ari, who remained a powerful second-in-command. "She sets me free, while he ties my hand and stands a vulture on my shoulder," the commander had snarled. Halfdan had taken the opportunity one afternoon when the commander was taking a breather to raise the question of his men. "The Sea-Wolf." "Your crew?" "Yes. I am their pentacontarch, and yet they remain in small groups scattered throughout the city, courtesy of Ari's commands. I owe it to my men to gather them once more, to protect them if I must." Hardrada had nodded slowly. "I will see what I can do, young Jarl. Their division must plague you. I do what I can, visiting them and assuring them that this is only temporary." "And it is," the commander assured him. "I have much that Ari has done which needs to be undone, but the new emperor will be of no aid to me, and it will take time to bring everything back into line. The entire deployment of the Guard needs to be changed, and your men will come back to you then, but you must give me time. There is so much to do, and there are so many obstacles in the way of everything these days." Halfdan had left it at that. At least now, with the commander back, things would change. This new emperor was young. Hardrada seemed to place no value upon the handsome young man, but the empress was no fool, so surely she had chosen well, and the young emperor might perhaps be made to understand what was best for his people. Within hours the crown would be upon his head, though from what they had heard, he had already been at work with the imperial administration all morning, making decrees that would be ratified and announced immediately following the coronation.
"Which axe?" Bjorn asked, with unaccustomed seriousness. "What?" Halfdan turned from picking up his helmet to find the big albino standing with an axe in each hand. One was his own, a solid warrior's blade with no decoration, but well used and with an edge that could cut a whisper in half, while the other was one of the long-handled axes that they had been given as part of their uniform. "Why?" Ketil snorted. "Are you expecting trouble? It's a coronation, not a war." "Tell that to Hardrada," Bjorn said quietly, bringing about another considered silence. "Just take one of them," Halfdan said finally. "We're not really going to be on show anyway. We're not important enough." "We've half an hour," Ulfr grumbled, "so hurry up." Halfdan slid his sword, the beautiful, short, eagle-hilted blade he'd taken from the Alani, into its sheath and gripped it for a moment. Oddly, it seemed to be a Byzantine style, for he'd seen swords to match it carved upon statues of emperors and warriors of old around the palace. He sighed, drummed his fingers on the hilt, and smiled at the good-natured jibes his friends were throwing at one another. He couldn't have said what it was that warned him, other than instinct or the low-key cunning that ran through his veins. He turned at the gentle click and rumble, a low, quiet noise that was almost entirely lost beneath the din of men arranging weapons and armour and making improper and eye-watering suggestions about each other's mothers. He caught sight of the ball rolling, snatched a brief image of a fiery spark, looked up to see Leif laughing at Bjorn, oblivious, his back to the approaching sphere. He was moving in an instant, before truly considering his action, for in the blink of an eye he'd been taken right back to those fights against the Jaculus and his Alani warriors, the firebombs they had hurled in small pots. The young Jarl threw himself through the air with a yell of warning, hitting the smaller Russ hard in the shoulder and knocking him several feet to his left, where the two men hit the floor of the arming room, rush matting dulling the clatter of steel against the flags. As the other three turned to look in surprise, the two men rolling to a halt, the clay pot with the hissing fuse rolled straight through the space where Leif had stood and smashed into a rack of spears, where the clay shattered and Greek fire exploded in a molten cloud, droplets raining down in a circle, igniting the mats across the floor and racing up the dry timber weapon racks. Ketil, who had been the closest of the others, yelped in shock as several flaming droplets hit his leg and ignited his trousers. As the tall Icelander reached down in pain and panic to try and undo his belt, Ulfr, practical as ever, leapt across, drawing his long-bladed fighting knife. With no care for further damage, while Ketil still struggled with his belt, crying out with the pain, Ulfr simply hacked at the material and swiftly cut away the burning patch, using the sax blade to flick it across the room. Ketil's leg was black and red in places, blotched and burned, but the damage was limited to his calf, thanks to Ulfr's quick thinking, and he was already breathing in relief. Short-lived relief, as it happened, for as Halfdan and Leif climbed to their feet, it was clear that the fire was not going to fade out on its own. The dry racks and timber mats gave the conflagration sufficient fuel to expand, and the room was going to be filled with sticky flames soon enough. "Out!" Halfdan bellowed. "Out now!" They needed no further urging, and the 5 men barreled out of the arming room as the smoke began to drift from the door. The corridor outside was empty, but the din was full as Ketil hobbled around, cursing the burns on his leg, while Bjorn, Ulfr, and Leif variously complained, raged, or swore oaths, staring into the burning room, all overlain with the sounds of armour and weapons clattering and the roar of flames. Halfdan closed his eyes, blocking the sounds out one by one, peeling the layers back, trying to hear something beneath it all. And then, suddenly, there it was, the pounding of feet. With a bellow, he haired off down the corridor, ripping his sword free. As he gained distance from the noise of the fire and his friends, he could hear more clearly, and felt sure he was right. The sound was that of heavy boots on stone,
and they were running away. Only one man would be running away right now, and that was the man whose hand had cast the grenade. By the time he reached the next corner, his friends were catching up, especially Ketil with his ridiculously long stride.
"You have him?"
the Icelander asked, close behind as they rounded the corner.
"I hear him, around the next corner."
They ran on, and despite everything, Halfdan found himself slightly irked when Ketil suddenly ran past, outpacing him so easily, even with his leg wounded like that.
"Back here, you fuck!"
the Icelander shouted as he reached the corner, axe flailing wildly in his hand as he ran. Halfdan rounded the next corner in time to briefly see a human shape disappear through a door into the cold winter sunlight outside, followed by Ketil a moment later. There was a brief scream and a bellow of rage. Halfdan pounded to that doorway, breath heaving and burning in his lungs, the others slowly catching up. As he rounded the corner to an icy blast of winter air, the young Jarl pulled himself up short to prevent barreling straight into Ketil's back. Stepping out beside him, his gaze first fell on the man face down in the snow, for he was clearly the one they had chased. And then, spotting the arrow shaft transfixing the neck, his eyes lifted to see two men with bows across the snow-covered white lawn, one with an arrow still nocked, the other slowly lowering his bow. Ari Karsten stood close by, his expression unreadable. The others piled through the doorway behind him and came to a halt, staring at the cold, white charnel tableau.
"What the fuck?"
Bjorn spat.
"How lucky we were that the Primikerios over there happened to be passing with a couple of archers ready to draw, eh?"
Ketil snorted. "Quite," Leif said. "At least they got the bastard."
"They sent the bastard,"
hissed Ketil, in a tone just loud enough to carry across the lawn to Ari's ears.
"And now we cannot interrogate him,"
Halfdan said, folding his arms. "You five attract far too much trouble," Ari said calmly from the other side of the garden. "Svend here will bill you for the arrow in due course. Don't be too long clearing that away," he added, pointing at the body. "You need to be in place in the great church before the bells start to toll." With that, Karsten turned, gesturing to his archers, and walked away.
"Hardrada's right about him,"
Bjorn said once he'd left.
"He'd look a lot better with an axe in his neck. With luck, I'll get to be the man to do it. This one, I think,"
he added, holding up his own axe and throwing away the long-handled one he'd carried from the arming room.
"What do we do with him?"
Leif asked, pointing at the body.
"You know this city,"
Halfdan said, his voice tight.
"There's an administrator for everything. Someone will be along soon to handle it and produce appropriate documents. We need to get to the church."
"Ketil needs to be seen by a medic," Leif noted, pointing at the blistered wounds on the Icelander's lower leg.
"It can wait,"
Ketil replied. "But this is a coronation, and I suspect they will want you in intact trousers. Your legs aren't that attractive even normally."
"Straighten up," Volgartha said quietly. "The new emperor comes."
They could hear the cheering still outside the great church of the Hagia Sophia, where Michael Caliphates and the Empress Zoe had cast coins in the hundred to the people as part of the great coronation tradition. But all inside was still quiet. Somewhere in the maze of this building, the new emperor was being helped into his coronation robe. All around the main floor of this, the largest temple of any sort that Halfdan could ever imagine, the rich and powerful of Byzantium stood watching, waiting for their new ruler. Here on the upper galleries were only a few priests and a few members of the guard, keeping their eye on proceedings. More Varangians would be placed downstairs, of course, but every angle had to be covered on a day like this. Hardrada would be leading the men guarding the procession, of course, along with Ari. The pair would have to hide their mutual hatred thoroughly on a day like this, which made Halfdan rather glad they were up here out of the way.
"You're here for one reason only," Volgartha had told them as he moved them into place, "to watch for any move against the Empress." "Not the Emperor," Halfdan had said. "He's not the Emperor yet," the officer had replied. "Michael the Corker, for that's his grand imperial background, is unlikely to achieve greatness. His father was a moron. Back in Sicily, we won almost the entire island back from the Serks over a 2-year war. When we were pulled back, his father lost it all again in 2 months. Hardrada will never look at the new emperor as anything more than the son of an idiot, and frankly is not alone." "Why did the Empress allow this, then?" Volgartha had sighed. "The Empress is a great woman, clever and strong. She survived decades in a position where the unwary die badly. But she has one unfortunate weakness in that she likes a pretty man, and that weakness keeps coming back to haunt her." "Women," Bjorn grinned. "Slaves to desire, in my experience." "Your experience is mostly of horse, though," Ketil said archly. Volgartha waved a finger. "Keep that sort of opinion to yourself. I've seen Hardrada break a man's nose for insulting the Empress." A commotion suggested that something was finally happening. "Watch," Volgartha reminded them. "Be prepared to move if anything happens." "Is anything likely to?" "You don't know Michael Calafates and his family. Half of them have been exiled for causing trouble. We cannot rule out an attempt on the Empress today, which would leave Michael untethered." With that, Volgartha was off, trotting away to his position by the stairs. Halfdan leaned on the balcony, waiting once more. They had been in position for over an hour now, despite having been hurried into place. Byzantine service seemed to involve a lot of hurry up and wait. He went back to his boredom carving of earlier, where, with a small eating knife from his belt, he had scratched his name in the marble balcony. Leif had been horrified, but Halfdan had shrugged and pointed to similar markings across the gallery, singling out one that suggested Ari himself had once been bored in this same place. Adding the last few marks to the runes, he quickly secreted the knife as a door opened below, and the sound of that dreadful, droning and atonal Christ-priest warbling echoed around the massive church, rising to the dome. Around the church, noblemen, priests, and Varangians crossed themselves and prayed. In a moment of continued defiance, Halfdan pulled his Mjolnir pendant from his tunic and let it hang free, a powerful sign even in this place. He could see several groups of the Sea-Wolf's crew around the upper and lower galleries, split up among other Varangians, and resolved once more to press Hardrada to reunite them. His wandering gaze then picked out the grey-bearded Varangian they had met on the way back from the port, standing close to Ari, and he was startled to realize the old man was staring at him directly. For just a moment, the greybeard drew a finger in a line across his throat, gave an unpleasant smile, and then returned his attention to the events around him. Halfdan frowned at the man for a moment, and then his gaze slid to the subject of the service once more. The Emperor was, as Volgartha had suggested, a remarkably handsome man, and that was clear even from up here, and it came as no surprise how rich and complex were the garments the man wore for this important day. The procession of figures seemed endless, filing into the great church to the sound of that cross-god warbling. The Empress somehow managed to seem 1,000 times more regal than the Emperor, even following obediently at heel. As they moved into predetermined positions, the High Priest stood near a raised platform with steps to either side, a decorative golden thing. The Emperor approached the steps with a regal gait and began to climb as the chanting reached its zenith. As the new Emperor tottered into his place on the platform, his heavy robes making even basic perambulation troublesome, Halfdan's eyes went to the crown hanging above him from a golden chain.
The crown itself contained enough gold and jewels to buy a small city, and probably weighed more than most helmets. The emperor was in position beneath it now, swaying slightly as the song faded into hollow echoes around the columns, and the priest close by his side began to chant one of his rites. Halfdan frowned and took a half-step forward, leaning on the balcony. "What are you doing?" hissed Leif. "You'll get us into trouble." "Does the emperor look all right to you?" Halfdan asked, peering at the figure. Michael was shaking now, and he'd assumed that to be a reaction to the weight of the robes, if not the weight of the occasion, but now it was clearly something else. Even from this height and distance, Halfdan could see that the man's complexion had gone pale and waxy. "Is he poisoned?" Ketil breathed. "I don't know. I can't tell such things." More than ever he felt keenly the absence of Gunhild, who would undoubtedly have known. "He's going," Bjorn warned them. And he was. As they watched, the handsome young son of a ship caulker, weighed down by a millennium of ceremonial attire, folded up like a portable loom and collapsed in a heap on the podium, hidden to ground level behind a golden panel covered in crosses and images, where he proceeded to shake, watched only from above and those close by. Halfdan's eyes went from figure to figure around that room in an instant, and all he saw in every quarter was suspicion and blame. The Empress Zoe's eyes shot to Hardrada, whose own gaze was levelled at Ari, who in turn glared back narrow-eyed at him. Every figure in that room was watching someone else like a hawk, waiting for some sign of guilt. It took only a moment for Halfdan to take it all in and come to the conclusion that while every one of them was suspicious and probably horribly guilty of something, none of them seemed to be guilty of this. "I don't think this is an attack," he said to his men. "Stand down. I think he is ill." Hardrada was the first to move, followed by the high priest, his own face white with shock and panic now. The two men crouched over the fallen, not-quite emperor for a long moment as the empress finally joined them, and then 2 priests and 3 more Varangians, including Ari. In other circumstances, it might have looked humorous, since the platform was small and narrow, as were the stairs up at each end, and so most of them appeared to be queuing. Halfdan realized he was holding his breath and allowed it to whisper out between tight lips. Finally, Hardrada rose from the gathering. "Calm, everyone. The Emperor is well, just a little sickly." There was a pause, and Halfdan wondered how many people in the room had missed that little jibe. "He has suffered with a spinning sickness. Vertigo," he added. "Scotomatiki. Someone fetch oils and hartshorn to revive him while he can still lift the crown." Surely no one had missed that last one. Halfdan continued to watch as oils and potions were brought forth, and the Emperor brought back from his stupor. As he was helped to his feet, Halfdan watched the Empress and noted the wrinkle of her lip. Could vertigo be induced, he wondered? Because the one person at whom no one had looked with suspicion was the Empress, and in Halfdan's mind, she had the most to lose right now. The Emperor returned upright. The crowd relaxed once more, and the ceremony picked up where it left off. But now Halfdan was watching only one person. His gaze stayed upon the aging and imperious figure of the Empress, Zoe Porphyrogenita, and he noted her own eyes occasionally meet the glance of a handsome-looking man in the crowd of nobles. Something clicked into place. This Michael Calaphates would have to cling tightly to his crown, for his aunt had eyes on a new lover. Chapter 7. I am not a poisoner. The Sklerina regarded Gunhild with an unreadable expression, leaning forward and folding her arms. It is not for my own benefit alone, Gunilla, but also for the good of the Empire. The Empress's gaze strays often to my Constantine, and while I dread to think of sharing his affections with another, she is the Empress. An Alani princess, however, is little more than a foreign dog with ideas above her station, and I will no longer countenance how he sighs when he sees her. "Find yourself a better man," Gunhild said. "Would that it were so easy, Gunilla, but the heart wants what it wants, and Constantine Monomachos is my heart's desire. The Empress could take his body, and I would live with that, because he would gain almost unprecedented power, and I know that his heart would still be mine. But give me your untraceable, gut-burning poisons for the Alani witch. You will harm no one, other than an Alani princess. No one important." Gunhild rose from the chair. "I know the noble women of this city, Maria Sklerina. I understand that you have spent a life of gilded luxury, and you are not used to being refused. Learn. I will not give you poison for a woman I do not know, all because of a man." Sklerina's lips pressed tight as she too rose. There was a taut silence, until finally the noble woman broke it. "This is your final word?" "It is. I will advise you. I will try to determine what the future holds, and I will give you potions and poultices as you require, but I will not supply you with poison. Then I shall source it elsewhere. That is your business." With a frosty glare, Sklerina turned and marched to the door, tearing it open to allow a billow of icy wind inside, and rejoined her entourage. "It might have been more prudent to give her the poison," Anna said, as she carried away the glasses from the table. "She will get it elsewhere, and I have yet to see you place such value on a stranger's life." Gunhild bit down on the angry retort she harboured, that it was none of Anna's business, and forced a calm tone. "I care not whether this Alani princess lives or dies, Anna, but the Sklerina woman is making rash decisions with little or no forethought for where it will lead her. She is enamoured with this Constantine Monomachos, and is driven to murder by it. The worry is that when she finds out how easy it is to kill, the Alani will not be her last victim. There is something about Maria Sklerina that I do not trust, and I will not supply weapons to a potential monster." Anna simply grunted as she cleaned the glasses. Gunhild found herself grumbling that the noble woman had exited without bothering to close the door, even in the middle of winter, and stomped across to it, though she slowed as she approached, for the sound of angry voices filtered in over the general noise of the city. She caught the word whore more than once, and the pinched, elegant tones of the voices made their owners plain. Verena Maniakis was on the way. Over the past month, Gunhild had seen both women every 2 or 3 days, as well as a variety of other important ladies of the city, and it was inevitable that these two enemies would meet at her threshold again at some point. Gunhild reached out for the door, ready to close it on the pair of them. Bigger fish or no bigger fish, the two women gave her a headache, but she stopped in the process, the door still ajar. She knew the sound that suddenly intruded upon the argument quite well, and in a matter of moments the crunch of marching boots drove both women outside to silence. "Cease this quarrelling," called a strong voice with a distinctive northern inflection. "A Carluthos," purred one of the women. "Mayhap you have come to arrest this witch." "Silence, daughter of heifers," snapped the other. "Silence, both of you," bellowed the man. "I am here on imperial business. Lady Maniakis, Lady Sklerina, begone." With that, and a profusion of irate blusterings from the two women, a single pair of boot steps marched over to the door, which remained ajar. A heavy hand rapped on the timber, causing the door to swing inwards, even in Gunhild's grip. As it opened, the figure in the cold morning outside came into view, and somewhere behind her, Gunhild heard Anna mutter something about fair hair in a quivering, girlish voice. What was the matter with women in this city? But as her gaze met that of Hardrada, she fought down an odd and unexpected fluttering in her own chest. The man was, it had to be said, ridiculously handsome, and carried about him a magnetism that was undeniable. "You," Hardrada said, a smile slipping across his face. "You are the renowned Maria Gunilla." "To some," Gunhild replied, keeping her voice under tight control. "What are you doing here, Harald Sigurdsson?" Her gaze slipped past him to the gathered unit of Varangians standing in the snow. Were it not for the brick and marble backdrop, they could so easily have been in Hedeby. She smiled inwardly, but kept it there. The last thing Hardrada needed was a boost to his ego. "Imperial business," he'd said. "You have made something of a name for yourself," the commander of the Varangian Guard smiled. "Your deeds are the talk of the ladies in the great palace. Indeed, I fear you have already supplanted a number of very important physicians and astrologers." "Which self-important lady wants me now, Hardrada?" "The most important of all." Gunhild's eyebrow rose slightly, and Hardrada nodded. "Her Imperial Majesty the Dowager Empress Zoe Porphyrogenita, daughter of Constantine the Eighth, requests your presence in the palace." "Requests?" "The sort of request you don't turn down." He turned to his men. "Gather the lady's things. Be very respectful and careful. No prying, no damage. Everything here collected with the utmost care." "You will leave my things where they are." "No," Hardrada replied quietly. "They won't. This is an imperial order. Your maid can join us too. Think of this as a promotion, Gunhild." She narrowed her eyes dangerously, and the commander folded his arms and leaned casually on the doorframe as though addressing an old friend. "Besides," he said with an infuriating smile, peeking back out into the street, "I fear you need saving from those harpies like Phineas of old." What that meant, what a harpy was, and who this Phineas could be, all completely escaped Gunhild, though his meaning was clear enough, and she set her expression in one of grim resignation. In truth, there was no reason to fight this. She had seen how her thread was woven with that of Hardrada, and had not Freya herself given her the image of ever larger fish in a feeding frenzy? Surely the Empress was the greatest fish of all, and, above it all, there still lurked in the back of her mind an image of the wolf, the bear, and the boar alongside the old woman. The weaving of the Norns was in this. How Hardrada might fit with the weaving, given that he was a child of the Christ god, she could not yet see, but everything was seemingly tying together the way it should. And she could not help but admit that it would be nice to move on from supplying sleeping draughts to tired shopkeepers and listening to the tortured politics of the noble women in this city. The goddess drives this, you know. Hardrada simply shrugged, which surprised her. "The ways of God, or even of gods, are not mine to question. Sklarina is a dangerous woman, Gunhild. You will be well rid of her. Oh, she in herself is not so bad, but her lover is ambitious, and her brother even more so, and between them they cannot muster up the morals of a snake. And as for Maniakes, her husband is a bastard on a monumental scale. I almost broke his nose in Sicily, and though he languishes safely in prison right now, men are not contained for long in the Nomera. They either die or get pardoned, and Maniakes has enough luck to survive. You will be safer from these dangerous women in the palace." "What makes you think I am not more dangerous than both of them?" Gunhild replied, and Hardrada stopped, his brow creasing. "I do not doubt it for a moment," he said, but the smile was back. "Come." "My things. Believe me, my men will take every care. The Empress awaits." Gunhild frowned and turned to Anna. "Stay with them, watch them carefully, and when they are done, lock up and follow on." Even the outspoken and difficult Anna had the sense not to argue in the presence of the Varangian commander on an imperial errand, and simply nodded. "All right, Harald Sigurdsson, take me to meet your mistress." He reached for her staff, which leaned against a wall, and tossed it to her. She caught it, and, as they stepped out into the snowy air, Her escort drew a deep breath.
"Here everyone calls me Hardrada, or sometimes Fairhair, or even the Bulgar Burner. Sigurdsson is not a name I have heard much since I left Kiev.
Sometimes it is as important to remember where you came from as where you are bound. A thread has two ends."
Hardrada chuckled. "Halfdan Lokiborn vaunts your wisdom. He has missed you deeply, I think. I understand why."
"Halfdan is still young, but he has the makings of a great jarl."
"And what about me, Gunhild? Will I make a great king?"
She shivered. Somehow she really did not want to read too far into this man's future. The more she thought about him, the more troubled she felt. But some men were great, and you could see it in their very being without the need for the intervention of Freya. "I do not doubt that you will wear a proud crown, Sigurdsson, and I think great deeds are in your weaving. But I warn you now, bright threads are often cut short."
Hardrada shrugged. "A man can grow old or grow famous. Few men do both."
Something about the way he said it sent a thrill shivering up her spine, and as she turned to look at him, she could not help a small smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. She silently reprimanded herself for such weakness as Hardrada returned the smile, having seen hers, and filed it away for later consideration. Behind them, a dozen Varangians stomped through the white, the rest remaining at the house to gather her things. The people of Constantinople melted out of their way, as was generally the case when the Imperial Guard made their way through the streets. There was just something about a braid-bearded Northman with a great axe that drew the attention in this place. They walked in silence now, and Gunhild kept her attention directly ahead, though she could feel Hardrada's eyes on her as they walked. It both irritated and oddly excited her, which irritated her even more. Perhaps she missed the steady influence of Halfdan more than she would like to admit. Certainly it came as something of a relief when they passed the strange collection of columned and gilded buildings at the top of the city's first hill and approached the gate of the great palace. She had been past the place a few times, largely driven by curiosity, but no one went through the gate except by the invitation of the emperor or empress. The men on the gate were also Northmen, and there was no attempt to check documentation as their commander marched in beneath the grand, overly decorated arch with an unknown woman and a small detachment of Varangians. There was something curious about the gate, and her gaze played across it as they walked. A grand three-arched edifice of white stone and gold, mosaics and friezes. It was topped by a small chapel of the nailed god with a cross above. As they walked beneath the arch and her gaze slipped upwards, a great image of tiny mosaic pieces showed a gleaming army of soldiers fighting a ragged and disorganized enemy. The soldiers appeared to be bearing standards and banners of various animals, with not a single cross in sight, while their enemy looked a lot like Northmen. An old image, this, that harkened back to the days before the Christ was all-pervading. That it announced the entrance to the palace of a Christian emperor and beneath a cross struck her as odd. The Byzantines were Christian for certain, and yet their respect for their pre-Christ forebears seemed to remain and even grow over time. She appreciated the over-organized, regimented beauty of the palace and its gardens as she was led through colonnades, past sculpted shrubbery, along marble corridors with mosaic floors, looked down upon by elegant, half-naked statues of ancient heroes. She had a feeling that some of these were those same gods and goddesses who had led the empire to its great strength, long before the nailed god's prevalence. Again, an odd dichotomy. Finally, they were led into a grand palatial building, and their escort moved away, leaving them instead in the care of an army of servants and administrators. A man in rich and complex robes bowed his head to Hardrada and gestured ahead, leading them on. As they walked, Hardrada spoke in little more than a whisper. In the palace, more than anywhere in the empire, etiquette is critical. There is a form for everything. Fortunately, this is a private audience in the women's palace, and so much of the ceremony we would suffer in an official meeting is nullified. From my experience with the Empress, she is well aware of how trying such ceremony can be, and has been known to brush aside formalities, though only with those she trusts, and never within sight of those she does not. So unless she tells you otherwise, you follow the form of all such meetings. Which is incredibly complicated. This is the women's court, the gyneconitis. Here you will find only the Empress and her court, not the Emperor and his cronies, for which you should be truly grateful. Those not of noble blood are expected to prostrate themselves in the presence of the Empress. You should not look her in the eye unless invited. You speak only in response. You will find a line of black tiles on the floor, and that is the closest you must come to the Empress herself. There are many other rules, but that should see you through an initial meeting. Gunhild felt her lip curl. So much abasement. That wouldn't happen for a start. They were finally shown to an impressive antechamber, the door to the next room open and divided from them only by a heavy red velvet curtain. A conversation was in progress on the far side, and as they came to a halt at a eunuch's gesture, Gunhild listened carefully. "Telling me it's true?" "It is, Majesty. The Emperor's uncle was recalled from his estates yesterday, and even now returns to his house in the city, a free man. Then, my dear Celis, I fear it is time to change the locks on the treasury." There was a light chuckle. "Very droll, Majesty. In all seriousness, however, the Emperor does not credit his uncle with the missing gold. He believes others to be responsible." "Yes, I know, Michael. Indeed, I suspect the ears of those very others are probably burning in my waiting room." "Very well. Return to the Emperor's side and know that I am grateful, as always, for your care and service." "It is my honor to serve the great scion of the House of Macedonia, Majesty." There were a number of scrapes and shuffles, and the curtain was twitched aside to reveal a thin and studious-looking man with an armful of documents. He stopped for a moment and gave Hardrada a strange look, which made the Varangian grin. "She sounds in high spirits, Celis." "You heard all that?" "Enough. The same old accusations that are slung at me every few months. They never hit home, and this will be no different." "Be careful, Akoleuthos Hardrada. The palace is becoming a pool of sharks, and even your vaunted metal might not see you through the coming storm." "Your concern is touching, Celis, but I will be fine." The bureaucrat gave a snort and hurried off with his papers. Hardrada took a deep breath and, as that same eunuch gestured to him, paced forward. The curtain was pulled aside, and Gunhild stepped into the imperial presence. The room beyond the drapes was quite simply the grandest chamber Gunhild had ever seen. Its floor of ancient mosaics, with scenes of incredible creatures, and its walls of colonnaded marble lit with high, wide windows below a vaulted roof from which hung great bronze chandeliers and enclosed incense burners. The recesses of the room were hidden with rich curtains. None of this, nor the few ladies in the room, interested Gunhild, though. The Empress looked like the old woman in her casting, with a few small differences. She was not as thin as Gunhild had expected, but carried that extra weight well, in a shape that would attract men, even at her age, especially since she seemed to have retained a youthful and smooth look to her skin, which was much paler than most Byzantines Gunhild had met. Her hair was still golden, though shot through with grey, and it took her only a moment to realize that the gold was an affectation covering the true monochrome of the Empress's coiffure. She was of advanced years, but she actually looked surprisingly young, and when she shifted in her seat at this new arrival, her movement was languid and easy. Her expression was serious, and Gunhild formed the immediate impression that the Empress did not smile often or easily. Hardrada took a step to the black line and sank to a knee. Gunhild stood precisely where she was. The Varangian shot her a warning glance, but Gunhild ignored it entirely and remained still, gripping a staff that any self-respecting bodyguard should have taken off her. There were no guards here, and the only men Gunhild could see she was prepared to wager were eunuchs. They and a few indolent-looking noblewomen were the chamber's only occupants. The Empress fixed her with a calculating look. "You are not at all what I expected." "Likewise, Empress of Byzantium," Gunhild replied. The jaws of the gathered populace dropped in shock at such insolence, and Hardrada was urging her to caution with his eyes from his kneeling position. "Get up, fair hair," the Empress said, waving a hand negligently. "It looks ridiculous with you on your knees while she stands there as though she owns the place." Hardrada rose and bowed his head. "This is the spear maiden and vulva Gunhild of Hedeby, whom your people call Maria Garnella, Majesty." "Thank you, fair hair. You may leave." "Majesty, Go, Harald." Hardrada threw a last warning look to Gunhild, then bowed his head again and backed out through the curtain. "Now we are all women in here," the Empress said, confirming Gunhild's suspicion about the eunuchs. "I have heard conflicting reports of you from my spies. The cackling crones who fill the palace variously label you a witch and a servant of the devil, or say that you are some sort of prophetess sent by the Theotokos. Some say you are here to save the empire, others that your witchcraft tears apart our noble families. The time has come for me to form my own opinion. What say you?" "I do not recognize your Christ's devil, though I have met plenty of devils in my time, and have seen more than a few in this city. I walk with the will of Freya, and if it is her desire, she makes things known to me that ordinary folk cannot see. That is all. I am no destroyer, nor am I a savior. But you have power, they say. I have knowledge. To the witless they are the same thing." At this the Empress gave a laugh. "Even powerful and knowledgeable women do not address me in such a familiar tone in this place. Perhaps some of the ladies in this room do, but that is because we have known one another for decades, and there is a trust among us. You I do not know." "Likewise." Again the Empress laughed. "And," Gunhild continued, "from what I have seen of the Skleri and the Maniakes family, your nobles need no help from me in tearing themselves apart." "How very true. I see wisdom in you, young woman, a wisdom which evades even most women of my age. Come, a test." Gunhild stood silent as a eunuch hurried forth at an imperial nod, carrying a tray full of dishes. 5 bowls, she noted, as the man stepped towards her. Another servant carried over a small decorative table and placed it before her, arranging the bowls across its surface. The 2 then withdrew. "Which of these would you give me?" the Empress said, with a languid sweep of her arm. Gunhild looked down at the bowls and their contents, then began to examine them closely. Some she sniffed, 1 or 2 she rubbed a little of between her fingertips, and 1 she touched to the tip of her tongue. She straightened. "None of them." "Oh?" the Empress said, one eyebrow raising. "Why is that?" Gunhild pointed at one of the dishes. "Meadow saffron leaf will be of little use. You just crossed your legs, and the way you did so tells me that gout does not afflict you. You are clearly not having bellyache, so there is no need of a purgative like winter rose." She moved her finger on. "Red clover would be helpful for increased fertility, but at your age, Empress, I doubt this is of great concern. As for the wolfsbane and the hemlock, I see in your eyes no urgent desire to explore the next life." Servants appeared and took away the bowls and the table. The Empress chewed her lip in thought. If I asked you for one piece of advice, knowing me as little as you do, what would it be? Cast adrift your consorts and heirs and rule in your own name, Zoe of the House of Macedonia. You sound like Hardrada. He has said as much many times. Hardrada is not a wise man, but neither is he a fool. Harald Fairhair is a good man. I have known him many years, and he has served me well, despite my husband's interference. He is a bear, loud to growl, strong as can be, but protective and noble. Gunhild shivered for a moment. The bear. What shall I do with you, Maria Gunilla? For a start, as long as I remain with you, you could use my proper name. Gunhild of Hedeby. It is a name of strange and jagged syllables on my tongue. You are presumptuous. You assume you are of that much value to me. You have had all my goods and my thrall packed up and brought with me. You intend to keep me around. It is, I suspect, my place to walk alongside you, just as it is that of Hardrada. And there is no presumption in this. Christians believe in fate just as much as those of us who walk with old gods. It is the weaving of the Norns, the tapestry of fate, that we walk a path together. I have simply made my way here and answered your call. I could no more ignore it than you could have avoided making that call. You are an intriguing figure, Gunhild, and by God, yes, I think you will be of value to me. Her arms swept around the room. There are women here who advise me, and whom I have known for longer than you have lived, and each has experience and knowledge of the workings of my empire. But one thing we sometimes lack is objectivity, the perspective of an outsider. At the crook of the imperial finger, Gunhild stepped across that black line and into the imperial entourage. She sighed with satisfaction. Things were falling into place. The wolf, the boar, the bear, all of them were coming together in the palace. Chapter 8. I still don't understand why Harry Carsten would take the risk of trying to kill us. The daft bastard nearly burned the barracks down. Halfdan said nothing in reply to Bjorn as they stomped back towards the barracks, though the same question had been plaguing him since the day of the coronation. At least with Hardrada back in favour, Ari had been hampered once again, although still nothing had happened to reunite the crew. I think we are a dangerous, unknown element, Leif replied. Bjorn is certainly a dangerous, unknown element, Ketil added, glancing sidelong at the big albino. Piss off, Leggy. No, Leif said, waving his hands. I'm serious. I've been doing some research on our friend Ari. It seems he was in line to become a Koluthos of the Guard. He served longer than almost anyone in the city, and the Emperor Michael the Paphlagonian— The what? Doesn't matter. Michael IV. The Emperor had promised Ari the command position, but then along comes this dashing young prince from the north, bends his knee before the Empress Zoe, and she manages to persuade the Emperor that Ari would be a mistake and has Hardrada made a Koluthos immediately. They've hated each other ever since, and while the Empress favours our friend, the Emperor has always supported Ari. But it's a different Emperor now. But he's still the same family, the nephew of the last one, and he still favours Ari. It's only the Empress's support that keeps Hardrada in place. And while our friend might seem the natural choice for a leader, there are few in the Guard who will defy the Emperor's will in his favour, since we take an oath specifically not to. I see what you mean, Ketil nodded. Ari can rely automatically on the support of the Guard, but we are new, and we are Hardrada's men through and through. We are the stumbling block. Leif nodded. Ari tried to remove us by having our contracts nullified. When he failed, he's gone a different way. But I think we need to be careful now. And not just us, Halfdan put in, pointing across the lawns. There, beneath a colonnade, the Empress was strolling along with her usual huge entourage, 4 Varangians following at a discreet distance, but by her side was the figure of Gunhild, her staff clacking on the flagstones and echoing along the covered walkway as she walked.
"I thought Hardrada must be joking when he said she was the Empress's companion," Ulfr said. "It seems that, like Hardrada, she's tied to Zoe. Maybe she can change this new emperor. Maybe she can steer him to a favourable wind."
They walked on, though Halfdan kept looking back until the small gathering had disappeared into the next garden. Gunhild had been in the palace for almost a month now, according to Hardrada, but this was the first time Halfdan had actually seen her, for she spent all her time in the women's palace, and that was not a place Varangians were expected to spend time. Halfdan had considered simply going anyway, but Volgartha had warned him away. Only a year or 2 back, one of the guard had taken a shine to an imperial maid and had been caught looking for her in the women's palace without authorization. He'd been flogged and dismissed from the guard the same day. And so, despite her constant proximity, still Halfdan had not had a chance to exchange 2 words with her.
"Hello? Sounds like trouble."
At Ketil's words they paused and listened. Voices were raised in anger ahead in the barracks, punctuated with the sound of crashes and bangs.
"That's Hardrada's voice."
They made their way towards the barrack doorway and paused as they came close, for a chair came hurtling from the opening, smashing against the door jamb and rattling across the pathway and the grass in several pieces. Gingerly approaching the doorway, Halfdan peered around the corner, ducking back as a cup smashed against it, then looking out once more. The entrance hall of the barracks, where Thorsten's desk sat in an alcove, was a scene of chaos, broken furniture and spilled food. The desk was leaning precariously, one leg cut through halfway up, the chair gone, though Halfdan now knew where. Thorsten's various records were scattered across the floor, and a gouge out of the wall just above desk level was a worrying sign. The officer who kept the records was standing back against a wall not far away, his face pale, as were a number of guardsmen Halfdan knew and liked. Hardrada was enraged, standing in the corridor and gripping an axe. Volgartha stood nearby, raising and lowering his hands, trying to talk the commander down. Halfdan stared. He'd never seen Hardrada so worked up, so out of control. "Back!" shouted Volgartha, looking at him past the commander. Hardrada turned, seeing them now, and his eyes narrowed. "Where have you been?" he snapped suspiciously. "Patrolling," Halfdan said in a careful tone. The commander glared for a while, and suddenly Volgartha was there, gripping him by the shoulders, turning him. "You're taking out your frustrations on the wrong people. Everyone here's a friend," he said. "Except that bastard," Hardrada replied, pointing at Thorsten. "He was just assigning quarters. It's his job." "What's happened?" Halfdan asked, as he and his friends stepped into the doorway, the immediate danger having seemingly receded. "I am to be confined to the Blackerney, pending investigation. Me!" Halfdan looked past him at Volgartha, whose eyes spoke volumes. "The Emperor is having the commander investigated over a sum of around 5,000 pounds of gold missing from the Imperial Treasury. Until the matter is resolved, the commander and his close supporters are being reassigned to the Blackerney Palace at the far end of the city." Halfdan felt his spirits sink. He'd never been to the Blackerney, but it was as far from Gunhild as it was possible to get in Constantinople. "Has the Empress not argued against this?" Hardrada's eyes began to blaze again. "Zoe Porphyrogenitor is a good woman, but she has the worst taste in men. She agreed to adopt that oily shit Michael Califates and made no attempt to stop them putting a crown on his head, and now he undermines her, removes her supporters from the court, and he's all but replaced her. She's powerless, and she let it happen, although she had the power to stop it.
Michael the Corker, dung-headed emperor of Byzantium, listens to insidious villains like his uncle Constantine and that unctuous bastard Romanus Scleros. Between the pair of them, they have the idiot emperor convinced I steal from his treasury." "You do steal from the treasury," Volgartha said quietly, risking increased wrath and raising a surprised look from Halfdan. "Of course I do," the commander snapped, "but only as much as anyone does, as much as is expected from a man in my position. Not £5,000, for the love of God! How would I manage such a thing? Why would I do such a thing? I'm making plenty for my needs by legitimate means. There will be no trail for this sum that leads to me." "But reasonable suspicion will be enough to keep you out of the way," Volgartha said, "and that removes the Empress's only remaining ally in court. With us shut away in the Blackany, Michael is unopposed in his rule. And he'll gradually find a way to remove the Empress altogether," Halfdan realized. "Quite. And Ari." Again, the fire rose in Hardradi's eyes. "And Ari takes control of the guard again, of course. Ari gets the great palace." "Worse," Volgartha added. "The Emperor has brought in new blood from Russlands." "And you know where their loyalty will lie," snapped Hardradi. "He must have been arranging it with the Emperor since the day his fat, greasy arse hit the throne," the old man added. "The new guard arrived in the harbour an hour ago. Ari's been in on this with the villains for weeks." "If they have nothing on you, perhaps the Empress can persuade them to bring you back," Halfdan pressed. "No," Hardradi grunted. "They've tried all this before, and I got exiled to a war in Georgia just to get me out of the way. They've searched my quarters so often the dust never settles. They've been through every ship's manifest and port record for everything I've been involved in. You've seen that for yourself. They never find anything, but it doesn't matter now. At least the old Emperor listened to Zoe. This one is arrogant and ignorant and seems to think he cannot be opposed. And I'm bound by my oath. I will do as he says and wallow in the Blackany until the worst happens." "The worst?" "They find a way to manufacture the evidence they cannot find," Volgartha said quietly. "And then?" "And then it will be down to politics. By rights, if they can produce sufficient evidence, they can execute him. But Hardradi here is no ordinary mercenary. He's of royal blood in the north and a close personal friend of Yaroslav of Kiev. It could put the Emperor in a difficult position if he does something to Hardradi without sufficient cause. Likely we will be kicked out of the city and sent away. Exile is a common punishment in the city." "The Empress will be powerless without us," Halfdan breathed. "There are still allies in the city, and Zoe is 1,000 times more popular with the people than the shits she reigns with," the commander said. "I will continue to attempt to influence anyone I can and find a way out of this mess. The Patriarch of the Church favors the Empress, and there are still nobles who would support her. Sadly, Dalasanos languishes in prison. He could be of aid." "And Maniakes," Volgartha added. "That man is an animal, nothing more." "He's an animal, but he's a lion on the battlefield, and whether you two get on or not, he's the Empress's man and always has been. It matters not, he's in prison too. We need to get to the Blackany and take up our new posting." Volgartha turned to the men in the doorway. "You'd best gather your things. Anyone tied to the commander here will be coming with us. Collect your gear and make your way to the far palace. I'll have new quarters assigned for you there when you arrive." The 5 of them nodded and edged around the scene of destruction, slouching along the corridors back to their room. "What do you make of this?" Leif murmured. "Sounds to me like Hardradi is cornered," Ketil replied. "One day I'm going to tear that Ari Karsten in two," added Bjorn. "He's dangerous," Halfdan acknowledged, "but it's this new emperor at the centre of it all, and his uncle, and this Scleros man who seem to be the cause. And taking on the imperial family and one of the most important nobles of the city as well as the deputy commander of the guard is a little beyond the reach of the five of us." He growled and slammed his fist on the corridor wall as they walked. Gunhild would know what to do. She is with the Empress. Perhaps she'll change things yet. "Perhaps," he sighed. "What do we know of the Blackany? I've not been there yet." Leif scratched his chin. "After the Great Palace, it's the largest in the city. It abuts the city's land walls to the west. It's large enough that it has several churches and cisterns and a port." "A good enough place for an exile, I suppose?" Ulfr noted. "At least if they're gathering all Hardradi's men there, we should have the crew back together." This raised relieved nods from the others. A few moments later, they were in their room and beginning to collect their things. The conversation had ended now, and each man worked in silence, bagging up their worldly goods. From beneath each bed, they pulled the locked boxes or tied bags that contained the gold and silver they had brought from Georgia, their prizes. "If," began Halfdan, but stopped in an instant at a hammering on the door. He turned to the others, but spoke to the visitor. "What?" "Open up in the name of the Basilios, His Imperial Majesty Emperor Michael V. Unless he's with you in person, fuck off," Halfdan said, earning a grin from Bjorn. The door opened with a click, and the five of them turned. A small group of Varangians stood in the corridor outside. He recognized among them the old guard he had wiped his boot on near the port, and who now looked upon him as a direct enemy. The greybeard was commanding his men from the rear, but the look of hatred he threw Halfdan warned of potential trouble. The young Jarl focused on the warriors, suspecting they were prepared for a fight. The man at the front was an enormous, barrel-chested brute with a shaved head and a crooked nose. "Put down your gear," the old man at the back said with an air of authority. "Fuck off," Bjorn replied with a rumble. Halfdan turned to him. The palace was full of Ari's men now, and any fight they started with these few would undoubtedly spill out into something much more dangerous. "Down, Bjorn. Remember our oath." The five of them complied with the command, though Bjorn defiantly kept hold of his favourite axe. "Step out into the corridor," Greybeard commanded. "We are under orders to search your rooms." "For what?" Ketil said, an edge of ice in his voice. "You are suspected of being in collusion with the thief Hardrada in his crimes against the imperial treasury. We are searching for evidence of the same." Halfdan stood for a moment, his mind racing. In a matter of heartbeats, he replayed the hours of their arrival in the city. They had made their mark on many documents, and all sorts of checks had been made, but he had no recollections of their personal possessions being logged anywhere. With a sinking feeling, he realized that each man here, as well as their crewmen who were based in various places around the city, had a small fortune in gold carved from that great cross of Ungvars, as well as gold and silver taken in the aftermath of the Battle of Sasireti. The Empire had no record of them bringing these riches into the city. Why would they? But right now, while there were plenty of explanations for the gold and silver, including the truth, they would be taken to be at least partial evidence against Hardrada, and against each of them too. "You'll not go through my possessions," he said quietly, addressing Greybeard, but as he did so, his left hand slid behind his back and pointed down at the small locked box containing his share of the gold. He felt the tension rise in the room and looked around at his friends. Ketil and Leif's expressions made it clear that they had come to the same conclusion, and Ulfr was looking wide-eyed at the bag at his feet. Only Bjorn frowned in confusion, but then his shoulders set and his face slipped into a grimace of defiance. He didn't know what Halfdan was suggesting, but had no intention of submitting anyway. "This is an order from Ari Karsten, acting Akoliathos of the Guard, carrying the authority of the Emperor." "Bollocks," Bjorn spat. "My stuff is my stuff, and I'll break the first arm that touches it."
"Don't make me use force," the old man said with a hint of menace. Halfdan's mind was racing. Starting a fight here could just pit them against the entire guard, and, like it or not, the greybeard had the law on his side. "Step aside and let us leave," he offered. "Remember our last meeting?" The old man's lip twitched at the recollection, and he growled, "I am required to give you a last warning, pagan filth, but I urge you to refuse anyway. Give me the excuse I need to gut you from cock to chin." "Stick it up your arse," Bjorn said. "I'll take the one in the silver shirt," Halfdan said, identifying his chosen target. "Fat boy for me," replied Bjorn. "Blondie white beard," Ketil said. "Brown trousers," noted Ulfr. "I'll bet," grinned Bjorn. The big man at the front, effectively blocking the doorway, reached down to his belt and opened a pouch. "Know what this is, Ice White?" he said, looking at Bjorn with a feral grin. "Ah, fuck," Ketil sighed, as the two men behind the barrel-chested man pulled the axes from his belt and took them away. "Is that—" Halfdan began. "It is. Put the bastard down before he goes mad." The big man dipped his fingers into the pouch and lifted them in an age-old sign that had to stand badly with the Christians by his side, licked the fingers, and then drew Odin's knot on his forehead in the wet brown paste. As he did so, the other men in the corridor began to back away. "Last thing I ever expected to see here," Ketil breathed. "Everyone ready?" "Back off," Bjorn snarled. "He's mine. Don't be stupid." The barrel-chested Varangian had begun to froth at the mouth, his eyes wide. His arms twitched, the muscles dancing within them. His nostrils flared. With an incoherent bellow, Bjorn ran at the man, casting his axe away onto one of the beds as he leapt into action. Roaring, the big Varangian jumped at him in reply. The two men met just inside the doorway, and Halfdan found himself holding his breath. He came from a village of the old ways, and yet even there the tales of the bear-shirts and their Odin-granted battle lust had been stories of old. Certainly he'd never expected to see such a thing with his own eyes. Bjorn's hands went straight to the big man's throat, and it was a testament to just how big their albino friend was that his fingers met around that enormous neck. He squeezed with a cry of fury in the name of Odin, but the big Varangian was unfazed. Even as the albino closed on his neck, his own hands came up, and he began to tear at Bjorn like a bear, fingers raking like claws. The two men were locked in a violent embrace, struggling this way and that, turning slowly, their friend's pale hands gripping tight around the throat, which was slowly going purple. And Halfdan felt sudden fear for Bjorn as the enemy's back came round slowly, and he could see that the frenzied clawing of the berserker had pulled the big man's chain shirt down and torn the tunic beneath to shreds. He hadn't stopped there, though, for the big man was clearly trying to tear a hole through Bjorn's chest. Flesh had been pulled away, and blood flowed in gouts. Halfdan tensed. They had to do something. As he watched, wincing, the maddened giant managed to get his fingers on the glistening white of Bjorn's collarbone and pulled. The albino howled in agony, the first time Halfdan had ever heard such a thing, and his grip on the man's neck faltered. Halfdan had not seen it coming, hidden behind the fight, and it came as both a shock and a relief when Ketil smashed the chair across the big man's back. The damage was negligible to the berserker, but the distraction was enough, and his scrabbling fingers released the big man's bone as he turned to Ketil. The Icelander gave a yelp of shock and danced away as the huge man bore down on him, leaping up onto one of the beds and jumping from there to the next, getting past him. Halfdan was moving now, as the big man turned, following Ketil, gave him a hefty kick behind the knee. He'd done as much in fights before, and a kick like that was enough to knock down even the strongest opponent. His shock as the kick had no impact and the big man turned to him was total. He could see the Odin knot on the man's forehead now streaking down his face with sweat, and the man's eyes were peculiar, the black of his pupil having grown so wide as to almost overtake any colour. His teeth were bared, but his lips were a mess where he'd apparently bitten into them repeatedly. He hit Halfdan with one punch, and it was enough. It felt like being struck by a charging bull, and Halfdan found himself barrelling away into the wall, where he leaned wheezing, checking his chest and side for broken bones. By the time he'd recovered enough to see what was going on, and was content that nothing was actually broken, the others were all on the big man, except for Ketil. Bjorn was behind him now and trying to stay there out of reach, while he clasped one hand to his damaged chest and punched repeatedly with the other. Leif was ducking and leaping, making himself a target to distract the big man, as Ulfr moved about, staying out of reach, and occasionally darting in to deliver a punch. Halfdan staggered away from the wall, ready to take a turn, and suddenly remembered the other Varangians. As he turned to the door, he realized the corridor was now empty. Greybeard and his friends hadn't counted on this debacle, and had put as much distance as possible between them and the disaster, for someone was probably going to die here, and then there would be trouble all round. As he staggered forward, Ketil suddenly appeared from the far side of the room. He held Bjorn's axe, but by the head end, brandishing it more as a club. As the dance of violence turned once more, the tall Icelander took his chance, his archer's skill coming into play. With a single jab, he thrust the butt of the axe at the berserker's head. The heavy haft connected with the big man's temple with a crack. Halfdan watched in fascination. The man was done, but it took time for him to know it, realization coming in waves. First, his punching, gripping hands started to fall short, flailing harmlessly in the air. Then his legs wobbled, and he staggered, close to falling. His entire body spun a quarter turn to the right, and Halfdan could have laughed at the man's expression of utter confusion that nothing seemed to be working in his body anymore. Finally, the eyes glazed, and the man went down like a poleaxed cow. Halfdan stared. "Would someone like to pull this thing off me?" grumbled Leif, where he lay trapped beneath the monster's tree-trunk legs. "Where are the others?" asked Ketil, as Ulfr and Halfdan helped their small Russ friend out from under the slumbering giant. Bjorn staggered around, swearing and clutching at his bloodied collarbone. "Did a runner when it looked like their friend was going to die," Halfdan said, pointing at the door. "I think it would be an exceptionally good idea if we were halfway to the Blackany when they came back." Ketil nodded. "And then we can find somewhere to stash our gold where it won't be searched for and presumed to be Hardradi's." "That's what you were on about," said Bjorn, enlightenment finally dawning. "I thought you were telling me to look at his feet." "Why would I do that?" "That's what I wondered." The 5 men grabbed their kit, Ketil taking one of Bjorn's bags for him, and padded out of the room. Leif darted ahead as they made their way through the barracks, checking around each corner for trouble and giving them the all-clear nod each time. Finally, with their first sigh of relief, they emerged into the gardens. Yet the tension remained as they made their way to the chalky gate that would see them out into the city. There was always the possibility a warning had made its way to the men on guard here. Fortunately, the Varangians in the archway barely gave them a glance as they made their way through. Emerging into the city streets, their attention was drawn by the sound of many marching feet, and they deftly made their way in among a watching crowd near the arcade of the Hippodrome, somewhere safely incognito as they observed. A unit of Varangians, perhaps 500 strong, was marching towards the palace gate. But there was something unusual about them. They did not look like Northmen, for all their equipment and the braids in their hair and beards. Their skin tone was a little too swarthy, their eye shape different. "They must be Ari's new men," Ketil hissed. "But who are they?" Halfdan asked. "They're steppe people. Scythians," Leif replied. "Half Russ, bred with Pecheneg women. Dangerous bastards. Trouble in an armoured shirt." Halfdan pointed west.
Looks to me like we got out just in time. Let's get to the Blackany before this place goes to shit."
"What about Gunhild and the Empress?" Leif muttered, looking back. "Gunhild can take care of herself," Ketil replied. "Believe me. Let's just hope she can look after the Empress too." Chapter 9. "Prophecy is clearly a gift of the divine," the Empress said, her face serious, her hand steady on the wineglass as she poured a second drink. "Agreed," Gunhild nodded. Zoe Porphyrogenita sighed and passed over the glass. "How can you say this when you have no belief in the Trinity? Your notion of the divine is still rooted in idolatry, demons, and false prophets, Gunhild." She held up both hands defensively. "I meant no offence, of course." "I have been studying your God text." "The Bible?" the Empress said in surprise. "I thought you could not read our language." "I cannot read any language, other than that of body and spirit. In my homeland we had little need for such things. But your father Avoris has been showing me the text. He thinks he will make me one of your Christians. He is mistaken, but the exploration is interesting." "How so?" "There is much chaff, I think, in your holy words, chaff which needs sweeping away, and yet parts of the book are clearly rules for your people. I am having some trouble with 'thou shalt not kill,' I admit. It seems to be one of your central rules that everyone ignores for convenience." The Empress chuckled. "There is some room for interpretation, certainly. That is why priests are so valuable. That same list also tells you that this God, who is one and three at once, said that, 'Thou shalt have no other gods before me.'" "Yes." "Then even your own holy book tells you that there are other gods. If there were not, why would he be so jealous as to tell you that he is first among them? I find your whole system very flawed." Zoe stared at her, and finally shook her head as if to dislodge a new and nagging thought. "The words come down to us through translations from ancient times, and need to be interpreted correctly." "Then you are saying that your holy words cannot be trusted?" "No," the Empress said, though her brow had creased deeply. "The Bible is inviolable." "Then it tells you there are other gods." "No, no, no." "Yes." "Gunhild, you are infuriating at times." The Emperor laughed in exasperation. "I think this might be one for you to argue with the Patriarch. He has a mind that can untangle such problems. For now, tell me about your Odin again. He seems to be a strange pagan reflection of the Christ, hanging from a tree for the good of the world." Gunhild rolled her eyes. It was one inescapable thing about Christians. They were capable of a very blinkered focus, ignoring anything that didn't fit with their view, while attempting to impose that view on everything they saw. She marshalled her arguments, for the gods were always listening. Hugin and Munin would be circling the palace on midnight wings, waiting to deliver their findings to Odin, and Gunhild would not bow before this Christian logic. Before she could begin, however, the two women became aware of a distant commotion, which swiftly resolved into a clatter of many footsteps out in the vestibule 2 rooms away. "The Emperor comes." "Your voice is filled with nerves," Gunhild said. "Uncertainty does not sound right on your tongue. You are Empress in this place." Zoe Porphyrogenita looked at her, and for once Gunhild could see through the imperial shell to the woman who had grown old navigating the dangerous currents of this place. "Michael Caliphates is Emperor of Byzantium, Gunhild. There is no mortal man in this world with more power than he." Gunhild shook her head. "He has a crown. Beside a man with an axe he is nothing." "Would that were so." The footsteps were coming closer now, approaching the antechamber, heavy boots that spoke of Varangians, and that lighter tapping of expensive shoes. "Why did you adopt him? Why did you let your husband do so before he died? You are older than both and with more majesty than either. Yours has always been the power to make and break emperors, I think." Zoe looked at her, that nakedness still there, and sighed sadly. "There are many, Araltis, whom you call Hardradi, among them, who believe that it was my fear of my husband's family that led to my decision. They are a den of serpents, after all. My husband was a good man inside, and I think he showed it in the end, but his entire brood are little more than monsters. It would be perfectly understandable if I had bowed to their pressure and agreed to adopt our nephew. But it was not that, for you are strong. You would not bow to such pressure." Truly naked now, her soul laid open, the Empress turned eyes full of sorrow and embarrassment upon her. "I am strong, Gunhild, in so many ways. I am the strongest of my sex ever to sit upon that throne since dazzling Theodora. But in at least one way I am weak. I am vain, and I am led by the needs of a woman as much as those of an empire. At times my heart contradicts my head, like my first husband, Romanos. My second was a man of extraordinary good looks, a beautiful man, an Adonis, and I am weak before such beauty. I knew my husband would do me no good, but I could not help myself. When, as the life ebbed from my husband, he begged me to adopt his nephew as successor, I looked at young Michael Calaphates, and all I could see was a perfect, chiselled echo of my husband in his prime. I could do nothing else. My passion, my ardour, and my love of beauty led me to accept the unacceptable. And now Michael rules Byzantium, while I wither as a dowager. So now you are saddled with him. I am intrigued to meet the man." It had been over a month now, almost 2 since the coronation, and still the Empress, and therefore also Gunhild, remained in the Gynakonitis, separated from the men's court. On occasion they had made their way about the palace gardens, but there had been no mixing with the Emperor and his court. In fact, Gunhild could see worse than mere separation to come. She had watched Zoe draft laws and arrange proclamations, which was her right as Empress, and dispatch them to the administration. The sympathetic clerk, Michael Sellus, had visited time and again, always with a haunted look, only to inform the Empress that the Emperor had read through her edicts and had uniformly torn them up and discarded them before they could be enacted. Power was leaching away from the Empress like rainwater in the well-drained lawns. "Be very careful. Say nothing while he is here. He must have heard about you, and if his attention is drawn to you, he might have you cast out, and I would not like that. You have become a pillar of strength among the shrine of my confidants." Gunhild nodded. She knew she had taken something of a central role in the women's palace since her arrival. Zoe's friends still came and went as always, offering their well-meaning but often flawed advice, but now always Gunhild was there. In her heart, she knew it was because, for all their friendships, the others would always say what they thought the Empress wished to hear, while Gunhild spoke only the plain truth. At Zoe's urging, she stepped back into the gloom, close to one of the great heavy red drapes. A moment later, the doors opened without a knock or request. The servants who habitually occupied the antechamber, ready to follow the forms of etiquette, hurried into the room, a torrent of announcements and titles spilling from their lips, desperately trying to introduce the Emperor before he stepped through the door. The moment Michael Calaphates walked into the room, Gunhild could see it. The man was truly handsome. His skin was healthy and well cared for, his hair and beard neat and oiled, his features almost perfect. Almost. It took a few moments of looking at him to see past the looks. Some people could wear a shell of beauty while being truly ugly within, and Michael Calaphates was the epitome of that type. His eyes slid this way and that, and the sly, devious nastiness in them corrupted everything they touched. Gunhild had a prosaic attitude to people. No one was truly a hero, and no one was unerringly wicked in her opinion. It was important for a vulva to apply only Freya's judgments, and not to hinder the goddess with their own. Yet the moment her gaze fell on Michael Calafates, she was startled to discover that she hated him. It was all the more startling because she had never truly hated before. Her hands rose to the pendant at her neck, shaped for the goddess. Was this how Halfdan had felt with Yngvar? A few lackeys followed the emperor, as well as a couple of older men who were clearly related from their features, and who each carried themselves with Ophidian menace. The group was escorted by a detachment of Varangians, led by the one she had noted as seemingly opposed to Hardrada. Ari, they called him. Ari Karsten. His men were not true Northmen either, but angry-looking Pecheneg types, wearing a Northman's face with difficulty. This, she decided, was a dangerous gathering in many ways. "Begone, witch!" the emperor demanded with a sneer. Gunhild, eager to avoid causing any further problems for the empress, took a step towards the door. "Not you," one of the older relatives snarled. "He means the crone." The insult went unchallenged as the older man pointed at the empress. To her credit, Zoe Porphyrogenita, daughter and granddaughter of one of the empire's greatest dynasties, simply rose with imperial grace, bowed her head to her adoptive nephew, and swept from the room, two eunuchs racing to follow her. Gunhild felt traps opening up below her as the empress was ushered from the room by those hard, dark-skinned Varangians, and the emperor looked the woman left alone in the room up and down. She clenched her hands. There was no fear. A daughter of Freya could not submit to such a debilitating emotion, but there was tension and alertness. She was in a more dangerous place than any battlefield right now, but she was no Greek. She was a daughter of the North, and she would not bend her neck to this man, no matter what he threatened. She would sell her life dearly if it came to that. "Some say you are a heathen witch," the emperor said quietly, as he took a few steps towards her, hands clasped behind his back. His robes were golden and red, stiff and formal, each garment so rich and extravagant that every one could buy and equip a ship of war. The red leather boots clicked on the tile floor. His crown was gold, overly jewelled, and seemed to drip riches down to his shoulders. Behind him, the two older men, uncles she suspected, ushered everyone from the room, even Ari, to the Varangians' clear irritation. Within moments, Gunhild was alone with the emperor and two of his relatives. It occurred to her that if she felt so inclined, she could probably completely alter the succession of Byzantium in this room. A few well-placed blows, and these men looked like typically oily, fat courtiers rather than warriors. Moreover, it would give her the greatest of pleasures to watch the life fade from those serpentine eyes. But that was not to be her fate, she felt certain. Instead, she simply watched the emperor, expressionless. "Others," Calafates went on, "say that you are a gift from God. The one thing they seem to agree on, though, whether savior or demon, is that you do have true power. What say you?" "I see what I am given to see, nothing more." "Remember to whom you speak in your insolence," spat one of the older men, but the emperor waved him down. "These Varangi are hardy and prickly, uncle, but they have value. Do they not give their lives for the emperor, after all?" "Some of them," grunted the other uncle grudgingly. "You have been using your talents for my aunt," the emperor said, addressing Gunhild once more. "That in itself stands against you, since it seems to have done her no good. She is a hindrance that will soon be removed, God willing, and your aid has done nothing to halt her decline. Or that she simply gave up like the old woman she is and conveniently died. But sadly she seems to be immortal, and even I, the most powerful man in the world, cannot simply have her killed." Gunhild kept her gaze steady, said nothing, tried to suppress the hate. The emperor stopped in front of her, just out of reach, Gunhild noticed with satisfaction. The man was not quite as confident as he appeared. "I have a course of action in mind," he said, "concerning the difficult obstruction I must overcome. I live in a shadow, and must step into the light if I am ever to shine. I have consulted my astrologers, the most learned men to be found across the empire and beyond, from savage Francia to the deserts of Persia. They have been commanded to speak plain, and they all advise me against my course of action." He began to pace back and forth, as though struggling with the problem, one hand coming round to the front to tap on his lip. "However, I have dreamed that this course will finally bring me into that light, and when I woke from my dream, the great bell of the Hagia Sophia was chiming. It appears as though God himself favours my plan. As such, I am forced to consider the possibility that each and every astrologer in the empire is nothing more than a charlatan. In truth, they are often condemned by the church for their work, and it may be that I am consulting heathens when I should be placing my fate in the hands of the Lord." He stopped again in front of her. "I cannot deny that you yourself are just such a heathen, and yet it is said not only that you are a wielder of truly occult power, but also that you are no lackey, and that you speak plainly even to the Empress. Such is the advice I seek. No obsequious desire to please, but an honest appraisal of my plan." He took in the lack of emotion in her face, and his brow knitted. "I am the Emperor of Byzantium. At my command, cities rise and fall. Not a single citizen in my empire can refuse a command. Yet I offer you this respect. I will not command you, but ask you plain. Will you consult your demons and answer my question?" Gunhild stood silent for a moment, fighting the urge to tear his throat out, and then finally spoke. "What you ask is not a small thing. In the common course I offer simple advice and common sense. If you truly seek the wisdom that comes through savour from the gift of Freya, I can do such a thing. But if you seek a true answer, I must know precisely what question I am asking. You tell me so little. You know my trouble. You know what I must do to rule unopposed. I must remove the old woman. I cannot kill her, for she is empress and sacrosanct, but somehow I must put her aside and remove her influence. This is all you can know, all you need to know. Is my course wise?" Gunhild stood silent again. She could answer that with common sense. Of course it was not wise, but perhaps she was being driven by the strange camaraderie she had built up with the Empress over the weeks. Sometimes good flesh had to be cut away to find the rot within. Perhaps the weaving of the Norns called for the fall of the Empress and the rise of this monster. It was not Gunhild's place to decide, just to reveal. She had to fight down her instincts. Besides, whatever she told him, she had to know the truth herself. "You must not question or interrupt," she said, as she moved to a more open area of floor, where the patterned marble was least busy and would allow her a clearer view. She made a show of some flailing of arms and muttering, turning this way and that as though in a frenzy. All theatrics, but which allowed her to slip her hand to the precious pouch in the folds of her cloak, withdraw a little of the powder, and touch it to her lips without the process being easily observed by these three men. Some secrets were not to be told. Coming to a halt, she dipped her hands in the other, larger pouch which contained the bones, the beads, and the hacksilver. She began the song, and made no attempt to hide any of this now, knowing that her words, even spoken clearly, meant nothing to these men, who knew nothing of the languages of the northern peoples. In fact, the song was so old and archaic that she doubted even Halfdan would follow much of it. This song had been sung before even these Greeks had risen to power. She could feel the goddess now. She felt the ripples of Freya's will in her blood, each wave bursting out of her, pushing her higher, out of the room and into the darkness beyond, into that place where even gods could only look but could not walk, where Yggdrasil grew from its 3 springs, and all the worlds waited. She was in a room, or something that felt like a room. She could see no walls, for the distance disappeared into darkness all around and above her, only a stone floor visible beneath her feet. She focused, her skin tingling, her pulse speaking in whispers. The Empress was there again, an old woman in a long robe at the heart of the room. Each of her hands rested upon the hair of an animal's neck. At her left, a wolf. At her right, a boar. Gunhild shivered. 2. Only 2. The darkness was coming. Not a figure coalescing from the shadows at the edge of sight, but shadow itself, moving into the light. A column of turning, twisting darkness. It moved towards the old woman, tendrils reaching out and whipping this way and that. A darkness threatening to engulf all. The wolf snarled. The boar grunted. Neither moved. But here was something new. A golden light cutting into the darkness, melting it, casting it aside. The moment the golden bear emerged from the light and savaged the column, even in her trance, Gunhild felt a shock. The great claws rent the darkness, the massive jaws closing on it, until the column of dark was no more. She felt her heart tremble for a moment, and her mind exploded. "She is waking." Gunhild opened her eyes. She was lying on the floor of the women's palace audience chamber, where she had been before. Her hand was still gripping the bones tightly, a few beads and fragments having fallen away. Her head hurt. She felt around and felt the back sticky, her hand coming away wet. For a moment she felt rage and incredulity that one of these men might have had the temerity to attack her in the middle of a casting. But then she remembered the shock of the golden bear and realized that she had passed out. The blood was from where her head had struck the floor, a fact confirmed as she struggled upright and looked down at the mess. No one tried to help her, she noted as she swayed. "What did you see?" the Emperor asked in an urgent hiss. "Tell me!" She could hardly think, let alone speak. She stumbled a moment, shaking her head. "Tell me, or I will have you flayed," snarled the Emperor, finally betraying his true self. Gunhild steadied herself, focused upon him, and saw that his serpentine eyes had regained their wickedness, his body all a-quiver with tense, expectant hunger. "Your course will not be easy. Torn apart by a bear. But is it wise? Will it work?" To fall, he must be in the light. "It is wise. You will suffer, but you will find the light you seek. Gods, but that light would find him." She shivered. "You heard her. My course is wise," the Emperor said, turning to his uncles. "If you are wrong in this, it will go badly for all of us," one reminded him. "You heard her. The witch speaks the truth. You have both heard as much." There were guarded nods from the pair, and, with a gesture from the Emperor, one of them crossed the chamber doors and pulled them open. Ari Karsten and his strange Northmen waited outside, and from the knowing smile on the Varangian's face, Gunhild was certain he had heard everything. The Emperor turned his viper's eyes to them. "Just as the Empress cannot die, this one must also live. If time proves that she has done me the service I believe, she will be showered with gold. The Empress and the witch will be confined to the Bucolion Palace. No ships must be allowed to dock there without my express permission. The doors shall be closed. The palace shall be as a prison for my darling aunt and her witch. She will have no access to court, nor to treasury. She will have food and a priest to witness her confession.
I will return to the palace and have the documents drawn up for her abdication of the throne and her retreat to a house of God. Once all is in place, I will send for her, and the old crone will be escorted to a nunnery to serve out her days, safely away from the palace." As Ari bowed his head, the emperor turned a horrible smile on Gunhild. "You will stay with her until then. Once all is well and she serves God in peace, you will have all the gold you can carry, and will leave my domain with all haste." With that, the most powerful man in the world turned and strode from the room, cackling with glee. The two older men gave Gunhild one last disapproving look and then followed. Ari Karsten looked at her, as though trying to weigh her up. Once the nobles were gone, the guard's second-in-command took a few steps towards her. "Is it true what they say? Are you a vulva of old?" Gunhild watched him carefully. She still felt shaky. Finally, she nodded. Her training might be incomplete, but in this soft southern world, she was the closest thing to a vulva. "Did you see me in your casting?" he asked carefully. "Will I take my rightful place alongside the emperor? Will I rise?" She had found nothing of this man's path in her casting. He was ambitious, and she could see that with plain eyes. He was unprincipled, she suspected, and dangerous. Whatever his fate might be, he deserved a poor one. "Stand by your emperor," she found herself saying, "and you will share his weaving." That brought a shiver. It was a guess, but if this man stood by Michael Califates, he would surely share that fate. A small, guilty part of her wondered whether she was doing this because it needed to be done, or because of Hardrada, the golden bear. She ground her teeth. Thinking of the man always clouded her thoughts. She had to stop fawning over him. With a deep breath, she collected her staff and followed Ari Karsten and his Varangians from the room. Chapter 10. "This emperor has too many palaces," Bjorn grumbled, looking up at their surroundings as he ran the whetstone with skin-crawling strokes along the blade of his axe. "Stop fondling that thing and stand up," Hardrada said, waving his own axe as the others sparred in the courtyard, fighting back and forth in the daily training session. Bjorn rose, putting away the stone and stretching. Hardrada had chosen the big albino to train with as the largest specimen available in the Blachany, and already the pair had almost knocked each other out several times. Halfdan paused between bouts, sweating and breathing heavily, looking up into the early spring sky. "I think an emperor measures his worth with jewels and buildings. This one is richer than most, I suspect. I don't know how many he has." "Many," Hardrada replied, "though only 3 main ones. And they say Gunhild is in the Bucolion Palace with the Empress. At least they're safe. For now," Halfdan said quietly. "You've all heard the rumours." The rumours had come from Celis, the clerk, conveyed very carefully while officially visiting upon tedious duties. It was said that the Emperor was building a case against the Empress, accusing her of all sorts of things, in order to give him a legal precedent for her removal. She would then be exiled to a church of the nailed god somewhere far from the city, and the Emperor would assume total power. Celis had been worried, for the Emperor himself was impetuous, and might have simply sent her away, but his uncles were wily, and had kept the Empress under lock and key in her palace while they laid the foundations for her exile. Thus it would be nicely legal, and there should be no argument from the court when it happened. "It's bought us time," Kettle said between blows, as he and Ulfr separated for a moment. "While he buries himself in books and lawyers, we have time." "To do what?" Halfdan replied in exasperation. "Even Hardrada over there is powerless right now. The Emperor has control of the city with his uncles, the Guard are loyal to him and to Ari, and the only people we can rely on are in here with us, also under virtual arrest." Ketil nodded glumly. They were still waiting for the rest of the Seawolf's crew to be assigned here with them, and the delay was worrying. Also, there didn't seem to be a way out, and from what Folgarthra had said, they were virtually prisoners. Confined to the Blachany, they could only enter the city with permission, and Ari and the Emperor had all the harbours controlled, and the chain across the Horn Bay. Even if they could afford to simply abandon their plan, they couldn't leave the city. Not that they would leave without Gunhild anyway. "This time I'm going to leave you sitting in the dust with a sore arse," Bjorn said as he lumbered towards the commander, gripping his axe. "It's not that kind of session," Hardrada grinned. "We may be in Greek lands, but we're still men of the north." Bjorn's answering smile turned into a roar as he leapt, his blade swooping downwards. Had Hardrada not reacted in time, the training session might well have been cut short as they looked for a new commander. Fortunately, the handsome yellow-haired man lurched to his left, swinging his own axe out at ankle height, almost separating Bjorn's foot from his leg. The huge albino swore as the blade cut the leather of his boot, narrowly avoiding drawing blood, and the two men ended the maneuver facing one another once more, panting. Halfdan watched, impressed, reminding himself how recently Bjorn had suffered an eye-watering wound to the collarbone. The medics always said it was healing well, but they remained exasperated that every time the wound showed real progress, Bjorn would do something stupidly violent and set it back once more. The rest of the bouts fizzled to inactivity as each man in the courtyard, 20 in all, turned to watch the duel. Everyone else had contented themselves with simple exercise and the practice of landing blows, but the last contest between these two, half an hour ago, had been fascinating enough to draw everyone's attention. Hardrada and Bjorn seemed intent on actually trying to kill one another. "You're going to buy me new boots," the big man grumbled, looking down at his damaged leather. "Trousers too with my next blow, and after that I might make you a eunuch." "You'd need a bigger axe for that," grinned Bjorn. Hardrada leapt. He was so quick that none of them had expected it, least of all Bjorn, who was still winding up for the slinging of more insults before making a move. The big white warrior could do little to counter, given the surprise of the attack, and had to lean precariously back out of the range of the swinging blade. Halfdan was impressed. The result could have been an accident, of course, but given what Hardrada had just said, it seemed unlikely. The keen edge of the commander's axe neatly snicked through Bjorn's belt, and as the huge man lurched and staggered back, trying not to fall, his trousers neatly dropped to his ankles. His pouches thudded and clattered to the ground, his prized carved-bone beard comb now missing several teeth, coins spilling from a purse to roll across the dusty ground. Hardrada laughed and lowered his axe as Bjorn cursed inventively and bent to pull up his trousers. The commander gathered a few of the fallen items, and then paused at one of the pouches and rose, opening it and looking inside, dipping in a couple of fingers and peering at them. As Bjorn tried desperately to tie his broken belt together, Hardrada held the pouch out on a flat palm, his brow folded, face serious. "So," the commander said quietly in the strange silence, "do you wear a bare shirt, Bjorn?" The big man gave up trying to tie the belt, took a brooch and pinned the two ends of leather together before looking up at Hardrada. "No, I'm no berserker. I eat bears. I love to fight, and Odin's ever at my shoulder, but I like to know what I'm doing, not go battle-mad. Yet you have this. One thing I have learned is that the smallest touch of this stuff, and my wound doesn't bother me at all, but I'll stop there. Besides, I know how valuable it is. It's treasure sure as gold." Halfdan frowned. He'd seen that pouch on the big bastard they fought in the barracks. "Is that—" "Yes," the commander replied. This is the stuff that turns thinking men into froth-mouthed shield-biters. I dread to think what it would do if this monster used it." Ketil snorted. "I'm not sure we'd see much difference." Bjorn reached out towards the commander, but Hardrada drew his hand back, swiping the pouch out of reach. "I think it might be better for all concerned if this was out of your hands, my big friend." "Quite," Leif put in. "The last thing we want is Bjorn not being able to tell friend from foe." "That's valuable," argued the big man. "I'll see you're compensated," the commander replied. The two men separated, massaging aching muscles and preparing for another bout. As Bjorn pushed Leif and his ministrations away with a snort, Hardrada sidled close to Halfdan. "Gunhild," was all he said. "Yes?" "I'm expecting to marry a princess, of course, but I find Gunhild intoxicating." Halfdan raised one eyebrow as he turned to the commander. "Gunhild will be no man's, I think." "I'm not so sure. I've seen the way she looks at people, even you. She saves most of her smiles for you, but even then they are protective, familial. You are her brother in some way." Halfdan just nodded. "Her smiles for me are different," Hardrada said. "She tries not to give me them, but I see them anyway, and I have seen smiles like that before. She can say what she likes through the armor of her demeanor, but she feels it too, Halfdan, I swear it. If that is the case, then the Norns will weave you together." The commander laughed. "I am a Christian, Halfdan. I take your meaning, and fate is what fate is. But the book of Proverbs tells us, the sluggard craves and gets nothing, but the desires of the diligent are fully satisfied. Fate sometimes needs a helping push." Halfdan laughed again. "Don't push too hard. I've seen her push back." If Hardrada had some pithy response, it was lost as Bjorn, stretching, waved at them, beckoning. "This time I really am going to put you on your backside." "We'll see," Hardrada replied, crossing to meet him. The two men stepped forward again, Bjorn lightly hampered by the fact that he kept having to haul on his belt to keep his trousers up. Hardrada swung, but this time the big albino was ready and caught the blow with his own axe, the clang and clatter echoing around the courtyard as the rest of those in training watched the contest with interest, wondering not so much who would win, but more whether they would need to gather up stray limbs afterwards. It took a few moments through the ringing of steel and the clonk of wood, the swearing and cursing in the name of Christ and of older gods, before anyone heard the hammering. At a gesture from Volgartha, the two combatants pulled apart, sweating and heaving down tired breaths. The hammering continued, heavy blows on timber. Two of the men not busy training were closing on the gate. Unlike the great palace on the far side of the city, the Blackany was not protected by great walls, towers, and gates, but more of a minor boundary wall with sporadic gates surrounding a collection of halls and complexes, gardens and courtyards on terraces leading down to the water's edge. As such, there was nowhere for guards to stand watch, and the first they knew of the waiting men outside was when the two warriors pulled the gates open in response to the banging. Every man on the wide gravel yard inside the gate stopped what they were doing and straightened, turning to look, fingers dancing on hafts and hilts, eyes narrowing, teeth clenching. Through the gateway, they could all see a sizable unit of Varangians, including a number of the new Eastern Rus, loyal specifically to Ari and the Emperor. As the gates came open, the new arrivals began to stomp inside without waiting to be called, falling into rough lines facing the sweating trainees across the open ground. Halfdan half expected Ari Karsten to step forward, but it seemed he had more important things to do. His lip curled at the sight of that same greybeard they had come up against twice now. The man stepped to one side, separating himself from the rest. Their arrival boded no good, for each man there was armed for war, even in the city. "What is the meaning of this, Eric Boneblade?" Hardrada demanded, taking a couple of paces forward, fingers tightening on his axe haft. Halfdan mentally filed away the greybeard's name. The old warrior mirrored the commander's move, folding his arms. "Harald Sigurdsson, you are under arrest on the orders of the Emperor." "On what charge?" Folgartha asked, stepping forward to join his commander. Everyone in the courtyard managed to shuffle a little further forward, knuckles whitening, spoiling for a fight. "Theft of imperial property," the man replied. "Namely, 5,300 pounds of gold from the treasury." "Preposterous," snorted Hardrada. "Such an accusation is plainly ridiculous, and this is the 4th time it has been levelled at me by corrupt and criminal elements within the court. Never once has a single piece of evidence been raised against me. Leave now, or I might start to get angry." The old man shook his head, and his smile was nasty as he fixed it on the commander. "On the contrary, there is now evidence. Circumstantial, admittedly, but enough to warrant further investigation, and so I am under orders to escort the commander to prison while further inquiries are made. Stand down, all of you. My orders currently include only the commander, but I am authorized to expand the arrest to include anyone who attempts to stop us in the carrying out of our duties. And there are certain elements here I would love nothing more for." Hardrada took a step back now. "What evidence? There can be no evidence, for I'm innocent." "Your pet warriors you brought from Georgia, Sigurdsson, the ones you involve in your criminal activity, and whose oath to the Emperor is suspect at best. Large quantities of gold have been located among groups of them throughout the city, and each man has been arrested appropriately." "I know nothing about this gold," Hardrada insisted. Halfdan moved forward now to stand beside the commander. "We brought spoils of war from our campaign in Georgia. It has nothing to do with Hardrada or the Empire." "I wonder how that might be proven," mused the old man, that unpleasant smile still in place. "Very hard to do so. I suspect the investigation will take years. Long enough for a man to rot in a cell, I'd say." "Get out," snarled Hardrada, gesturing with his axe at the officer. "You would defy an imperial order, here in the great city itself? Bear in mind that no matter how many good men you have here, we have more, as well as the excubitores and the rest of the city garrison. I advise strongly against starting a war, Sigurdsson, because you will lose. Submit, and it is only your neck at risk, and not those of your fellow criminals." Hardrada let out a low rumble from deep in his throat, and reached up, rubbing his face with his free hand, which then dropped to his belt, and pulled free his gleaming sax blade. "Harald," Folgartha said, reaching out, "this isn't the way." "Back off," Hardrada snapped at his friend, and then to the Varangians at the gate. "I give you one more chance to leave. I will not submit to your false justice." The old warrior with the long axe beside him stepped a little closer, his face full of concern, but Halfdan's mind was racing now, and he cleared his throat, moving away a little. "Do as he says, Folgartha. Back off." "What?" The second-in-command frowned across at Halfdan, who gave him a warning look. His hands, the pouch, the bare shirt. Folgartha's eyes widened as he realized. Hardrada had not just been rubbing his face, he still had the compound from the pouch on his fingers. At that moment, the guard commander turned to his men, and Halfdan felt his spirit sink. Hardrada's eyes were wild and dark, drool at the corner of his mouth. The young Jarl danced away fast now, Folgartha doing the same, the two men falling back to the others. Hardrada was trembling. "Take him," the greybeard commanded, pacing back to the gate. The Varangian stepped forth. Halfdan noted that despite the reticence of the guard towards bearing naked blades in the city, each man here had drawn one.
Whether that was because of this being official duty, or perhaps the unfamiliarity of these strange Russ with common custom, Halfdan couldn't say, but a true fight was clearly being offered. "What do we do?" he asked Volgartha, watching nervously. "Nothing." "What?" "If we join in, this becomes a battle, and lots of men die, probably including all of us. Harald still falls, but we go with him. We need to survive so we can help him. We stay back." "Besides," added Ketil, appearing at his other shoulder, "Hardrada is berserk. Best not to be near him. Let's just hope he doesn't get himself killed." The commander suddenly let out a strangled cry, which could have been some sort of prayer to the Christ god, though Halfdan suspected he heard the name Odin somewhere in the roar, and leapt forward. The Varangians reacted with surprising bravery, though perhaps these strange men from the edge of Russ lands had not heard the old northern tales of the bare shirts. They brandished their weapons and roared in response as Hardrada broke into a run. Halfdan found himself silently asking Odin to watch over the man now, and beside him he could hear Volgartha muttering similar prayers to his own god. The berserk commander hit the line of Varangians like a runaway cart. Before anyone could land a blow in reply, his axe had smashed deeply into the leg of one man, breaking the bone and almost severing it, while his sax, 1.5 feet of straight steel, had plunged deep into the neck of another. What had happened to the rest, Halfdan could not see, but a small part of the line had been pushed back and had fallen in a heap. With panicked and angry shouts, the remaining unengaged men enveloped in the ruckus, and the fight was lost to sight. Halfdan trembled, still praying. For a moment, Hardrada came back into view, his axe raised, blood spraying in every direction, knife whirling. He disappeared again in the press of men, and when he next appeared, his dagger had gone, and instead he held half an arm in his left hand, whacking it in the face of a man as he howled. "I don't know who I pity more," Ketil muttered. "Stupid," Halfdan grunted. "He's only going to get himself killed." "We could help," Bjorn suggested, arriving at their shoulders. "Not a good idea," Volgartha said. "If we fight this, we'll have to fight the whole city, even the whole empire. They've got the law on their side. No, we have to prove him innocent instead and get him back." "If he lives through his arrest," Halfdan said, watching nervously. The commander appeared in view again for a moment, and he was gnawing on something as he tried to pull himself out of the press. He was no longer armed, and men were all over him, gripping, pummeling, trying to restrain him. Finally, someone smacked Hardrada round the back of the head with the flat of a sword. It did not immediately have the desired effect, and the commander managed to turn, even being clawed at and beaten by a score of men, and break the man's jaw with a powerful punch. Finally, though, his mind succumbed to the damage, and Hardrada collapsed in a heap, men all over him. After a few moments, the commander was lifted from the ground by 4 Varangians, his body shaking wildly, and borne aloft as though part of a Jarl's funeral procession. Halfdan watched, alert, making sure that they were not the death shakes, but it seemed that the man lived. Indeed, he seemed remarkably uninjured, barring marks and contusions, considering the fact that at least 5 bodies were being lifted up, several men limping or clutching wounds. Hardrada's axe and knife were handed to the greybeard, who looked across at the palace garrison, a little disappointed perhaps that they had not joined in and given him the excuse he needed to wipe them out. "Wait," the man said to his guards. "The wounded and a dozen other men. Take Hardrada away along with the dead. The rest of you, our business here is not done." Halfdan felt himself tense at the words, and everyone gathered in the training yard moved close together now, prepared for the worst. "You did not submit to a search of your gear in the great palace," Eric reminded them. "Your shipmates have proved to be hoarders of stolen gold, criminal allies of the commander. You will submit to that search now, or I will have you detained on suspicion of involvement." Bjorn let out a defiant bellow, but Halfdan held out a restraining hand. "Let them search." As they stood there in the dusty sunlight, Greybeard sent his men into the nearby barrack block, while a detachment of his men, limping and groaning, carried Hardrada and several corpses out of the gate, bearing them away across the city. As the enemy commander began to direct his men into other buildings with impunity, Volgartha turned to Halfdan. "What do you know of this gold they found?" "Exactly what I told them. We earned gold and silver in Georgia, fighting for a deluded jarl. This was our share. Nothing to do with the commander or this city at all. It was unfortunate timing. We managed to stop them searching our gear, but we were sent here straight away, and I haven't managed to speak to the others." "What will they find here?" "Nothing. Leif assures me of that." Volgartha nodded silently, though Halfdan could feel the disappointment glowing off the man. For months, Hardrada had managed to avoid real trouble by being untouchable, as they'd seen with the impudent note they delivered to Ari from the ship captain, and now the very men the commander brought in to be loyal to his cause had handed the enemy the evidence they needed. It was all very unpleasant, and all very neat. They would find nothing else, of course, but now they had sufficient cause to keep Hardrada locked up until Ragnarok, while they twiddled their thumbs. Damn it! They stood for some time, musing on failure and disaster, as the frantic Varangians hurried this way and that, turning every room in every structure in the palace upside down. In truth, it would take hours for them to even attempt such a complete search of the Blachany, but they would focus on the areas Halfdan and his men occupied, and have to consider that sufficient for now. Almost an hour passed before the Greybeard gathered his men once more and gestured to the gate. "Just because we found nothing does not mean there was nothing to find. I am watching you all like a hawk." "So we are not under arrest?" Volgartha asked. "You are still assigned to the Blachany. That has not changed. But as guards, not prisoners. We are free to go about our business in the city if we so wish." Eric Boneblade chewed his lip irritably in silence for some time, and finally gave a single curt nod. Clearly he would have loved to have confined them to barracks, but despite the free spirit of all Northmen, those serving in this city were bound by the same rules as every other citizen of the Empire, and the man could not flaunt those rules here, lest he endanger the authority he carried. With a final glare, the old warrior turned and marched away. "Eric there is making a funeral pyre for himself," Volgartha murmured. Halfdan nodded. "Once, not long ago, I stood on his chest with my sword at his throat. I'll vow right now before both your god and mine that it'll happen again before the snows come." Volgartha gave him an unpleasant smile. "I'd say the same about Ari Karsten, but God help the man who gets between him and Hardrada when the time comes." The others were gathering now, and not just Halfdan and his friends or the Varangians who'd been training, but all those considered to be Hardrada's men and who'd been reassigned to this peripheral place. Leif was smiling. "Where did you hide the gold?" Halfdan asked quietly, as the gates were shut once more and they were free of listening enemies. The small Russ's grin widened. "There's a small church to the Theotokos down near the water. It's already full of imperial treasures. A few extra pounds of gold are lost in the fortune." Halfdan laughed. "Quick thinking." "What do you intend to do with this gold?" Volgartha asked quietly. "What? I don't know yet. Each man to his own, I suppose." "Why?" "Because there could be a greater use for it." Halfdan folded his arms. "I'm listening." "We are not trapped here, and so let us make use of our time. Hardrada is imprisoned, and so are the Empress and your friend. Our time is limited, for once the Emperor and his cronies are ready to move, the Empress will be taken out of reach, and there will be no hope of freeing the commander then. We need to start moving, to speak to anyone who will ally with us,
from the disaffected nobles who don't like this low-born upstart emperor to the patriarch of the church who almost refused to crown him. But there will be more we can do. Byzantines are a practical and avaricious people. Gold buys loyalty here much more easily than in the north. I will direct you to powerful figures who will covet your gold and who might be willing to trade their oath for it." Ketil cleared his throat meaningfully. "I might remind you that the gold is ours, not yours." Halfdan gave his friend a sympathetic look. "But it is our gold that brought Hardrada a prison cell. We owe him." Ketil fell into a grumbling silence, yet still he nodded. They all did. "But what can we do?" Halfdan asked. "What use is raising a few nobles and a priest? What do you intend?" Volgartha fixed him with a steely look. "Simple. I intend to start a revolution." Part 3. Streets of Blood. Chapter 11. "Hear, citizens of the Empire, the words of His Majesty the Basileus Autocrator, Michael V, son of Michael the Paphlagonian." Gunhild leaned on the edge of the window and peered out into the open square before the Bucolion Palace, squinting into the sunlight. This open space was thronged on even the quietest of days, but today, as the spring weather warmed the stone and the air carried a pleasant breeze off the sea, it veritably seethed with humanity. A man in an elaborate uniform stood in a small, clear space, the masses held back by 6 of the new, dour-looking Scythian Varangians. The people of the city were silent, straining to hear, and Gunhild could just make out the very same words being spoken a few streets away. "This is happening all over the city." The Empress nodded. "The Eparch will be reading the edict in the great forum of Constantine at the heart of the city, and copies are being relayed in every street to be sure that no soul misses it. Now quiet, Gunhild, and listen. The honour and respect due your emperor, and has proved herself ill-disposed to the rule of your rightful Basileus. Still, the emperor is merciful in the eyes of God, and endures the empress's constant betrayals and slights with a stoic calmness." "I'll slight him," Zoe spat angrily. Gunhild simply listened, half expecting what was coming next already. "Evidence has come to light concerning a plot devised by the Porphyrogenitor to poison the emperor. Had it not been for the alertness and composure of the emperor's new Scythian guard, the Basileus would have followed his father and the great Romanos into the arms of God. For it now becomes apparent that 3 generations of emperors have all succumbed to the machinations of the empress and her poisons. If I had wished to poison the rat, I could have done so many times, though I consider some things beneath me. Now I begin to regret not having done it." Gunhild found herself recalling her first meeting with the Empress and that tray of ingredients. 2 of the 5 had been virulent poisons. Why, she found herself wondering, would the Empress have such a thing to hand? She hauled her thoughts back to the present, as the official was still delivering his announcement. "Because it is an abhorrent thing to contemplate the execution of one of imperial blood, and of an ancient and respected line, no matter how criminal or wicked they might have proven themselves, the emperor is minded to clemency, and forgives the empress of her many crimes, commuting a clear sentence of death." "How generous," Zoe rumbled. "Therefore the empress will be shorn of her locks and taken henceforth to the island of Principo, where she will be permitted to take the habit of a daughter of the church and contemplate her crimes, atoning for them in the island's nunnery to the end of her days. These are the words of Michael V, Basileus of Constantinople and master of the empire. Hail the emperor." There was a strange silence. "Can they do this?"
Gunhild asked quietly. "The guard will be here for me within the hour. My time has apparently come. Gunhild, while ladies I have known and trusted all my life have fled my side, you have served me faithfully throughout this disaster, and I thank you. As the worst comes to pass, I charge you with this single thing. Leave the city. Take your servant and get away from this place, for Michael will turn the city and the empire into a pit of serpents where every shadow harbours death." Gunhild turned a look on the Empress that startled her. "Let the Emperor and his cronies pray for mercy should they decide to come for me. They will regret it. I have seen things, Zoe of Byzantium, and this is not over, however it might look." She caught a momentary glimpse of Anna through a doorway, keeping out of the way of the Empress, while trying in her unsubtle way to catch what was being said. Then the girl was gone again. A commotion was growing outside now. As both women looked out of the window, they could see the discontent among the people in the square. The official was leaving, heading back towards the palace, surrounded by his armed guards. But he was moving fast, and fragments of refuse and rubble were being thrown at them by raised hands in the angry crowd. A piece of roof tile smashed into one of the new Varangians, and his friend had to grab him and steer him away, his head bleeding. "The city will not take your fall kindly," Gunhild noted. "I have been their faithful empress for generations," Zoe replied quietly. "Michael is an upstart, the nephew of another upstart. The city will seethe, but there is nothing they can do. Bakers and wheelwrights are powerless in the face of the Varangians and the city garrison." "Do not underestimate the lowborn," Gunhild warned her. "An axe is just an axe, but 1,000 empty fists can be an unstoppable force." "You do not know Byzantium," the Empress said sadly. "This is a place of order and rules. The city might be angry, but nothing will come of it." "You do not know your friends, I think," Gunhild replied. "I sense their hands at work here. Halfdan and Hardrada and others loyal to you. This is not just disaffection, but woven disobedience." "Hardrada is more securely imprisoned than I," Zoe sighed. "A bear, a wolf, a boar. This is not over," Gunhild said again. "Whatever might happen, this is not over." The Empress said nothing, simply looked out of the window. "See how they come for me already." A small group of Varangians was now making its way through the crowd, enduring thrown missiles and clawing hands. 5 men. Gunhild let a slight smile creep across her face. "Those are not your escort. Those men are allies." As Gunhild waited, the Empress moved to her throne. Whether she would be greeting friend or foe, Zoe Porphyrogenita was determined to meet her fate as an empress. Still, it seemed strange for Zoe to wait, grand and imperial, with only Gunhild and a few worried-looking eunuchs in attendance, for all those ladies of the court whose advice Gunhild had overwhelmed these past months had either disappeared when the tide turned against them, or had been kept away by the Emperor's Varangian jailers. A new commotion broke out below, and Gunhild peered down from the window. Halfdan was arguing with the guard on the palace gate, and in moments the 5 men were in the palace. As she listened, she heard heavy footsteps approaching the door. Another brief, muffled argument with the guards out there, and finally the doors opened, and Halfdan walked in, full of purpose, his face grim. Ketil, Bjorn, Leif, and Ulfr were at his heel, and each of them was armed for war. Once again, out of the corner of her eye, Gunhild caught sight of Anna flitting past a doorway, momentarily taking it all in. "The city is a hornet nest, Majesty," Halfdan declared without any preamble, bowing his head sharply to the elegant grand figure on the throne. "And someone has kicked it. The whole of Miklógarðr is ready to explode. The Emperor has made a critical mistake in levelling his accusations." "Halfdan," Gunhild said in greeting. She had not realized how much she'd missed the young Jarl over these few months. "Gunhild," Halfdan smiled, turning to her. "It is good to see you well. Not safe, though. A hornet's nest, I tell you. Hardrada might be locked away, but Volgartha steers things in his absence. We have powers in the city in our purse now. The city is on the edge." "You heard the announcements?" the Empress asked. Halfdan nodded, turning to her. "We are at a critical moment, Majesty. There are men who stand by you, but they themselves are in danger. The Emperor has sent men out to arrest all those who have spoken in your favour, including the Patriarch of your Christ Church and several senior nobles, all men we have been twisting to our cause for weeks. But arrest may not be the worst they face. Ari Karsten has sent his best killers to the task." "He was never going to stop at mere arrest," Gunhild said quietly. "The city bucks and heaves. Michael the Corker can only maintain control if all those who stand against him die. The Patriarch will never leave his chambers alive. The Emperor would see Hardrada die in his cell. Many others, too." "You should see the people out there," Halfdan said. "They are a pyre of dry timber awaiting a flame. One more wrong move by the Emperor, and the fire will start. It may be that the death of the Patriarch will be that spark." "No," Zoe said, rising slowly from her throne. "No. The people will not rise against their emperor for a priest, even one as great as Patriarch Alexios. His death would be futile, and he would be a far greater symbol of reason and resistance alive." Gunhild frowned. "You plan to sacrifice yourself," she said. "I will fight my enslavers when they come, and do so in full view. Let the people see me manhandled and desecrated by my nephew the Emperor. I will not let them take me alive. Let the people see me killed by Michael. That is the spark you seek. That will see him fall." Gunhild was shaking her head, and Halfdan caught her look and replied to the Empress. "Your loyal guardsmen have not been idle, Majesty. The Patriarch is not the only man of power we have in our grip. We must defend this palace against your captors. We can hold them off and save you. No, my fall will be the spark." Gunhild made an irritated sound and threw her arm out in exasperation. "What is it with Jarls and Empresses? Why can you never see the middle road? Why must it always be fighting to the death or soppy sacrifices? Things can unfold in a more satisfactory way with just a little patience." Another door opened into the room suddenly, the one that led into the private imperial apartments, and one of the Empress's eunuchs bowed deeply. "Majesty, a ship comes." Turning, Zoe swept from her throne and crossed the great room, passing through that door and along a wide vestibule to where a large decorative window with a balcony looked out over the Propantine Sea. Gunhild followed her, staff in hand, and Halfdan and the others clattered along, earning fearful looks from the various servants as they passed. The great wide balcony overlooked the private dock of the palace, and all could see the huge imperial dromon sliding through the quiet waters to the jetty side, its oars rising and falling in perfect order. The figures aboard were clearly Varangians. "They come to take me to Principo." "Where is this Principo?" Bjorn murmured. "Around 10 miles across the water," Leif replied. "That's not out of our reach, then." "It doesn't matter," Halfdan cut in. "We're not letting them take the Empress." Gunhild looked back and forth between Halfdan, the Empress, and that great ship. "No, Halfdan, listen to me. The middle path is the one we need." He looked at her, frowning. "This is our chance, Gunhild. We can fight this." "No, our time is yet to come. The Empress is correct. She is the spark for your fire, and before the city burns, our time will come. But not yet." "Why not?" Gunhild turned a determined look on the young Jarl. Sometimes Halfdan was a little too impetuous, but she had seen it, had she not? She had seen the Empress with the 3 of them, a bear, a wolf, and a boar. Never had she stood alongside Halfdan and Hardrada, and she had to believe that the path would yet become clear. "Do you trust me, Halfdan Loki-born?" "You know I do." He looked abashed, offended even. "Then listen to me. This has to happen. You cannot save the Empress now, but her path will not end here." Gunhild swallowed down the hope that she was right and forced her expression into one of empowered certainty. "There are others who need your help now. Save the Patriarch Alexios." Halfdan frowned. "I will not turn my back on an empress to whom I swore an oath just to save a priest of the nailed god." Zoe Porphyrogenitor turned to him then. "You swore an oath to the throne, like all Varangi. Heed then my direct order. Do as Gunhild says. Save the Patriarch. Go now." Halfdan paused, a worried look sliding across his face as he glanced back and forth between the two women. "Go," Gunhild said again. "I will see you again soon. Trust me." Still the 5 men paused until Ketil finally grasped Halfdan's shoulder. "If we are going, we must go now, or we'll miss the chance. Ari's men are likely already on the way." Finally, Halfdan nodded helplessly, glancing once at the Empress, and the 5 men turned and pounded along the corridor, racing back for the main door. "I still see no route but a sacrifice that will ignite your fire," the Empress said to Gunhild once they were gone. "If they take me, it will be the end." "No," Gunhild shook her head. "No, it will not. If they will take you, that will be enough to enrage your people without the need for your death. You may never even reach the island before things change. Your thread is not yet broken. Do not cut it yourself." Outside the window, the dromon slid against the jetty, and even as the sailors secured it, Varangians were leaping ashore and stomping into the palace. Gunhild recognized Ari Karsten among them. This was an important job, and not one to be left in the hands of an underling. The acting commander of the guard had come to take control personally. "I am afraid, Gunhild," the Empress said suddenly. "It is not seemly for an Empress to be afraid." "You are strong, Zoe of Macedonia. These men who come for you are weak. The empire is yours, not your nephew's, and you can sense as much if you stay still. Listen. Let your very skin feel the change." The Empress stood silent at the window. The only sounds, the muffled entry of Varangians a floor below, the noise of the ship being secured, and the nervous moans of the servants. But Gunhild could feel it, and she saw the strange realization dawn on the Empress's face too. Every place had an aura, and Gunhild had always known as much. She could feel when a forest was expectant or calm, when a building harboured ancient Seidr or was a place of death, when a ship was fated to sink. Since coming to this great city, she had felt the soul of Constantinople as a background rhythm behind everything else. The city had a steady pulse, but that had changed in the past 100 heartbeats. Now it felt like a battlefield awaiting the first blow, like two armies eyeing one another warily. Halfdan had been right. All it needed was a spark. "You never told me what you saw when Michael demanded your visions," the Empress said, without turning from the window. "He wanted to know whether he should do what he planned." "This?" The Empress stared at her. "You told him he should?" "I did. I confirmed that only then would he get to stand in the light out of your shadow." Gunhild, looking out across the city, missed the glare the Empress threw at her. "Then you could have stopped this, and yet you advised him to level these accusations." Gunhild turned to her. "It seems heartless, I know, a betrayal even, but I did what must be done for Michael to step into a trap of his own making. This has to happen, Zoe of Macedonia. Can you not see? For things to change, there must be a catalyst. You are that catalyst, and your adopted son will stand in the light, but only long enough for his enemies to find him." The accusing glare of the Empress lingered for a moment, and Gunhild straightened. "Have I yet steered you wrong in all this time, Empress? Have I ever given you reason to believe I would sell my honor and buy your nephew's gratitude with your life?" "No. No, of all those who have been my friends, only you stood with me. Then remember that, Zoe of Byzantium. I look not at the fine stones and glass fragments that form the mosaic, but at the grand picture it creates. Small things, however unpleasant, must happen for the big things to come to pass." There was a moment, then, when the Empress wavered. She fixed Gunhild with a look that was, at best, partially convinced. "I hope you are right. Come." Zoe Porphyrogenitor turned, striding back along the vestibule to the great arcaded chamber where they had spent the last few hours. As Gunhild followed, the Empress took her place on that throne once more, carefully arranging herself. "If I am to be your catalyst, the city must see this," she said, "and I must greet my fate as an empress. If I falter, I charge you now, be there for me." Gunhild nodded, and now they could hear heavy boots in the next room. At gestures from the Empress, the few eunuchs fell into place as a small court, 2 maids emerging from the Empress's bedchamber to bolster the unimpressive numbers. Anna remained out of sight, not part of the Empress's court, but Gunhild would bet she had an eye and an ear on proceedings from somewhere. The room sat silent as there was the click of a lock and the door swung open once more. Ari Karsten marched in full of purpose, axe swinging in his belt. Not once did he even incline his head in respect. Behind him came an old grey-haired Varangian with hateful eyes, and behind them a gathering of their warriors, all men of the new Scythian corps, brought in by the Emperor. Varangians with little of the north about them, flat-faced and with an air of unrestrained violence. "Zoe Porphyrogenitor," the commander said loudly, "it is my lamentable duty to inform you that you are hereby deposed. Henceforth you will be recognized by no man as Empress of Byzantium. For your crimes, fictitious crimes," the Empress interrupted. A slight tick appeared in the corner of Ari's eye. "For your crimes," he repeated, "you are hereby sentenced to permanent exile until the day of your death at the nunnery on Principo. You will be tonsured and taken to your new home immediately, by imperial order." Gunhild glanced at the Empress and saw a slight tremor where her hands gripped the arms of her chair, knuckles white. What was a tonsure, Gunhild wondered, to bring such fear? Slowly, the Empress rose from her throne, one of the eunuchs straightening her robes. With the crook of a finger, she beckoned to Gunhild, who approached with a frown, which only deepened as Zoe reached up and, with some effort, removed the heavy gilt crown from her head. Her hair remained in place, braided and coiled elaborately, as the Empress handed the crown to Gunhild with a meaningful look. Gunhild took the thing, and immediately wondered how the old woman ever managed to move about with such a weight upon her head every hour of the day. Without a flinch, the Empress then strode from the throne to the wide windows that overlooked the square. As she came to a halt there, Gunhild heard a roar from the crowd outside at the sight of their Empress. "Step back from there," Ari said quietly. "No. You will do what you must, Varangian, but you will do it within sight of my people." Gunhild saw the commander struggling with this for a moment, and the old warrior beside him leaned closer. "Sir, if you tonsure her in front of the people, think what they will say." Ari's head snapped round. "And if instead she is forcibly dragged from the window by the guard, is that any better? This way it is the Emperor's order they see, not Varangian cruelty." Rolling his shoulders, Ari slipped the straight-bladed sax from his belt and crossed to the Empress. "Stay very still. One slip and this could go very badly for you." To the Empress's credit, she remained perfectly still, standing at the window in full view of her people as Ari Karsten began his work, sliding the knife in among the oiled tresses of the Empress's hair. With a snick, a coiled braid came free and fell to the floor. Gunhild stared. What strange ritual was this? As she watched, coil after coil of hair fell, leaving the Empress of Byzantium in a matter of heartbeats with a poorly trimmed head, little more than tufts and sprouts of jagged hair. It was, to say the least, unsightly, and deliberately so. Like all Northmen, Ari would be quite capable of neatly trimming or even shaving heads, and yet she stood there like some badly shorn sheep. The roar of the crowd below had become more angry still, and voices were calling the Empress's name in desperation. The mood had changed again. The feel of the city. The two armies were on the move, the pace increasing. "Take her to the ship," Ari snapped, turning to his men as he wiped the oily sax on his trousers and sheathed it once more. "Remember what I said," Gunhild called, as Zoe Porphyrogenita was grasped by burly warriors and hauled away from the window, out of view of her people. "This is not the end." "You are mistaken," Ari said, turning to her. "I am Völva," she replied in a menacing hiss. "You doubt my wisdom." He actually recoiled for a moment, as though she had slapped him, but recovered quickly. "No, I do not doubt you. You said this would happen, that the Emperor would come out from under her shadow, and he has, and I shall rise with him." Gunhild caught out of the corner of her eye the look the Empress levelled at her, one of uncertainty, tinged with accusation. She ignored it, for now there were more important matters than Zoe's feelings. Ari reached out a hand. "The crown," he insisted, "stays with me." Ari's eyes narrowed. "The Emperor will demand it. You have the Empress's hair for him. He will be content. This stays with me. That is not acceptable." Gunhild tightened her grip on the crown and on the staff upon which she leaned. "If you intend to take this, you will have to pry it from my hands. You may kiss the cross, Ari Karsten, but is there enough Northmen still inside you to understand what that means? Freya protects her own Varangian." Ari stood silent, but she noted that the tiny tick at the corner of his eye had intensified into a true twitch now. Finally, he shrugged. "The Empress is no more. Her crown is meaningless. Remember the Emperor's offer, though, Völva. He will see you rewarded for this, but you will then leave the city. Find us at the great palace, and he will shower you with gold. He may yet want that crown, though." With that, the Varangian commander and his men turned and marched from the room. As the Empress was roughly dragged away, that look of accusation had only deepened at Ari's fresh revelation. One last glare, and she and the Varangians were gone. Gunhild stood near the throne, listening to their retreating footsteps, surrounded by horrified, sobbing servants. With a snarl, she waved her hand at them and pointed to the vestibule. She had much to decide and much to do, and the wailing of eunuchs was stopping her thinking straight. As the last of the servants vanished and shut the door behind them, Gunhild crossed to the window and looked down upon the crowds below. The spark had been lit. She could feel it now. The battlefield was charged, the two armies stomping inexorably towards one another. The Empress would likely never reach Principo, she suspected. If she did, she would not stay there long enough to watch another sunrise before she returned, and when she did, Gunhild would still have her crown. Halfdan would save the high priest of the nailed god, and the man would join the voice of revolution, for the people of this city listened to priests almost as much as to the emperor. Halfdan was with Gunhild once more, but she needed Hardrada too, and the man languished in prison. Michael Califates stood finally in the light, and if he were to fall, she needed both the wolf and the bear. Taking a deep breath, she crossed to the inner doors and pulled them open. The servants were gathered there, faces drawn and bleak. "Who among you has strength and resolve?" The servants said nothing, trembling. "Will none of you come with me? The Empress will rise again, but I need 2 of you." Finally, a thin, gaunt woman in the dress of a chambermaid stepped out from the cowering eunuchs. "I will help you. What do you need?" Gunhild surveyed the group. A moment later, a familiar figure emerged from behind them. Anna would be perfect. "Good," Gunhild said, tossing the heavy crown to one of the burlier eunuchs. "Keep this safe." And then to the 2 girls, "Prepare yourselves. We are going to free the Varangian commander from his prison." Chapter 12. "You realise Harry's men have a good head start on us," Ulfr said, between gasping breaths as they ran. "It's quite likely they've already killed him." "Then we'll have to settle for vengeance," Halfdan grunted. Ketil glanced back over his shoulder, his long legs eating the distance with ease as the rest struggled to keep up. "If you lot weren't so tiny, we'd be there by now." Halfdan looked around as they encountered yet another angry gathering. He'd seen armies in the field, and he'd seen angry punch-ups in villages, but this was something new and astounding to behold. Miklagardr itself, the great city of Constantinople, was rising entire. He'd been sceptical, to say the least, when Volgartha had used the word revolution, but he was being forced to rethink with every passing moment. How had it come to this so fast? Over the past few weeks, the Emperor had consolidated his position, gradually pushing the Empress further and further from any hint of power or influence, until he felt the time was right to sever any connection to her and to cast her adrift. During that time, the Emperor's control over the city had become all but total. The Guard had changed likewise. Ari and his loyal bastards in control of everything. Anyone they couldn't entirely trust either marginalized or sent away. Most of the Seawolf's crew either arrested for the possession of suspicious gold or still assigned to peripheral duties. The only thing that had stopped death sentences being levelled at them was the ridiculous Byzantine need for everything to follow procedure. Thus, Hardrada remained in prison, and Halfdan and his friends continued to patrol walls until the time came when Ari could claim sufficient cause and authority to do away with them. That time was coming, with the Emperor's sudden autocracy now unhampered by Zoe Porphyrogenitor. But Volgartha had set something in motion. With what gold they could gather, they had bought the loyalty of men of questionable oath, while other, more noble men had thrown themselves into the cause of their own free will. The Patriarch had been with them from the start. What a priest of the nailed god, 6 hedonists, and a bunch of untrustworthy officials could do against an all-powerful emperor with a faithful army and a guard under Ari's control, Halfdan had not been able to imagine. A bunch of grumbling citizens against the axes of empire. Only now, heaving their way through the streets, did he understand what could happen. Every public space, every wide street, every forum and market was filled with the ordinary people of the city, and half of them had found stout lengths of wood, farm tools, large knives, any kind of makeshift weapon. Each gathering roared with anger, and through it all, 2 names were audible above everything. Michael the Corker, emphasizing the derogatory nickname, was a name being spoken everywhere with fury and hate. The man denounced as evil and a liar, as a usurper and a false emperor, while the Empress was lauded and praised. She was Porphyrogenitor, born to the purple. She was a true empress from a respected dynasty that had taken Byzantium to greatness, and she had been insulted, humiliated, and supplanted by her nephew on plainly false grounds. Constantinople was no longer on the verge of eruption. It had exploded. Pushing their way through the crowds in the messy, the great porticoed main street of the city, they could see the gleaming dome and cross of the Hagia Sophia, the great imperial temple of the nailed god ahead. The irony continued to strike Halfdan that 5 men who followed the true path of the old gods were racing to save a Christian priest from other Christians. "You say the Patriarch's house is attached to the church?" Kettil asked as they ran. Leif heaved in a few breaths. "I've never been to it, but it's on the southwest corner. The 2 buildings are connected by a porch, but there is an external door too, leading out into the square." "You realize we've got a fight coming, whether they've finished or not?" "I fucking hope so," Bjorn said as he pounded alongside them. "I haven't punched anyone in weeks and I'm getting bored." Their progress was slowed once more as they emerged from the end of the great street into the wide square bounded by the church, the palace, and the hippodrome. The entire square was packed with shouting people, arms waving angrily in the air. Across the way, Halfdan could see debris and unmentionable detritus being hurled at the palace gates, which were now resolutely shut. It was not difficult to force their way through the press, for between them Kettil and Bjorn provided enough bulk, muscle, and gleaming steel to persuade most people to move aside, and so, like a rowing boat in a lake of humanity, they inched their way across the open space towards the Patriarch's palace. Kettil was the first to stop, his view clearer than most. He stood a head above almost the whole populace. The man dropped down a little, neck and shoulders hunched as he gestured for them to stop. "We need to find another way in." "Why?" "That has to be the palace we're wanting, right next to the church." "Yes." "Well, there's a dozen of Ari's men at the door, and they're busy beating the shit out of a bunch of ordinary people." "Maybe we should help the common folk," Bjorn said. Halfdan fixed the big albino with a look. "Think about it, Bjorn. Varangians attacking the people, we appear, we're Varangians. But we're on the other side." "They don't know that, Bjorn." He nodded to Kettil. "Steer around it. Let's avoid trouble." Led by Leif now, who knew the way better than most, they skirted the edge of the growing fracas and made for the main door to the great imperial church. It struck Halfdan as curious as they pushed their way inside that the order and decorum built into the Byzantine mind meant that while the world was utter chaos outside, the city close to burning, the citizens had avoided bringing their anger and destruction into the church, the place remaining serene and spacious. But something was still wrong. It took him a moment to realize that the interior of the Christ temple was the precise opposite of the city outside. It was completely empty. In the course of months of duties, Halfdan had been in the place a number of times now, and it had never been so quiet. There were always a few priests and attendants going about their business. "Stop," he said, holding up a hand. "Listen." They did so. For a few minutes, all they could hear was the muffled din of the people in the city outside. But then they caught it. From somewhere nearby, there were shouts of alarm and a series of rhythmic thumps. "That has to be them." Leif pointed towards one of the archways, and they ran, boots clacking on the exquisite marble floors, as they headed for a wide, open double doorway. The portal led into a vestibule of some sort, with a beautiful, brightly painted ceiling showing priests of many sorts, all with beards, the walls and floor of bright colours and rich marbles, a mosaic of some ancient emperor being godly above a window. The sounds of fear and violence became louder now, and they ran on. The vestibule opened into a large hall, 2 stories high, and as decorative as anywhere in this great complex. The noises were clearer still, the thuds reminiscent of a battering ram, the cries of those men panicking, and the sounds were issuing from another doorway opposite. Even as the 5 men emerged into the hall, pausing, looking this way and that, 3 men suddenly burst from that doorway across the room at a run. One was a priest of the nailed god, his terrified flight somewhat hampered by the ankle-length robes he was trying to hitch up like a woman as he ran. Behind him were 2 of Ari's guard, both Scythians that had replaced the heart of the Varangians. Both men had murder in mind, and both carried bloodied weapons. "Get behind me, little priest," grinned Bjorn, beckoning to the panicked man while he pulled free his war-axe with the other hand and gave it an experimental swing. "Ketil, help him!" Halfdan shouted as they made for the doorway beyond the Varangians. "He's still sore and weak at the collarbone." "No!" Bjorn snapped angrily. "I'm fine now, and I get 2. You can't have one." "Listen, you big oaf," began Ketil, but Bjorn waved his axe angrily, only slightly wincing at the discomfort he still felt. "Unless you want to be first, run on, beanpole." With a shrug of acceptance, Ketil pounded along with the others. One of the 2 Varangians made to swipe at them, but Ulfr neatly caught the sword with his axe blade and turned the blow aside. The man turned to attack again, but that was his fatal mistake. Bjorn, determined to have them both to himself, had settled for simply barging the first man out of the way in order to deal with the second. Halfway across the room, the screaming priest disappeared into the doorway through which they'd entered, while the man who'd been hot on his heels floundered on the floor, picking himself up. The second Varangian pulled back his axe above his head to strike down at the retreating figure of Ulfr. He swung and seemed surprised when the weapon would not move. He turned his head, brow furrowed, to look at his axe, only to come face to face with the enormous, grinning shape of Bjorn Beartorn. One hand wrapped around the raised axe haft just below the head, the other holding an entirely different axe held in reverse. "Thank you," Bjorn smiled, and smashed the iron pole at the rear of his own favoured weapon into the confused face of the Varangian. The man managed to let out a stifled cry as his face caved in, but no more, and by the time the agony paralysed him, Bjorn was finishing the job, flipping the axe in his hand and swinging again, this time with the blade to the fore. The blow opened a second mouth below the man's chin, cutting off a sizable portion of beard in the process, and the enemy warrior devolved into a gurgling and shaking mess as he tottered back and collapsed in a heap. Bjorn, satisfied, turned to see the other Varangian on his feet now. The man looked at Bjorn, then at his fallen victim, and turned and ran. "Oh, no, you don't," snarled the big albino, and ran after him. Bjorn was not gangly and fast like Ketil, though, for all his impressive size, and it was immediately clear that he would not catch up with the runner. The big Northman roared his impotent fury, begging Odin to let him have just one more. He then heard a scrape and looked up, a grin spreading across his face. The fleeing priest was closing the door on his pursuer. The Varangian, letting out a worried squawk, tried to pick up speed, but the door was closing too fast, and Bjorn was on him now. With a moment of resigned bravery, the warrior turned, hefting his sword. Bjorn laughed. "Thank you, Odin, and thank you, little priest." Stretching his muscles and patting irritably at his collarbone, he advanced on the Varangian. Halfdan saw nothing more as he, Ketil, Leif, and Ulfr pounded through the doorway. They were in a second hallway now, this one much shorter, though equally decorative and rich. At the far end, another set of double doors stood closed, and 7 Varangians occupied the corridor. 3, one of them an officer, stood by the wall arguing, while the other 4 held a long bench or pew, 2 to each side, repeatedly drawing it back and then hammering it against the doors like a ram. Each blow was having an effect, the doors slowly weakening, as they could see from the dust cascading down and hear from the cracks and ligneous groans with each strike. The doors would not hold up to such punishment for much longer. On the other side, several voices, mostly elderly males by the sound of it, were raised in one of those awful nailed god dirges. A small pile of butchered priests who hadn't made it in time lay just to one side, soaked with blood and missing appendages, but none of them was richly dressed enough to be the patriarch. Halfdan felt his blood quicken. It appears that they had made it. "Stand down," the officer snapped, noticing them and identifying their Varangian gear in an instant. "Fuck off," replied Kettle, breaking into a run and tearing both axe and sax free of his belt. In his wake, the others followed suit, and the three Varangians stepped across to block the corridor as best they could despite its width. The men with the makeshift ram faltered, ready to defend themselves, but the officer threw a finger out towards them. "Get that door open." "Deal with these three," Leif said confidently as they ran, and Halfdan turned a frown on his small friend. Much had changed in the little Russ since the day they'd picked him up in Kiev. He'd never been a warrior born, but after almost a year aboard the Sea-Wolf, he was a warrior made, full of self-assuredness and strength. It was a testament to the clever fellow that none of the other three made any move to argue, each picking their best target. Halfdan, at the left, was facing one of the rare Varangians they saw these days who still looked like a Northman, gripping a bearded axe with a wicked hook at the rear. Kettle, in the centre, faced the officer, while at the far side, Ulfr would have to deal with one of the new Scythian Russ. Kettle struck first, of course, for his great gait carried him ahead of his companions. To give the officer his due, he reacted well. His big axe, one of those great hafted things favoured among the guard, came out, held vertically, and caught Kettle's swinging weapon just below the head. The man, his lip wrinkling, twisted the long pole. Kettle's axe ripped from his hands as the timber was caught beneath the razor-sharp beard. It was of little comfort to the man, though, for Kettle simply let go of his axe, which had only been the first of 2 strikes. Even as the Varangian twisted the weapon from the Icelander's right hand, his left slammed forward and upwards. The straight blade of his sax, a 1.5 feet of gleaming death, slammed into the man's throat, the momentum carrying it on upwards. The chisel tip passed through the lower jaw, tongue, and up through the palate into the Varangian's brain. The man was transfixed already before Ulfr and Halfdan reached their men. The red-haired, barrel-shaped shipwright feinted a low blow, drawing the man's own axe downwards to parry. At the last moment, Ulfr flipped the axe up, so that he had one hand below the head and the other on the butt end of the haft, lifting it sharply and horizontally. The ash pole smashed into the man's jaw, snapping his head back and sending him sprawling. Halfdan cursed as he attacked, realizing that he had the clever one. The man had seen his sword coming, had predicted its trajectory perfectly, and had stepped aside. The young Jarl had cause once more to give thanks to Loki, whose sign on his arm ever reminded him that his luck was a gift of the god. For though his blow missed and he was dangerously overextended, his boot came down quite by chance on the man's foot, hard. There were the cracks of many small bones, and the man hollered and slammed back against the wall. Even as Halfdan recovered himself, his face flushed at his near disaster, Leif swung into impressive action. The little Russ had not bothered with the hand-axe tucked in the back of his belt. Instead, he had a sax in one hand and a smaller but still sharp eating knife in the other. As he passed the fight, heading for the 4 men with the bench, he threw himself to the floor. His momentum carried him forward in a slide along the polished marble, and he disappeared with some skill beneath the bench. Halfdan could not see for a moment what the small man was doing, but he realized in a heartbeat as the 2 rear men cried out in agony and collapsed, their ankle tendons cut through with razor-sharp blades. Halfdan's elation at the athletic maneuver turned to fear in a moment. Even as the first 2 men shrieked, Leif had done the same to the men at the front, 4 ankles sliced with 2 knives in little more than 2 heartbeats. But the move had cost him dearly. The agonized Varangians automatically let go of their battering ram as they howled and dropped away to the side, and the heavy pew slammed down on top of the sliding Russ, crushing him to the ground. That was all Halfdan had time to see, for his own target, hobbling, was back on him now, an axe cutting this way and that through the air. Halfdan danced back out of the way of each blow, backing across the corridor. He passed Ketil, and was faintly annoyed for a moment that the big Icelander did nothing to help, but then he realized that the man was more concerned with Leif, and was leaping forward to try and lift the pew from the struggling Russ. Ulfr was still locked in a deadly struggle with his man, though he was clearly getting the best of the fight. The true Varangian took a step forward, and Halfdan smiled. The man was favouring his good foot, keeping the injured one back out of the way, putting his weight on the healthy one. As Halfdan brought his beautiful eagle-hilted sword up to turn the blow aside, he stamped down once again, his heavy boot delivering a crushing blow to the man's other foot. The Varangian screamed again and staggered, unable to put adequate weight on either leg, tottering while trying to keep his attention on the man attacking him. Halfdan had the advantage now, and his sword lanced out once, twice, thrice, turned away with desperate luck the first 2 times as the man lurched back towards the wall. The third one caught him in the gut. The Varangian wore only a padded Vapentreue, an arming shirt meant to sit beneath one of chain, either assuming his task of butchering priests would involve little danger, or perhaps hurrying out of barracks before he could arm fully. Whatever the cause, his lack of a chain shirt was his undoing. The eagle blade slid deep through the padded coat and disappeared into flesh and organs. The man made a strange gasping noise and looked down in horror. Halfdan was not going to give him another chance. With a great deal of effort, he dragged the sharp blade back and forth twice, opening a huge gaping wound in the man's belly. As the sword came out, so did yard upon yard of the man's gut, much to the Varangian's terror. Halfdan left the man to it as he dropped his axe and tried to push his innards back into the hole. He turned to find Ulfr looking at him curiously. "Stop showing off," the taciturn man said without a hint of humour, and then rushed to help Ketil lift the bench from their friend. Leif groaned as he rolled free. Halfdan, breathing heavily, looked around to satisfy himself that the 4 other hobbled men were still out of the fight, and then went to help Leif up as Bjorn appeared from the other room carrying a head, the mouth open in a huge O of shock. "Did you have to?" Leif breathed in distaste, wincing as he clutched his side. Ketil and the big albino spent a few moments putting the hamstrung men out of their misery, and in short order the corridor was filled only with the 5 of them, and a gathering of dead Varangians, crimson smears, and pools all around. "How does that feel?" Bjorn asked, prodding Leif in the side without warning. The Russ let out a blood-curdling howl. "I suspect that there are several broken bones," Ketil noted. "One more now, I reckon," Leif hissed, glaring at Bjorn. Leaving them to it, Halfdan stepped around the fallen bench and knocked on the door. "Open up. We are friends. Come from the Empress." There was a brief, muffled discussion on the far side of the door, and finally the sound of a bar being lifted. As it swung open, Halfdan had to force himself not to laugh. The Patriarch, heavy robes and ostentatious hat intact, stood in the centre of the large room, but his priests were prepared to defend him. One swung some sort of golden bowl on chains as though it were a weapon, while another held a man-sized candelabra out towards him like a trident. The head of the Byzantine church took in the scene in the corridor in a trice and gestured for his priests to lower their makeshift weapons. "You are from Volgarder?" Halfdan nodded. "We heard that an order went out for your arrest." "Arrest? Ha!" the Patriarch snorted. "Execution, you mean? But the city is roused, my northern friends." Halfdan nodded. "Every square is packed with angry people." "Then the time has come to dethrone the monster and save our Empress," Patriarch Alexios announced, then turned all business and threw out his hands to his people. "Go into the church and get to work. Send word to every house of God in the city. Ring all the bells. Call all the people to war. The time has come." The priests bowed their heads and scuttled off as Alexios stepped out into the blood-soaked corridor. He fretted as he tried to step between the growing pools and lines of blood with his expensive leather slippers, and Halfdan rolled his eyes. After the third failure, the most senior priest in the empire gave up trying and simply paced and slithered through the blood. "Where are we going?" Halfdan said, turning to follow, the others at his heel. "To the great palace," Alexios replied. "The empress is on her way to Principo, and the man who sent her still rules. He must be toppled." Halfdan nodded, and the small group hurried back through the complex and the great Hagia Sophia out into the open. Already the bells of the great church were clanging wildly, and two others nearby had taken up the frantic ringing. The city was rising. The priest was right. Halfdan had seen battles, but this was something different. A single man with his guards and garrisons trapped in a palace while a population of millions rose to war. The very thought of such odds, a million being a number he'd never have been able to contemplate at home, sent a shiver up his spine. As they broke out into the open, accompanied by the roaring of the city, a force was pushing its way across the square in the direction of the palace. Halfdan felt a great sense of relief to spot Volgartha at its head with a pair of unknown noblemen. Behind them stretched lines of soldiers, both hardened Northmen of the Varangian Guard and swarthy Greeks of the Byzantine garrison, all those still loyal to the Empress. Halfdan couldn't help but grin with mad relief to see men of the Sea-Wolf among them. Volgartha spotted Halfdan as the small force joined the head of the army. "Well met, young Gotlander. You found the Patriarch." "And you found allies," the priest replied with a smile. "This is Kabasilos," Volgartha said to Halfdan, indicating one of the noblemen. As his finger moved to the second, Halfdan marvelled, for the other nobleman was perhaps the biggest man he had ever met, a veritable giant to match the Pecheneg they had fought on the Dnieper. "This is the renowned General Georgios Maniakes." Volgartha smiled. Halfdan looked the giant Byzantine up and down. His fearsome size was only part of the impressiveness. He was clearly a man made for war, and was in his element. It was not hard to see how he and Hardrada might rub one another up the wrong way. "To the palace," Maniakes said loudly, for the benefit of the gathered crowd. "Let the corker fear for his life for a change." Chapter 13. "This is madness, Mistress Gunilla." Gunhild waved an irritable hand at the chambermaid, which did nothing to silence her worried mutterings. Freya walked with them, and she could see it clearly, for the sea of humanity parted to make way. The street, all the way to the great square before the palace, was crammed with angry citizens, all shouting their support for the exiled empress. Yet somehow, without having to speak or gesture, space seemed to open up to allow them passage. One northerner with striking looks and a staff of power, two panicked-looking servant ladies at her back, sliding through the mass with ease. "Tell me what you know of the place," she said, as they climbed the hill towards the heart of the city. "It is called the Nomera," Anna said, a fount of local knowledge as always. "In the days of the ancients it was a great bathhouse, but it has been a prison for many lifetimes now. There is a unit of the garrison called the Numeri who guard the city's prisons, and they are housed there. It is not so much a prison as a fortress with cells. Justina is right. This is madness. I do not know of these bathhouses. How are they made? There are many rooms with baths hot and cold, swimming pools, steam rooms and more, but that was long ago. How were they heated? With underfloor channels from a furnace, but it is said that the cells are now under the floor, so any access will long since have been closed. Gunhild nodded. And entrances? I don't know the place, Gunilla. I've only ever seen it from the outside. The doors are on the outside. You will have seen them. Anna sighed as she struggled to keep up with Gunhild's purposeful gait. I know of a main door facing the Hagia Sophia, opening onto the square. There is a door close to the hippodrome stands also, but I've never seen it opened. We can't just knock and walk in, Gunilla. This is a barracks and a prison. Gunhild stopped so suddenly that the two girls walked into her and took a deep breath. There is not time for the old song, to ask for true sight, but Freya walks in our steps. The goddess is with us. Anna and Justina crossed themselves with nervous expressions, as they always did when Gunhild spoke of the powers. A small space had opened up around them again. They were standing beside a merchant store, the open frontage filled with copper and ironware, pans and tools, and, Gunhild noted with a sharp eye, a large bathtub. Under her breath, she muttered a plea to the goddess for guidance. There was no time for proper ceremony. The city was on the edge of open warfare and coming closer with every heartbeat. Reaching into the larger of the pouches at her belt, she withdrew a handful of bones, beads, and hacksilver, along with a feather she had picked up recently in the palace gardens for its fascinating, scintillating colours. With a nod to Freya, she cast them to the flagstones in an area with less detritus than most. They fell, scattered, and she peered at them carefully. There was no clear shape to them, though if she were to attempt any interpretation, she would see three distinct groupings. Perhaps that referred to the three of them. Other than that, nothing seemed to be of help. She frowned. The feather had gone. While the two girls watched her with nervous curiosity, she ignored the three indistinct shapes on the ground, her head snapping this way and that, trying to find the feather among the crowds of shouting and flailing humanity. The feather had seemingly caught an updraft from somewhere, and she found it billowing up above head height, wafting across to the edge of the street. As she watched, the brilliant colours twirled in an eddy, and then settled into the large bronze bathtub. "Where will we find a rope?" she asked, an idea forming. "What?" Anna asked. Then, "There is a shop in this street. He sells hardware of all sorts, just a few doors up. He will have rope for sure, at least in short lengths. Why, though?" "The underground will be sealed, you say, and the doors will open into garrisons of men. There is only one way in, then. We have to use the roof." The two girls stared, wide eyes. "That's insane. Impossible." "No, that is our route. Trust me." With that, she scooped up her scattered debris and dropped it back into the pouch. Turning to the store, she selected from a table 3 of the largest cooking knives on display, tossing a gold coin to the shopkeeper. As he greedily pocketed the overpayment, Gunhild passed a knife to each of the girls, tucking the third into her belt carefully so that it would not jab her as she walked, and then paced on up the street. Sure enough, Anna was right. 3 shops up the slope, another hardware store, included lengths of rope hanging from nails beside the door, in 3 different thicknesses. As she peered at them, trying to estimate what length they might need, Gunhild felt an odd change in the crowd around them. From the angry, seething resentment, there now rose a sense of anticipation, even excitement. She pulled out a pouch of coins and passed it to Justina. "Buy 30 feet of rope." The servant stared at the pouch, but then turned to the merchant, who was busy trying to make sure in the chaos that no one took his wares without paying. Leaving her to it, Gunhild observed the crowd. There was a general surge of movement now, though only slowly, due to the press of bodies. "What is happening?" she demanded of one eager-looking man. "The Emperor is addressing the people in the hippodrome," the man said before turning away. "The palace is attached to the hippodrome," Anna explained. "Do we go and listen?" "No. The important thing now is to release Hardrada." She turned to find Justina struggling to hold 3 long coils of the narrowest rope. Taking one from her, Gunhild passed it to Anna, and then took a second for herself. 3 10-foot lengths should be enough. Hurrying now, they pushed on up the street. "There," Anna said finally, pointing to a large structure of domes, apses, and heavy blocks built of elegant white stone and narrow red bricks. "That is the Numera." Even as they approached, they could see activity there. The main door of the prison onto the square was currently open, and armoured Greeks were pouring out of it, pushing their way through the crowd, using shields, elbows, and fists to shift the tide of humanity. The door would remain closed to the women, however, for as the last men emerged, the heavy portal was slammed shut once more. "See how Freya clears our path of obstacles," she told the 2 girls. "The noisy emperor bleats to his people, and his soldiers flock to his side." "So many," Justina said. "The prison must be empty." "A minimal guard," Gunhild nodded. "See the far side, close to the palace gates? There the roof comes to a low level. That is our way in. I would have liked to know where Hardrada is held, but there will be no one out here who knows such a thing." "Is this a good time to tell you that I'm not good with heights?" Justina murmured nervously. "Heights are no worry. It's depths you should be concerned with." "That is not a comforting thought," the chambermaid replied, eyeing the knife in her hand with eyes close to panic. "Concentrate. This is for your empress." With that, she led them on through the crowd, away from the great central square and towards the rear of the huge complex. It might now be a prison, but its upper level was clearly largely unchanged from earlier days. Likely the cells were underground and heavily reinforced, but the main building above was little more than a barrack block for the Numeri, and so was not heavily fortified. "There," she said, pointing up to a roof. "What?" Anna asked, peering up after her. "See the shape? There is a hole at the top." The roof of this apsidal extension rose in concentric circles of tile, delicate and clever, but even from here it was clear that the topmost circle of tile was not at the apex. If the roof was solid, she should be able to see the point. She could not, and so there must be a hole. "It is an oculus," Justina said. "There is a similar one in the palace baths. It allows light and air into one of the rooms, and rain on a bad day, of course." "You," Gunhild said, pointing at a burly man nearby who was listening to a speaker haranguing the crowd. The man turned, frowning, and pointed to himself. "Yes, you," she replied. "Help me up to the roof." She pointed to the lowest edge of the tiled half-dome. "What?" he said in surprised confusion. "Are you loyal to your empress? Do you wish to see the corker fall?" The man's eyes shifted nervously this way and that, as though she were setting a trap for him. Yes?" he stuttered in a guarded voice. "Then help me," she said, leaning her staff against the wall. Something in her tone goaded the man into action, and he turned and followed her to the wall. She could see how windows had been bricked up when the place had been changed into a prison and barracks, but the way Byzantines built their world left more hand and footholds than any thief could readily need, and so as she clambered up onto the man's shoulders, her hands found plenty of places to grip. With little difficulty, she hauled herself up and pulled her body over the edge of the decorative cornice onto the lowest slope of the tiles. The man made to leave, but she waved. "Now then," she said, pointing at Anna and Justina. With ease, the big man helped the lightly framed girls up, one at a time, Gunhild reaching down to grab their hands and helping pull them up onto the roof. Their activity was drawing a small crowd of fascinated watchers from below, but with everything that was going on, church bells ringing all over the city, military units pushing through the crowds, an imperial address in the hippodrome, and a riot waiting to spring into action, Their audacious plan was largely ignored in the grand scheme of things. Gunhild rose to her feet, reaching down to help the others up. Anna rose with a little difficulty. Justin stayed crouched, eyes wide, as she looked down into the crowd. The blood drained from her face. "Look up, not down," Gunhild said, hauling the terrified maid to her feet. She wobbled for a moment, and then turned and dropped face down on the sloping tiles, as far from the edge as she could manage. Gunhild followed suit, shifting the rope coil over her shoulder so that it did not get in the way, and checking the knife at her belt to prevent accidental injury. The big man below watched them for a moment, and Gunhild pointed to her staff. "Guard that with your life, and I will pay you well." With a nod to the two girls, she led the way, crawling up the slope of the roof, which was relatively shallow, towards that circular opening at the top. In moments, she reached it with ease and looked down. The room below appeared to be empty, other than a bunch of barrels and boxes stacked around the edge, out of the danger of rain through the oculus. A small circular pool at the centre, a carryover from the days when this was the bathhouse, would collect the rain, and a single door led off into the rest of the building. Searching around, she found what she was looking for. It took wiggling a tile loose to reveal the hole that must have been part of the roof's original construction technique. 2 more tiles followed, the 3 skittering down the slope and falling among the crowd to shouts of alarm and anger from those they almost struck. Carefully, she unshouldered the rope and looped it through the hole, tying it in 3 tight knots and then pulling on it hard. It would hold. She looked down. 20 feet, she estimated. They'd more rope than they needed. Turning, she gestured down to Justina. "Throw your rope away and climb up here." "No. Yes. You can't go back anyway. Up is much easier. Anna, help her, and then come up and bring your rope." Justina fought it for a few moments, but there was little she could do. Up was the only option, and with Anna pushing her, she began to climb, slowly and in near panic. She flinched as Gunhild finally managed to grasp her hand and pull her up to the oculus. Behind the maid, Anna was climbing now. Justina looked over the edge into the room and made a terrified squeak. "We are nearly there," Gunhild said, in what she hoped was an encouraging tone. When Anna finally reached the oculus, Gunhild took the rope and began to tie one end to her own, then tested the strength again, nodding her satisfaction. With a deep breath, she tossed the twin coils into the hole and watched as the whole thing unravelled, swinging this way and that, to finally hang down the centre. Perfect. The rope ended 3 feet from the circular pool. "I will go first, then Justina, Anna last." Before they could argue, she swung herself out into the open, gripping the rope and shimmying down it with ease. She dropped the last few feet and landed with a splash. She could hear Justina and Anna arguing above, but her attention was drawn instead to the sound of footsteps. There was only one door, and the noise was coming from beyond it. With a prayer cast to Freya, she hurried to the wall and then stepped to the side of that door, waiting quietly, her hand drawing the knife from her belt. Just one set of feet, and no sound of conversation. A man alone, then. She braced herself as she heard hands closing on the door and a quiet click. The door swung open in front of Gunhild, obscuring her from the man responsible. Above, the fevered exchange between the 2 girls ended with a squawk as Anna, with little sympathy, pushed Justina out over the edge, the latter gripping tight to the rope and calling her companion a number of very unladylike things. The soldier, who'd entered immediately, had his attention drawn to the strange display at the rope, and he hurried forward, sword in hand, demanding to know the meaning of this. Calmly, Gunhild stepped out behind him. Her left arm closed around his chest and arm, while her right, gripping the knife, came round to his throat. The man reacted instantly like the trained soldier he was, arm coming up and attempting to throw off her grip. But with just a single jab, the kitchen knife was at his windpipe, drawing a bead of blood. The man fell still in an instant. One wrong move and he was dead, and he knew it. He was armoured in a shirt of tiny stitched bronze scales, and well equipped with undershirts and boots and the like, but his throat lay bare and in danger. "Drop the sword," she said quietly, but with a great deal of menace. The man did so instantly, remaining still and watching as a squeaking maid slid down the rope into the pool, cursing her burned palms. A moment later, Anna swung out into the open and began to descend, one hand over the other. "Where is Hardrada?" she asked. "You will never," the man began, but stopped, sweating, as a fresh trickle of blood was brought forth from his neck. "The cells are empty apart from the Akoliathos and 2 of his men who tried to stop his arrest." "Where?" she repeated simply. "I'll take you to them." "Not necessary. Where are they?" He swallowed and regretted it as more blood flowed. "Through that door, and then the one on the left. Down the stairs, and then left again. Through the barred door." "Guards?" "Few. Everyone was called to the Emperor's aid. One man on the door to the cell corridor is all that's between you and the Akoliathos." Gunhild nodded, then, with an easy stroke, drew her razor-sharp knife across the man's throat. His eyes bulged as the blood began to sheet from his neck, bubbles forming and popping in the froth as he tried to speak. She let go, kicking his sword away, and stepped after it, picking it up. "Why did you do that?" Justina asked in a shocked whisper as the wheezing body collapsed to the floor. "He answered you." "Never leave a live enemy behind you," Gunhild said. "You Greeks are too squeamish." Turning, she approached the door, listening, a finger to her lips, keeping the other 2 quiet. There was no sound within the building, just the din of the outraged city from the hole in the roof. "It seems he was right that they have all left. When we get to the cells, go ahead of me and bluster like panicked girls begging to see your lovers. You should be able to manage that well. What about you? I'll be right behind you." Moving swiftly, but with care and on light feet, the 3 women crossed the next room and opened the door. Following the dead guard's instructions, they descended into the lower level and approached a door, beyond which there would undoubtedly be another guard. As the 2 servants readied themselves, Gunhild tucked the knife back in her belt and lifted her pouch of coins free, weighing it in her left hand, the right still gripping the purloined sword. It was still quite full and of a good weight. She stepped to one side of the door and nodded to the others. Anna reached out to the handle and opened it, while Gunhild stood unseen to one side, listening. She could just hear the waver of nerves in Justina's voice as the pair hurried through and began to blabber about being allowed to see their husbands. There was a single response, a deep male voice, suspicious, surprised. She heard the sound of a sword being drawn, a moment later for him to become embroiled with the inane babble. Ready, she suddenly ducked into the doorway, throwing the pouch hard the moment the guard came into view. The heavy purse struck the distracted man full in the face, knocking him back with a cry of alarm. Gunhild was moving in less than a heartbeat. Her plan to push her way between the 2 girls and sink her sword into his unarmoured gut before he could recover. To her surprise, as she leapt into the room, before the guard could straighten, shaking his head in confusion, Anna had stepped forward and driven her kitchen knife into his chest. The guard gasped and staggered back again, the handle jutting from between his ribs, blood blossoming into his tunic. "Don't call me sweetheart," Anna spat at the dying guard. "Neatly done," Gunhild said with a nod of approval, then looked on down the corridor, which became darker as it disappeared into the gloom, heavy doors dotted along each side. "Odin!" she shouted along the passageway. "Gunhild!" came a surprised voice from somewhere along. "Sigurdsson," she replied, and began to pace off into the darkness. Justina lifted the oil lamp from its alcove near the door and hurried after her, golden flame guttering, casting eerie shadows in this terrible place. The three women followed Hardradi's voice as he expressed his astonishment at hearing them, and arrived outside a cell door. There were no locks, just 3 heavy bolts on the outside, and she drew them clear and then pulled the door open, stepping back. Hardradi appeared in the doorway with a grin on his face. He made to step forward and embrace her, but Gunhild levelled the sword, keeping him at bay. "You smell like a dead dog. Stay out of reach." He laughed, and then moved to the cell doors to each side, sliding the bolts open on each. 2 of the commander's faithful Varangians emerged, blinking and rubbing their scalps. "These are Halldor Snorrason and Ulf Osboksson," Hardradi introduced them. "2 of my favourite Icelanders. They made a brave if foolish attempt to stop Ari's men carting me off and ended up sharing my fate. How did you get here, Gunhild? Where are the guards?" "There is much to tell you," Gunhild answered. "The Empress has been taken away by ship, though I doubt she will have got far. The Emperor thinks he is winning, but the city is rioting at the instigation of your friend Volgartha, of Halfdan, and of the Patriarch. The Corker is busy making announcements in the Hippodrome, though I doubt much will save him now. Most of the Normeri have left to run to the Emperor's side. We will find little difficulty leaving this place, I think." Hardradi laughed out loud. "You are a wonder. I might not need an army to take the crown of Norway if you were by my side. Why would I want a pretty but vapid princess when there is Gunhild of Hedeby? Save your flattery and your lust, Sigurdsson. I'm no heifer to be traded in the market." Yet, as she spoke, Gunhild turned her face aside, fearing that a flush had risen to her cheeks, despite the words she pulled on as habitually as armour. Again he laughed. "Your tongue is sharp, Gunhild, but your eyes say something different, and you have a smile I've seen that I think you save only for me." "And you can back off too," Justina said meaningfully, pushing away one of the 2 Icelanders they had released. "Things move apace," Hardradi said, shaking off the moment and becoming businesslike once more. "If what you say is true, the city stands on a knife edge. We must move swiftly." With that, he hurried back towards the door, pausing to collect the dead guard's fallen blade. One of the 2 Icelanders looked hopefully at Gunhild's sword, and her eyes narrowed. She pulled the kitchen knife from her belt and passed it to him as she gripped the sword all the tighter. Osboksson laughed as he took the knife. With Hardradi in the lead, they made their way back up to the top floor. At each door that lay between them and the outside, the Varangian commander paused, listening. Twice he pulled open a door and gutted the man behind it with breathtaking ease. And then finally they swung open a last door into a crowded street. "We need to go to the palace," Gunhild said. "No, to the Hippodrome," Hardradi replied. "Why?" "I need to hear what the Corker is saying, and it will be easier to get into the palace there than through the main gate anyway." Gunhild nodded. "One moment, then. Wait there." Leaving the 5 of them, she ducked around the corner, found the big man who'd helped them up, retrieved her staff, and pushed 2 gold coins into his hand. "Thank you. Stay safe," she said, making a warding sign against elves over him, and then hurried back to the others. "All right, let's hear the Emperor's words."